Amidst the quiet, starlit sky of the universe, an island was erected right in the middle of the mighty golden waves. This was none other than the core ground of the Freedom Alliance. Over 400 universe masters had gathered here and were seated on numerous thrones. They had come to a consensus not long ago and were waiting for the humans to hand over part of the information of the inheritance. Sherhua Island leader was seated on the king's throne as he gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. Lowering his gaze to look at the wine glass, he was smiling as he felt pleased with how things were progressing. The great momentum at which the Freedom Alliance is progressing can be used to threaten the humans thereafter. I can get in touch with the humans without anyone from the Freedom Alliance knowing about it, merely giving the information of inheritance to me as the condition in exchange for the entire Freedom Alliance to join the human camp. Oh, how easy it is to get hold of that information on cultivating to achieve the ultimate limit of a universe. Supreme Master. With these thoughts, Sherhua Island leader could not help but feel satisfied. He even started to develop feelings of self-admiration. In fact, right at the beginning, when Luo Feng had received the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, Sherhua Island leader had already known that within the primal universe there might be chaos with the human race gaining strength and power. The conflicts with other races of the primal universe would intensify to such an extreme that there might even be the possibility of a brewing storm. Since then, he had started to devise his plan of action, albeit discreetly, and had tried to get himself acquainted with universe masters of various scattered races. Those scattered races had low social statuses, therefore, they would ask for nothing more if they were able to form acquaintances with supreme masters who traveled alone. This was how he had managed to get acquainted with a large group of universe masters so quickly. The moment he caught wind of Hugh Jack's creator's annihilation, Sherhua Island leader had been immediately aware that this was a catalyst for an imminent war, and it had been ignited long before expected. If Hugh Jack's creator was annihilated, the other races would most likely start communicating with one another to prepare in the dark, or maybe they would not react quite so soon. So he had to quicken his pace and react right away. Everything was developing as expected. The pressure the two major camps exerted on the scattered races had created the perfect opportunity. Sherhua Island Master immediately made use of his social skills and relationships with the other great beings to start a round of persuasions. Soon enough, he had gathered a sizable group of powers on his side. Relying on those he had roped in, he went on to further persuade other groups of powers. Finally, he combined everyone he had roped in and established a super alliance, the Freedom Alliance. Be an alliance master to me. It is pointless. What I am after is to be truly invincible, to transcend reincarnation. The first thing I want to do is to attain what Teacher Origin has achieved. Then I will aim to transcend reincarnation like East Emperor Ancestor and Purple Moon Ancestor. Sherhua Island leader's chest ballooned up with his overwhelming desire. As a supreme master who traveled alone, he was never one to be bothered by the so-called power of alliance. He had established one because he needed to make use of it. He had waited casually all the while, with his consciousness kept connected to the virtual universe. As he waited for the humans to reply, he might have connected to the virtual universe before, but previously, he had done so via a hidden identity. However, since the negotiations between the Freedom Alliance and the humans took place, all universe masters and supreme masters from the Freedom Alliance had permission to connect to the virtual universe. This would facilitate efficient communication between both sides. Suddenly, the leisurely and carefree expression on Sherhua Island Master's face disappeared to reveal a heavy and furious mix of emotions right away. His eyes swept his surroundings as he shouted out in anger, "Everyone, just a moment ago, we came to a consensus, yet now, the United Forces camp has already charged their way into the humans' primal secret region." The sudden shout of anger resonated throughout every inch of space on the entire island. Over 400 universe masters who were still chatting merrily while waiting for the information about the inheritance a moment before were instantly dumbstruck. How could it be? Why would the United Forces attack the humans at this point in time? We have just reached a compromise internally. How could the United Forces attack the humans so soon? Who could have let the cat out of the bag? Don't you all know that by doing so, we might be throwing away our chance of getting the information on that inheritance? Who leaked the news? The universe masters on the island were all in rage instantly. The most infuriated one was none other than Sherhua Island leader. This could possibly foil all his fine plans. Obviously, there is someone amongst us who has leaked the news. Sherhua Island leader's stern gaze swept across the numerous universe masters. This is dashing the hopes for the future of all our universe masters. This is unpardonable. Of course, I won't rule out the possibility of an accidental slip of the tongue while conversing with a disciple or friend, but right now, obsessing about trying to find the culprit is pointless. The humans are all in hiding, and the United Forces camp can do nothing to them, so the situation is not worsening. What we must do now is head to the human territory right away to join forces with the human camp. All right. True. We will set off now. Not a single universe master here can be left out. Anyone who refuses to go shall cast the most suspicion on himself. Some of the universe masters were worried that their hopes of achieving a breakthrough to become universe supreme masters had been dashed. Indeed, they were so mad that they were gritting their teeth to contain their anger. Exactly who was the one who had spilled the beans to the United Force camp? Setting off. Setting off. Soon, 6 palace true treasures made a mighty appearance up in the sky above the island. Then they made a speedy departure via their god country. Transportation. Although they were all from the same alliance, the internal struggles among the cliques formed within the alliance were quite serious. Some scattered races were sworn enemies of one another, so of course, they did not want to work together. As a result, the over 400 universe masters were split into 6 teams, and with around 70 universe masters in one team, the amount of power they wielded justified their arrogance. In the primal secret region within human territory, the 9-story tower stood erected amidst the void space, and in the distance, 11 palace true treasures were attacking in an unrestrained frenzy. They were causing widespread destruction by reducing everything within that void space to an uncountable flow of particles, which then rained onto Star Tower with a rumble. Pung long long. Hong. Star Tower was bombarded. It might have been a little shaken, but it definitely was not sent flying off its spot. This shocked the United Forces camp. So many of us universe masters, together with 11 universe supreme masters, we are such a powerful combination of force, yet we are unable to cause Star Tower to budge from its spot. Could it be because the over 100 universe Masters within Star Tower are all helping and doing their best to stabilize Star Tower. Star Tower is controlled by Luo Feng. This Luo Feng was the one who received the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River with him around. Any mysterious occurrence is possible. The boat of Mausoleum is a treasure with willpower capable of exerting impact, and he took it away. The United Forces camp was angry, yet they were also anxious. Very soon, the attacks came to a halt, because they were all aware that the attacks were a complete waste of their godly powers. The humans were successful in their surprise attack previously, because what they were attacking was a pinnacle palace true treasure. Where a pinnacle palace true treasure was concerned, it had close to negligible soul defensibility, but a supreme true treasure was different. If their opponent was hiding within Star Tower and Black Prison Tower, those were completely capable of blocking all kinds of material and soul attacks. It seems like we are going to fight a war of attrition. When the Freedom Alliance arrives, the situation is going to be even more troublesome. No matter what, we cannot give up on this war. There is no way we can watch the humans becoming stronger. At the very least, we have various groups of power joining forces this time. If we still let the humans off easily with this force of ours, we will become laughingstocks. Behind one of the side doors within Star Tower were Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City Leader, and Pungong Master. Bombard us away. Luo Feng laughed. Haha, that endless remote ocean is one of my other bodies. Even though I had transferred it into Star Tower where I can personally control it, getting it to budge an inch is a challenge to my limits. Now that the endless remote ocean is within Star Tower, how heavy is Star Tower now? I really have no idea, and they seek to bombard it away. The United Forces camp must be extremely angry, Pungong Master commented, while shaking his head. I'm afraid up until now, they are still oblivious to the fact that every move they make, Teacher Origin is watching, and we will always be a step ahead. Yes, Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City Leader both nodded. Even within the human race itself, prior to this, Luo Feng and the rest had also been unaware that Teacher Origin was able to see almost every situation happening to them in every inch of the primal universe, not to mention the other races within the primal universe. Let's wait for the Freedom Universe to arrive, Primal Chaos City Leader said. Then things will get so much easier. If there was no Freedom Alliance, the United Force camp could have bound the humans quite effortlessly, and they could have sustained such bondage for eternity. All that was required of them was to leave behind over 200 universe masters and a portion of their supreme masters as permanent residents. Then the humans would have been completely suppressed. The other universe masters could then take turns to enter Universe Ocean for adventures anytime they pleased, seizing all the human territories, then binding the entire human camp were ways to deprive the humans of any room for development. Very soon the other races within the human camp would break away, because those other races had to think of their own people as well. Yet this would cause the humans to get weaker and weaker, and eventually, it would be hard for them to establish a firm foothold in the primal universe. They might even have to retreat back into their original universe. Luo Feng, how could you be so daring as to? Primal Chaos City Leader took one look at Luo Feng as he sighed inwardly. That plan was much too dangerous. Of course, the humans were in no danger at all. The one in danger was Luo Feng, only Luo Feng. We cannot do that with the Freedom Alliance joining us. We definitely have an edge over the United Forces camp. Luo Feng doesn't need to take such a risk the United Force camps will never be able to realize their goal. It is their fate. Primal Chaos City leader was still waiting. He was still keeping in touch with Sherhua Island leader via the virtual universe, who had, in turn, informed him that the Freedom Alliance would make their way over without delay. From within Star Tower, Luo Feng, Pungong Master, and Primal Chaos City leader looked out far into the distance and saw 6 massive objects making a sudden appearance. They have arrived. They have arrived. Luo Feng instantly expressed his joy, while everyone else, from Primal Chaos City leader to the numerous universe masters within Black Prison Tower, were all very excited. Amidst the void space, 11 palace true treasures of the United Forces camp were dangerously near. They had been conversing in secret because they knew that their opponent seemed aware of their plan of a sudden attack prior to their arrival and had managed to make a clean escape before they arrived. Thus, they had been unable to achieve their goal. As a result, they were forced to carry out a most insane war of attrition. They are coming. The Freedom Alliance has arrived. They all saw the 6 massive palace true treasures appearing from afar, and those 6 palace true treasures exuded such a formidable, oppressive force that it was obvious that the universe masters inside were doing it on purpose. The Freedom Alliance's 6 palace true treasures arrived in a mighty manner, unleashing such an endless, oppressive force that seemed to proclaim their status as the top group of power in the primal universe through the exhibition of such might. Humans, we have arrived. We have arrived. This particular area in space might have been under the influence of those supreme masters who were forcing the virtual universe to remain open. All of them had avatars within their own race's territory. Naturally, they were still able to connect to the virtual universe. This was how the 6 palace true treasures, apparently each with 1 representative from the 6 major factions, remained in touch with the humans. Freedom Alliance, what are you waiting for? Primal Chaos City leader responded. Hurry over and help us humans. With both of us joining forces, we can definitely defeat our enemy, the United Forces. No hurry. Primal Chaos City leader, don't get too anxious yet. You humans must hand the information of the inheritance over to us first. As agreed, before the war, you must give us a portion of it. After the war, you will give us the remaining part. So, you all must first hand over part of the information of the inheritance after we have seen, verified, and confirmed it. We will help you without reservation. Otherwise, we are in no position to attack anyone. Yes. Give us our share of the information on the inheritance first. The leaders of each of the 6 major factions were of one mind. On an individual plane surface of the virtual universe, within an elegant and quiet hall, there were 4 stone chairs on one side, and 6 stone chairs on the other. The side with 4 stone chairs had Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng, Darkness Master, and Pungong Master, while on the other side, the 6 representatives from Freedom Alliance were seated on the other 6 stone chairs. They were also the representatives from the 6 major factions. You cannot expect us, Freedom Alliance, to help you for nothing. Sherhua Island leader was the final representative from the 6 major factions to speak up. You must first give us a portion of the information of the inheritance after we have seen and confirmed that you are not messing around with us. We will promise to join your human camp and help you deal with the United Forces camp. Dear all from Freedom Alliance, do not worry. Primal Chaos City leader Nodded. Now, I will be giving every one of you here a portion of information. Of the inheritance. All right. All right. From the Freedom Alliance, other than the 6 representatives who were seated inside the hall, over 400 universe masters waited outside. They could all hear the negotiation going on inside, and the moment they heard that they would be getting the information of the inheritance, everyone grew eager and excited. Now, let's begin. Primal Chaos City Leader laughed. Everyone, please look and study this carefully. Thereafter, through the virtual universe system, a message was sent out to over 400 universe masters. It contained a large amount of information. The moment these 400+ universe masters who had been waiting eagerly while conversing with one another received this message, everyone instantly quietened down to look through the information carefully. Even Sherhua Island Master was so filled with curiosity that he had to take a look for himself. Although he was a Universe Supreme Master, he had achieved his breakthrough in a most aimless manner. He had no systematic experience to speak of. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness Master, and Pungong Master locked eyes with one another and nodded. They were very confident, especially Luo Feng, because this was information on the inheritance he had prepared meticulously to make it much simpler. Many important key points were omitted. Yet no matter what, even after the simplification and some slight adjustments made by Luo Feng, what the Universe Masters would get to see would definitely shock them, because this information on the inheritance was so subversive. It would make this group of Universe Masters from the Freedom Alliance yearn for the next part of the information even more. Luo Feng was not worried that they would not want to help the humans in this war. There is a lot of information, Luo Feng relayed via voice transmission. Even if we are to go through the virtual universe to try to achieve the fastest rate of information transmission possible, and even if it was the speed of acceptance of a universe master, it would still take quite a while. Then we just have to wait for a little while longer, Primal Chaos City Leader said with a smile. We are inside Star Tower now. There is nothing the United Forces camp can do to us. Just wait for a while. Nothing will go wrong. When the Freedom Alliance joins forces with our camp, things will be so much easier for us. Pungong grinned so widely that his eyes curved into smiles. 2. Yes, Darkness Master also nodded. The humans were all waiting. Time passed. A lofty, 9-story tower stood erected amidst the void space surrounding it. Were 11 massive palace true treasures of the United Force camp and the 6 palace true treasures of Freedom Alliance. Who? A streak of light dashed across space to arrive at the same place. Suddenly, all eyes be they of the human camp, which was earnestly waiting for the Freedom Alliance's final reply, or the United Forces camp fell upon this streak of light mightily and speedily. This streak of light, which was traveling at a speed that far exceeded the speed of light, dashed into this void space and quickly came to a halt. This was a bizarre true treasure that had 8 legs and looked somewhat like the shape of an altar. This bizarre true treasure was the remarkable Ancestral God Altar. Ancestral God Altar was a treasure that the primal universe had bestowed upon the Ancestral God School. It might not have been a supreme true treasure, and was, thus, non-aggressive, but in terms of its defensive ability alone, it was not inferior to any other supreme true treasure, being a power that the primal universe was biased toward. The Ancestral God School had certainly received a wide variety of preferential treatment. Primal Chaos City Leader, we have arrived. We have arrived. Milky Way, we have arrived. We are a tad slower, but upon receiving the message you transmitted, we gathered and made our way here right away. Now, we have arrived. One after another, news was being transmitted through the virtual universe. Haha, dear all from Ancestral God School, no one is late at all, the war has yet to truly begin. We are inside Star Tower now, dear all from Ancestral God School, some of you should come into Star Tower, too. This will be better for our combined force. Alright. No problem, some universe masters of our Ancestral God School shall make their way into Star Tower now. Looking up into the void space, the Ancestral God Altar could be seen flying toward Star Tower without a moment's pause. In an instant, the two closed up the distance between them. A side door of Star Tower opened while a side door from Ancestral God Altar did likewise. Soon, a black ship was seen flying out of Ancestral God Altar and into Star Tower. Inside the tower, Primal Chaos City Leader, Milky Way Horde Leader, Darkness Master, Pungong Master, Long Yan Master. The handful of great beings from Ancestral God School that had joined the human camp inside Star Tower all seemed to be very passionate, so, naturally, the humans welcomed them with a passion that matched theirs. Both sides seemed amicable, however. This Ancestral God School is quite the sly one. Pungong Master was smiling, but, in his heart, he was transmitting messages to Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City Leader, and a few others. They have already gained the part of the information of the inheritance that we have given out. They promised to join our side quite some time ago. Previously, we sent out the news to both the Freedom Alliance and the Ancestral God School at the same time. Over 400 Universe Masters of the Freedom Alliance have arrived, but the Ancestral God School only sent a couple dozen Universe Masters, and furthermore, they arrived much later. Obviously, they are delaying time on purpose. It's normal for them to delay time on purpose, Luo Feng replied. The Ancestral God School might be previously ranked as the top group of power, but regardless of whether or not it is newly established like the Freedom Alliance and the United Forces camp, we from the human camp are now much stronger than them. Luo Feng sneered in his transmitted message. This is why they have to be a step slower. If it were our human race we were talking about, it would have collapsed upon being attacked with no time to put up any resistance. Of course, the Ancestral God School would rather give up and not take the risk. If we are able to block off the attacks at the beginning, they will stick to the original plan and join us. Primal Chaos City Leader transmitted his message. This is considered quite ideal. After all, they are on our side and certainly do not wish to be trampled upon or even to be exterminated when they are here. Getting them to transfer a portion of their Universe Masters into Star Tower. The Ancestral God School has agreed right away. This goes to show that they are still somewhat sincere about helping us. Agreed. Humph. Pungong Master was clearly displeased. You should take a look at who they have sent over. 9 Remoteness Master, Falling Silkworm Master, Sky Beacon Master. Yes, all of them are, indeed, impressive. However, all of these are merely avatars. Those who have come into Star Tower are all avatars. There were only a handful of Universe Masters from the Ancestral God School who had avatars. The majority of them only had their original bodies. Entering Star Tower, their fates are in our hands and under our control, said Primal Chaos City Leader, maintaining a cool composure. They are expressing their sincerity in allowing a group of Universe Masters to come over to Star Tower. This is already quite a considerate move. You still expect Them to send over the universe masters without multiple bodies impossible. These avatars do have godly bodies with strong godly powers, after all, and they carry true treasures with them. If there is no need, there is no way the Ancestral God School would be willing to give up all these. The Freedom Alliance and the Ancestral God School arrived in succession. The Ancestral God School joined the human camp right away, while over 400 universe masters from the Freedom Alliance were still occupied with the information of the inheritance. Time went by. Why are they still not making any move? Are we just going to wait here like that? Don't be so anxious, an old voice was heard from amidst the other universe. Supreme Masters, previously, when the Freedom Alliance had just made its decision, we made a move right away. The Freedom Alliance would not have had time to receive the information of inheritance from the human race yet. This time around, they will want to see the information first, before deciding whether or not they will join the human camp. I suppose they must be studying that information now. We must not be rash. The moment we bring forward our attacks, we will be provoking the Freedom Alliance. I'm afraid that making them angry will push them toward the human race. Why could it be that old beast God still harbors hope of the Freedom Alliance joining our side? Such slim hope, but if we make a move now, the Freedom Alliance will definitely help the humans. Then we are destined to fail in this war. On the contrary, if we postpone the attack, there may be a chance of a favorable turn of events. Let's wait and see. Although the United Forces camp was studying the situation carefully, no matter what, they came to realize that if the Freedom Alliance and the human camp really combined forces, the chances of the United Forces camp winning this war were extremely slim. The United Forces camp was waiting. The humans were also waiting. Amidst the void space, there was dead silence. The United Forces camp had 11 palace true treasures. The Freedom Alliance had 6 palace true treasures. The Ancestral God School had Ancestral God Altar, and the humans had Star Tower. The number of Universe Master gathered in this space was as many as 1,000, and the number of Universe Supreme Masters had exceeded 10. This was as good as saying that out of all the top-tier combat powers in the primal universe, 90% were now gathered in this very place. Every one of them had the power to crush and destroy a part of space and time. With a flick of his finger, every one of them could easily establish a strong and powerful race, and at that very moment, all of them were gathered in the same place. This war would surely affect the distribution of power within the primal universe for a period as long as hundreds of millions of eras. I'm done. I've finished it. I'm done looking through it, too. 6 palace true treasures of the Freedom Alliance stayed close to one another, which brought about an upsurge of godly power. They were transmitting voice messages to one another via this upsurge, not through the virtual universe. A voice, which sounded a bit cold, was transmitted. Now, all the universe masters of my Freedom Alliance have seen the information of inheritance. Everyone, tell me how you feel. This information of inheritance, how do you feel about it? It's quite all right. Not too bad. It can be considered as slightly informative. Very normal. This is the information of inheritance from the pulse of Duandong River on how to become a Universe Supreme Master. So brief and simple. It is too brief. Various opinions were voiced. Over 400 Universe Masters were transmitting information to one another. The strange thing was, over 400 Universe Masters were transmitting voices to one another via their godly powers and exchanging Information with one another, but none was communicating or exchanging. Information with Sherhua Island leader. Everyone, make your decision. That cold voice continued to choose to join the human camp, or to choose to support me. Lightwalker Master, do you even need to ask? Of course, I choose to support you. I choose to support you too. Haha, everyone should already know the correct choice, Lightwalker Master. The role of Alliance Master of the Freedom Alliance should be yours to claim. Of course, you also have to fulfill your promise. Lightwalker Master, if you fulfill your promise, of course, you will have all our support. We will support you. Various voices spoke up, yet all these Universe Masters were of one mind. There was no exception to their decision to support Lightwalker Master. Fine, then we shall follow the second plan that we originally devised. Lightwalker Master transmitted his decision. We shall continue to submit requests to the humans to demand more detailed and more plentiful information on the inheritance if they are willing to provide information that prevails over the information I provided you all with, then we can continue to join the human camp. If they provide something that is inferior to what I provided, then the human camp is not worthy of our support. Okay. We'll follow this plan. The Universe Masters from the Freedom Alliance all agreed to the plan. They had talked about it before, and this plan was based on the common interests of all the Universe Masters in the Freedom Alliance. Certainly, they wouldn't object to it. After all, an alliance formed upon common interests was the most stable. In a beautiful palace on an independent dimension of the virtual universe, Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness Master, and Pungong Master were looking at the 6 Universe Masters sitting opposite to them, waiting for an answer. The Universe Masters from our alliance, said an 8-armed man who was wearing silver armor with a pair of silver horns. His eyes gleamed with golden light. They'll be represented by us. The 4 human representatives were shocked. Sherhua Island leader, who was one of the 6 representatives, was dazed. He turned around and looked at the leaders from other divisions. That's right. Yes, Lightwalker Master will represent us. Agreed. Sherhua Island leader was upset. His original body immediately transmitted his voice to ask the Universe Masters from his division. Actually, he noticed that the 400-some Universe Masters were transmitting their voices with each other, using their godly power, as he could sense their blurry godly power. However, those Universe Masters didn't transmit their voices to him, and besides, transmitting voices using godly power was fast, so they reached a consensus in a few seconds. Although he was confused, he didn't raise any more questions. Yet Lightwalker Master told the humans that he would be in charge. Brother Sherhua, we all agree that Lightwalker Master will represent us. Island leader. Don't blame us, Sherhua. It has everything to do with our interests. We'll explain everything to you after the negotiation. Sherhua Master was deeply upset after hearing what his Universe Masters said. However, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, those Universe Masters were the reason for his position in the Freedom Alliance, and they were closest to him. He couldn't be tyrannical to Universe Masters. Instead, he had to treat them as brothers. The 4 human Universe Masters looked at each other and noticed that the other 5 leaders, including Sherhua Island leader, didn't object. It seemed that the Freedom Alliance was indeed represented by Lightwalker Master. Lightwalker Master Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. Please. We've already read the inheritance information you gave us, Lightwalker Master glanced with his golden eyes, and his voice sounded cold. Unfortunately, we're not satisfied. Primal Chaos City Leader, Luo Feng, Darkness Master, and Peng Gong. Master were all shocked. Not satisfied. Luo Feng frowned. This was the information he himself had summarized, and it was definitely tempting to all the powers from all three universe eras. How could they not be satisfied? What do you mean? Lightwalker Master Primal Chaos City Leader asked. Frowning. The inheritance information you gave us is not worth the risk, Lightwalker. Master's golden eyes were cold. If you want my alliance to help you, be more sincere, give us more information, more comprehensive information. More comprehensive. The four human great beings made eye contact with each other and started to converse secretly. Darkness Master transmitted his voice. The Freedom Alliance is indeed greedy. They're certain that we need their help, so they are more demanding. That's right, said Peng Gong, transmitting his voice. There will be no end to their greed. If we give them more detailed inheritance information, they'll think we have more, and they'll keep asking for more. Luo Feng, said Primal Chaos City Leader, transmitted his voice. Do you think we've given them enough information? Yes, said Luo Feng. Even if we give them more, they'll ask us for more, said Darkness, and Peng Gong agreed as well. The humans looked at the 6 leaders from Freedom Alliance. Primal Chaos City Leader said, this is the most detailed information we humans can give to you. If you want more detailed information, sorry, we don't have that. If your alliance wants to help us, we'll give you the other half of the inheritance. After the war. Lightwalker Master frowned. Are you sure you don't have more? No more. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. Luo Feng looked at them, frowning. It was indeed disappointing that the Freedom Alliance would try to exploit them at such a crucial moment. If that's the case, Lightwalker Master turned his head and looked at the other leaders, who nodded. Who? Lightwalker Master stood up, followed by the other 4 leaders, and Shihua Island Leader. The information you gave us is too simple for us to risk it for you, sorry. Lightwalker Master stood up and said coldly, let's go. Hua. They all disappeared and left the virtual universe, including the other universe masters from the Freedom Alliance outside the palace, who had also been listening to the negotiation. Don't they want the remaining part of the inheritance? Peng Gong Master stood up abruptly and looked confused. Why? Darkness Master found it hard to believe. Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City Leader stood up as well. Something happened. Primal Chaos City Leader frowned. Why would they just leave like this? After all, they've only got the former part of the information, and some of the most important points are in the latter part. Don't they want to be Universe Supreme Masters? Why did they just give up like that? Darkness Master looked at Shihua Island Leader. What happened, Shihua? Shihua, this isn't what we talked about, Luo Feng added. Shihua Island Leader was the only one left in the palace, and he didn't look well. He said, just wait for a moment, I'll tell you what happened later. In the Supreme True Treasure Palace, belonging to Shihua Island Leader, Shihua Island Leader looked at the Universe Masters present. They were all Universe Masters he was close to, and they were the reason he had the right to be in the Freedom Alliance. What happened, everyone? Shihua, a giant, green rock being. We're indeed friends, but all of us want to be powerful. When we become more powerful, we'll have a higher status in the original universe, especially if we can become Universe Supreme Masters and have our own miniature universes. Our races will have a place to live. Don't blame us. What exactly happened? Yelled Sherhua Island leader. This is what happened, said a seaweed-like plant life form, his voice echoed. In the surrounding space, both humans and the United Forces Alliance tried to draw us to their sides as soon as there was a dispute among the universe. Masters in our alliance, Juhua True God from Purple Moon Holy Land, contacted Lightwalker Master Purple Moon Ancestor is willing to provide us with inheritance information from the ancient civilization on how to become Universe Supreme Masters from Universe Masters. They'll provide detailed information to us, and they said if the information the humans gave us was better, we could still help the humans. Otherwise, they require us to join the United Forces Alliance and attack the humans, especially that Luo Feng. That's what happened. Lightwalker Master is the middleman between Purple Moon Holy Land and us. He contacted us one by one and gave us the inheritance information. We've already got most of the inheritance information, and it's 10 times more detailed than the information the humans gave us. What the humans gave us is nothing compared to that. Tell us, Sherhua, what should we do? Tell us. They all looked at Sherhua Island leader. Sherhua Island Master squeezed a smile out of his face, a helpless smile. I can't blame anyone, he said. Sherhua Island leader sighed. He had planned to get the inheritance information on how to reach the limit of a Universe Supreme Master for himself, but he hadn't expected Purple Moon Holy Land to meddle. Speaking of being mysterious, the Eastern Emperor Holy Land and Purple Moon Holy Land were, indeed, mysterious, and nobody knew what kind of ancient inheritance they had received. It was natural for them to give out some of the inheritance. We want survival and power more than anything. The inheritance information given by Purple Moon Holy Land is wonderful. Plus, Purple Moon Holy Land won't fight for territories against us in the future, yet if the humans become stronger, it will be a threat to us. Besides, we'll be at an advantage if we join the United Forces Alliance. No matter what the present, the future, and the benefits we receive, we made the right choice. I think you can understand, Sherhua. All the Universe Masters looked at Sherhua Island leader. Sherhua Island leader sighed. Did Purple Moon Holy Land mention me? We mentioned you before, said the plant life form. However, Purple Moon Holy Land didn't want to give the inheritance information on how to become Limit Universe Supreme Masters, so we didn't tell you that in case something happened. Sherhua Island leader forced another smile. It seems you already knew about it. This was one of our plans, answered the plant life form. For what it's worth, our plan is for the common interests of all the universe Masters in the Freedom Alliance. In the palace of the virtual universe, Luo Feng, Pungong Master, Darkness Master, and Primal Chaos City leader were still baffled. If they still want the inheritance information, they won't give up, said Primal Chaos City leader. The Freedom Alliance was formed not only to tackle this difficult situation, but also to gain enough power to reap benefits. Don't they want to become Universe Supreme Masters? Don't they want to get inheritance information? That's right. Luo Feng and the other three were waiting. Sherhua Island leader sat there with his eyes closed for a long time before he opened them again. Luo Feng and the other three were shocked. They were powerful enough to infer something from the expression on Sherhua Island leader's face. He looked helpless now. The Freedom Alliance decided to join the United Forces Alliance. Sherhua Island shocked them all with his first sentence. Luo Feng and the other four looked forlorn, as they knew things would now become difficult for Them. Impossible, yelled Luo Feng. It's impossible that they gave up inheritance. Information. What if they already have information that is 10 times more detailed? Sure. Hua Island leader looked at Luo Feng. What? Luo Feng was dazed. 10 times. In Universe Ocean, the first Universe Era, the second Universe Era, and the original Universe Era, none of the powers could get such detailed information. Except the humans, perhaps only the 2 Holy Lands had it. There was the possibility that the Holy Lands had meddled in the situation. However, the 2 Holy Lands were outside the power struggle, and they didn't have any conflicts with humans. Why would they even meddle? It's Purple Moon, Holy Land. Sure, Hua Island leader sighed. Purple Moon Holy Land gave the Freedom Alliance information in exchange for dealing with the humans, especially you, Luo Feng. Me. Luo Feng opened his eyes wide while Primal Chaos City leader, Darkness Master, and Pungong Master looked at Luo Feng. Purple Moon Holy Land. Luo Feng found it hard to believe. Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind, and he couldn't think straight. Purple Moon Holy Land. He hadn't been in Universe Ocean for a long time, and the only enemy he had made was the Divine Eye clan, yet the 2 Holy Lands weren't his enemies. They must have had some unpleasant encounters with Eastern Emperor Holy Land. However, Purple Moon Holy Land fought for the inheritance just like all the other powers in Universe Ocean, but they didn't try their best. Eastern Emperor occupied the most important and the most central area, trying to take Boat of Mausoleum by force. On the other hand, powers like Purple Moon Holy Land all waited outside, and they didn't contact Luo Feng during the fight. Neither did they try to make a deal with him. They didn't try to negotiate with me, and it's been outside the power struggle all the time. Why did they? Luo Feng immediately held grudges against Purple Moon Holy Land. How could he not? The humans had been in a wonderful situation before, yet with Purple Moon Holy Land meddling, it was in danger now. I have several bodies, Boat of Mausoleum, and Star Tower, thought Luo Feng. That Purple Moon ancestor should understand that no matter how horrifying the battle is, I'll survive. If he wants to force me to give out the inheritance, it'll be impossible. Why is he against me and humans? Besides, if he really wants the inheritance, he should at least try to negotiate with me. Luo Feng was speculating. Purple Moon Holy Land. They didn't seem to care much about the inheritance from Duandong River, especially Purple Moon ancestor. He didn't seem to desire the Duandong River inheritance very much. Why was he against Luo Feng and the humans? It was baffling, and Luo Feng felt that Purple Moon ancestor must have some other purpose. What does this Purple Moon ancestor want? He's willing to give the inheritance information from ancient civilization to the Freedom Alliance for them to gang up on me and the humans. Luo Feng sensed that there must be many factors unknown to him. Inside the palace, after Hua Island leader finished talking, he said, I failed you this time. However, since I obtained some information from you, I won't do anything during this battle. He left after he finished speaking. Luo Feng, Darkness Master, Primal Chaos City leader, and Pungong watched him leave without stopping him. They understood that if they gave Hua Island leader the information on how to become Limit Universe Supreme Masters, he might actually help the humans. However, one Universe Supreme Master couldn't change anything. Otherwise, they would have used that to draw Supreme Masters to their side a long time ago. Prepare for the war, said Primal Chaos City leader. Okay. Luo Feng, Pungong Master, and Darkness Master nodded with solemn faces. Inside the palace of the Freedom Alliance, controlled by Shihua Island. Leader. Shihua, we wronged you this time, we hope you understand. Brother Shihua, Lightwalker Master, brought each of the Universe Masters lots of benefits, which is why we followed him this time once the war is over and we get the inheritance. Lightwalker won't have any power to command us anymore. The Alliance leader of the Freedom Alliance is you. That's right, we support you, Shihua. The Universe Masters on the division of Shihua Island leader kept consoling him as they knew he was deeply upset. Alright, I understand your reasoning, you didn't do the wrong thing, Shihua Island leader looked around, and he saw the exit of the palace. He couldn't help sighing. Although these Universe Masters were in his division, they weren't his slaves, which was why they all stayed at the exit to prevent him from going to the humans and turning them over to the humans. They were all at the exit once they all utilized their power, and with lots of them having multiple bodies, they could rival 8 or 9 Universe Supreme Masters and burst out of the palace. Shihua Island leader transmitted his voice, prepare for the battle. Even though his plan had failed, he didn't want to antagonize them after all. There were many divisions in the Freedom Alliance, and no powers were willing to bow to another. Nobody could control everyone. He was leading a division and was the only Universe Supreme Master, so other powers were convinced of his reputation. Besides, the other Universe Masters followed Lightwalker Master because he had the inheritance information given by Purple Moon Ancestor. Once they had the inheritance information, they wouldn't follow Lightwalker Master anymore. After all, many Universe Masters were actually foes of Lightwalker Master. Ha ha ha! Prison Race Devil Ancestor guffawed. I can't believe the humans are so stupid that they even wrong you. Freedom Alliance, once your alliance cooperates with us, we'll have more than 800 Universe Masters and more than 10 Universe Supreme Masters, accounting for almost 80% of the top powers in the original universe. Those humans are not our match. They'll definitely lose. That's right, they'll lose. They're nobody. If we attack them all at once, they'll be crushed, and lots of Universe Masters will die. The United Forces Alliance and the Freedom Alliance got close to each other and transmitted their voices using their godly power. They were all cheerful and confident. Of course, more than 800 Universe Masters and more than 10 Universe Supreme Masters. Nobody could resist such a power in the original universe. Those cowards from the human race, they hide in Star Tower, and we can't hurt them. Encircle them. Encircle Star Tower. That's right, encircle Star Tower completely. Once they exit Star Tower, we'll attack them. They won't be able to resist our attacks unless they hide in Star Tower forever. If they want to hide in Star Tower forever, we'll encircle and suppress them forever. We only need 1/3 of the Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters to guard this place, then they won't have any power to fight back, and we can take this chance to rob the human territory without their territory and trapped forever unless they go back to the primal universe. However, without the resources from the original universe, the humans won't have a future, so they'll be a threat no more. In the towering 9-story Star Tower, the true treasure palaces from the United Forces Alliance and the Freedom Alliance floated and started to move. They surrounded Star Tower like a giant oval with Star Tower at the center, enveloping it entirely. More than 800 Universe Masters and more than 10 Universe Supreme Masters. The Universe Masters and the 3 ancestral gods from the Ancestral God School were all terrified. Such terrific power. The humans don't even stand a chance, they were all panicking. Don't panic, the old ancestral god growled, even though we of the ancestral god school want to help the humans, we'll be attacked by the hundreds of universe masters if we appear from ancestral god altar, many of us will die. We must stay in ancestral god altar and defend ourselves as long as we stay. In ancestral god altar, all the material attacks can be neutralized with the three of us combined, along with the help of the mind of the original universe. Any soul attacks can be defended by our blurry godly power. That's right, we don't need to worry about our safety, but we can't help the humans. I think the humans will understand why we do this. The three ancestral gods and the universe masters made up their minds. Immediately, they all hid an ancestral god altar and didn't appear saving. Their lives was their top priority. After all, it was an alliance of more than 800 universe masters and more than 10 universe supreme masters who dared to resist that. Everyone in Star Tower was worried. The 100+ universe masters staying in Star Tower could see those true treasure palaces surrounding them clearly, as their view outside was unobstructed. Surrender, humans. Give us the inheritance from the ancient civilization. The inheritance to evolve from universe masters to limit universe supreme masters. Give it all to us. Once we confirm it, we'll retreat, otherwise, you humans won't be able to thrive in the original universe anymore. The human territory won't belong to you anymore. Give us the inheritance. Give us the inheritance. The voices spread into Star Tower. The 100+ universe masters in Star Tower, especially universe masters of other races, all panicked. Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng, Darkness Master, Pungong Master, Long Yan Master, Huang Jian Master, all the universe masters looked around and realized that even if they gave a strict order, those universe masters of other races wouldn't make attacks at the exit. After all, they wouldn't be willing to die. They seek to force us to give out the inheritance. Primal Chaos City leader looked cold. Only in their dreams Luo Feng stared outside as well. These races all regarded the humans as a huge threat, but once the humans gave out the inheritance, the bug race, the demon race, the automaton race, and the others would grow more powerful as well, which meant the humans wouldn't be a threat to them in the future even if they were stronger. The other races had two choices: one, they could receive the inheritance and retreat, or two, they could knock the humans out of the original universe. Both choices were acceptable to the United Forces Alliance. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader, looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, Darkness Master, looked to Luo Feng as well. Milky Way, added Pungong. All the human universe masters looked to Luo Feng. They already knew the plan. And they also understood how strong it was. However, under the current circumstances, only Luo Feng's plan was likely to work. This plan involved a gamble that would risk Luo Feng's life. Luo Feng's eyes glinted coldly. Leave it to me. Be careful, Primal Chaos City leader said, concerned. Don't worry. Luo Feng looked at all the towering true treasure palaces outside. They want to kill me. Though he sounded relaxed, it was an alliance of more than 800 universe masters and more than 10 universe supreme masters. Larger, larger, larger. Luo Feng's power immediately surged. At the same time, the towering Star Tower became larger, 100 billion kilometers tall, 1 trillion kilometers tall. It kept expanding and growing, and it collided with all the true treasure palaces. 17 palace true treasures from both the Freedom Alliance and the United Forces Alliance surrounded star tower that stood erected in the dark and quiet void. Space they remained at a distance of around 100 billion kilometers from star tower, and star tower was originally at a height of 100 billion kilometers and a width of 10 billion kilometers. That meant that it was completely encircled by the 17 palaces and forced to be nailed to its current spot. Hand over the inheritance. Hand over the inheritance. The morale of the united forces was high and mighty, and they were filled with absolute confidence that they were in an extremely advantageous position. Bigger star tower suddenly expanded and shot from a height of 100 billion kilometers to a height of 1 trillion kilometers within a fleeting moment. The base diameter of star tower also soared from 10 billion kilometers to 100 billion kilometers. The massive size brought star tower crashing into the 17 palace true treasures stationed all around it. The humans are escaping. Be careful, star tower suddenly expanded. The humans might be thinking of ways to escape. Stay alert, everyone. Northern Territory, we are going to rely on your ability to keep them captive. They won't be able to escape. Countless star points suddenly appeared out of thin air within the surroundings of the void space, and all of them seemed to be connected by faint rays of light. At that moment, an area encompassing several light years was completely enshrouded by these countless star points. This was the supreme true treasure, Shichu Starlight River, a domain-type supreme true treasure owned by Northern Territory Alliance Master Luo Feng, stood inside Star Tower and observed how the United Forces Alliance was not bothered at all when the base of the massive Star Tower crashed into them. Apparently, they were worried about any unexpected moves by the humans, who had just taken a befuddling course of action. They must have been worried enough for Northern Territory Alliance Master to resort to using his domain type supreme true treasure, Shichu Starlight River. Escape. Luo Feng stared outside and sneered. You all should be the ones wanting to escape. What a pity, there is no escape for you all, even if you try endless remote ocean attack. Even before Luo Feng manipulated the expansion of Star Tower, he had already begun manipulating his endless remote ocean, preparing those boundless waters behind every side door of Star Tower's base story. The moment Star Tower expanded, with a single intention in mind, the mighty ocean waters of his endless remote ocean would surge out of Star Tower in a frenzied, insane onslaught. All around the bottom story of Star Tower, there was a total of 9 side doors. This base was the entrance to the deep abyss of Star Tower. Everything that was sucked and absorbed into Star Tower would enter through this main entrance. Be careful, the humans may escape. Stay vigilant, keep watch over every single corner. Do not let the humans escape. The United Forces camp was worried that the humans might escape suddenly from all 9 side doors at the base story of the towering Star Tower. Long. At that moment, Star Tower was at a towering height that exceeded 1 trillion kilometers, and the height of every side door was at a few tens of billions of kilometers. Shortly after, the ocean water started gushing out of the 9 side doors. Wildly, the palace true treasures that were mere inches away from Star Tower, which had already suffered a collision with Star Tower earlier on, were instantly drowned by that insane outburst of ocean water. Long. When the godly body of a universe master expanded, it could reach a height of 1 million kilometers or even 10 million kilometers in an instant. When a true treasure expanded, its size could reach 10 billion kilometers or even 100 billion kilometers in an instant, and the rate of all these expansions was not restricted to any limits such as so-called light speed. Remote ocean was, itself, a godly body, and it was one of Luo Feng's four main godly bodies. The new, endless remote ocean body was merely an avatar created by making use of the talent of his remote ocean. The highest peak that this avatar could attain was only up to 1,000 times life gene level, but the true endless remote could attain the perfect gene level of a universe master. The ocean waters surged out, expanded in fleeting moments, especially the deep abyss at the bottom of Star Tower, where a tremendous amount of ocean water rushed out all at once. Bigger Luo Feng was trying his best to control it with his consciousness at that moment. He was urging the remote ocean to expand. In an instant, remote ocean reached a maximum diameter of 300 billion kilometers with a terrifying depth of 30 billion kilometers. Of course, the actual volume of the remote ocean at its current level must have actually been 80 billion kilometers, but at that moment, it grew to an extremely massive diameter of 300 billion kilometers. Its godly body had purposefully expanded to a great volume. In only an instant, Star Tower expanded to a height of 1 trillion kilometers and collided into the 17 palace true treasures. Thereafter, the endless remote ocean suddenly expanded and spread out, thus allowing its godly body to expand a little more, since it was large to begin with, growing larger around 10 times its current size was effortless. What is happening? Why is there ocean water all over the place? What has happened? What is happening? This a domain type true treasure? The United Forces camp was not worried at the moment. They had the ultimate advantage of being a group with strong capability, thus, they were quite confident, yet the sudden appearance of ocean waters confused them. Was this endless ocean a domain? But Northern Territory Alliance Master had just executed Shichu Starlight River. Theoretically speaking, other domains would not be able to appear. It's not a domain, it's a godly power. Northern Territory Alliance Master replied via voice transmission that endless ocean and my Shichu Starlight River do not go against one another, so it is not a domain. Besides, I can sense an extremely strong godly power. This endless ocean water should be in endless godly power. It must be something like 9 remoteness masters. 9 remoteness ocean. The entire ocean has a maximum diameter of 300 billion kilometers. Its smallest diameter is 30 billion kilometers. Godly power, yes. Being a little more thorough now, I can feel it too. It is definitely a godly power. Every drop of ocean water is a drop of godly power. Such an endless and massive godly body, only someone like the ancestral god School's 9 remoteness master could possibly own one. 9 remoteness ocean. No, this is not the 9 remoteness ocean. I know the aura of 9 remoteness ocean very well, and I have met with 9 remoteness master on several occasions. The aura that this godly power exudes does not belong to this. This is Luo Feng's aura. Shockhorn, what did you say? It's Luo Feng's aura. There is no mistaking this. I have fought him before. I exchanged blows with him. This is the aura of his godly power. Milky Way, Luo Feng's godly body. Luo Feng also has a godly body like the 9 remoteness ocean. The sudden news dealt a shock to over 800 universe masters and over 10 universe supreme masters. 9 remoteness ocean was very well known in the primal universe, and 9 remoteness master was known to be its sole master. He owned all of it, no one other than him, and 9 remoteness ocean was said To be a godly body that was a supreme true treasure no one could do harm to. It the amount of godly power that its massive godly body swallowed every passing moment far exceeded the godly power absorbed by the entire godly body of any other universe master who wouldn't be jealous. However, the restrictions that such a massive godly body would face were apparent. Moving about was extremely challenging. Remoteness master had relied on his talent technique to create his avatar, and this avatar was only 1/10 of his godly power gene level. The volume of his godly body was not out of the ordinary. This caused Remoteness master to lose out to Primal Chaos City Leader, Star River Master, and some other existences. In terms of capability, Luo Feng's maximum combat power is only at 6th tier as the top level. How can he possess such a massive godly body? That's right, previously, Luo Feng revealed that he had a golden horned beast body and an earthling body, which both had combat power at 6th tier as the top level. With such powerful bodies, how is it possible for him to own another godly body similar to Remoteness Ocean? The universe is vast, but such an out-of-this-world occurrence is simply impossible. Besides, the gene level of Remoteness Ocean is extremely high. Golden Horned Beast is just another body created from a talent technique. It would be impossible for it to breed such a formidable body. While the United Forces Alliance was still in shock after learning that this vast ocean was another of Luo Feng's bodies, some universe masters of the other races who had joined the human camp were equally taken aback. Hesitate no more, Primal Chaos City Leader ordered via voice transmission. All universe masters will start attacking with concerted efforts. Attack Primal Chaos City Leader. If the United Forces Alliance retaliates, there is no way we can put up any resistance. True, Primal Chaos City Leader. Obviously, none of the other races were willing to sacrifice themselves. Primal Chaos City Leader's gaze swept the surroundings ever so coldly. He said, "Fret not, all their palace true treasures are within Remote Ocean, and Remote Ocean is where endless godly powers bind together. Their attacks will be blocked and consumed by the godly power of Remote Ocean. This is why they will never be able to successfully attack any of you. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you all can attack to your heart's content. Not only will Remote Ocean not put up any resistance, but it will, on the contrary, join you all in attacking your opponents." What the humans mean to say is, universe masters from the other races, as well as the group of great beings from the ancestral god school, who were an ancestral god altar, which was parked beside Star Tower, also received the same voice transmission. They were all shocked out of their wits. They understood the humans' intentions. They actually intended to allow Luo Feng to depend on this Remote Ocean to block all the attacks coming from the entire United Forces camp. Insane. It was beyond insane. Did the humans think they could simply rely on a ridiculously massive godly body to ward off the combined attacks of over 800 universe masters and over 10 universe supreme masters? Too dangerous. This is too dangerous. Luo Feng is as good as courting his doom. The other races found it hard to believe, as this was no different than Luo Feng sending himself to the face of his enemy. Perhaps if this endless Remote Ocean was pitted against a single opponent, or pitted against 10 opponents, it could proudly stick its nose up at its opponents, and still, no one in the entire primal universe would be able to do anything to it. But this time around, it faced a combination of over 800 universe masters. Instantly, over 100 universe masters from different races looked toward Luo Feng in his silver armor and silver wings. "Everyone," Luo Feng ordered in a low voice, "let's not waste time, we shall attack the nearest target." Having said his piece, Luo Feng pointed to the nearest palace true treasure, which was in an environment enveloped by endless ocean water whirlpools were starting to appear in the surroundings. These whirlpools parted to give way to a passageway that led deep within the palace true treasure, where Dream Demon, ancestor of the demons, and the troop he led were stationed. There was a total of around 40 universe masters inside this palace true treasure. On the human side, adding on the ancestral god school, they had a force of around 200 universe masters. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness Master, Pungong Master, and the three great ancestral gods, in particular, were all capable of unleashing extremely strong combat powers. All the humans were brought together to join forces and attack that palace true treasure. Naturally, they were in an advantageous position. The moment the humans made the slightest move, the United Force Camp would know their intentions. Northern Territory Alliance Master's aged voice resounded, "The humans are simply insane. They actually think that they can rely on a single remote ocean godly body to stop us all, then concentrate all their combat power to deal with one palace true treasure. They think they can use this method to attack and destroy the palace true treasures one by one. So crazy, too confident. What arrogance! They think that merely one ocean with godly power is able to resist over 800 universe masters and more than 10 universe supreme masters. All universe masters, all supreme masters, execute your soul attacks. All together, all of you direct them all around that ocean with godly powers. All together, as one team, execute your soul attacks." The United Force Camp grew wild with emotion and excitement. So many universe masters, so many universe supreme masters, with all their soul attacks accumulated. I don't suppose Luo Feng will be able to block off every single attack all by himself. I am going to bring this extraordinary talent to meet his doom. I am going to annihilate him right now. Luo Feng, annihilate. Luo Feng, annihilate. Attack Northern Territory Alliance Master, commanded via voice transmission. Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, and Father God from the Automaton race. Those from the United Force were all elevated. They were all looking forward to the end, and they all thought that it was impossible to kill Luo Feng after all. As powerful it was as Luo Feng, as long as he didn't look for his own death, nobody was able to kill him as he had Star Tower and Boat of Mausoleum. However, Luo Feng seemed to be suicidal now. How could they let such a great chance go? More than 800 universe masters and more than 10 universe supreme masters. Some of the universe masters even had multiple bodies, so there were around 900 godly bodies of universe masters, and with the universe supreme masters numbering in the teens, all the blurry godly power made an attack at once. It amounted to the combination of 1,000 godly bodies of universe masters. What level of power was it? Universe masters were ranked from level 1 to level 6. As for universe supreme masters, they could only use the godly power of universe masters with life gene levels of 10,000 times, even in universe ocean, as they were suppressed by the mind of the original universe. Therefore, ordinary universe supreme masters could only wield power at level 7, and those lucky enough to get supreme true treasures could reach level 8, like Father God from the Automaton race. Hugh Jack's creator, before getting the supreme true treasure, had been at level 8. After acquiring the supreme true treasure, he had been able to wield more power with the engravings on the supreme true treasure, at which point he had reached level 9. At level 7 were the mediocre universe supreme masters, level 8 was the ordinary level. Level 9, both Hugh Jack's creator and the first true master from the Divine Eye clan were at this level. Level 10 was Teacher Origin's level. Teacher Origin had roamed Universe Ocean in the past, and nobody had been his match, which was why he was at level 10. This was the definitive limit of a Universe Supreme Master in the 3 universe eras. Nobody except Teacher Origin had reached that level. Although no individuals couldn't reach this level, numbers could help, and at this moment, more than 800 Universe Masters and more than 10 Universe Supreme Masters were making attacks at once, which was as powerful as 1,000 godly bodies of Universe Masters. How terrific that was! An average Universe Master was at level 4. More than 10 Universe Masters could reach top-tier level 6. The combination of 100 Universe Masters could reach level 8, and the combination of 1,000 Universe Masters exceeded level 9, nearly reaching level 10. The combination of 1,000 godly bodies of Universe Masters should reach level 10. Luo Feng, you'll die trying to resist it all by yourself. You're dead. Even the most powerful Universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean can only wield power at level 9 now. Almost 80% of the top-tier power in the original universe has been combined 80% of a universe era, and it reached level 10 already. Even if you have a supreme true treasure to guard your soul, your godly power is inferior to a Universe Supreme Master. You're dead. Die. Die, Luo Feng. Die. The United Forces Alliance looked forward to seeing Luo Feng die. All 17 true treasure palaces made attacks at the same time. Blurry godly power. Attack. The leaders in the palaces gave orders one by one. The old beast god, Space Beast Ancestor, from the Space Beast Alliance, sighed. He was at least an acquaintance to Luo Feng. However, the current situation had to do with his fundamental interests. As for Sitting Mountain Guest, he couldn't change anything, as it was an action taken by the entire alliance. Space Beast Ancestor gave the order attack. The Universe Masters under him started to make attacks, including Golden Horn Master. It was silent. All the Universe Masters from the human team were watching closely. Many were even staring at Luo Feng. They wanted to see how Luo Feng would come to an end. The peerless genius from the human race, would he become stronger in the future and reach the level of Teacher Origin, or even transcend incarnations? Or would he die? The Universe Masters present even the 3 ancestral gods with the mind of the original universe. Couldn't guarantee that they could resist the soul attacks from more than 800 Universe Masters and 10 Universe Supreme Masters. Like Primal Chaos City Leader and Darkness Master, they were certain that they would die if they tried it. Primal Chaos City Leader stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, he said. He had been worried before. However, Luo Feng was confident. Besides, Luo Feng had handled the soul attack from more than 100 Universe Masters of other races. But that was only around 100 Universe Masters. It was way more powerful this time. Luo Feng was confident that he could resist it. Primal Chaos City Leader didn't want the humans to be forced back to the original universe, so he agreed to it. Luo Feng. Darkness Master, Pungong Master, Ice Mountain Master, Void Gold Master, and Long Yen Master all gazed at Luo Feng. The fate of humanity depended on this. Would the humans be forced to leave the original universe? Would the human territory be occupied and all the life forms within it be slaughtered, or could they still prosper in the original universe? This was the moment. Attack! Attack! Kill Luo Feng! Die, Luo Feng! All 17 true treasure palaces performed blurry godly power attacks. The ocean water was everywhere, covering all the palace true treasures, so the great beings only needed to attack the water when the universe masters and universe supreme masters attacked remote ocean. They were effectively attacking the soul. Hong. The attack was silent, but blurry godly power at this level was too strong, so even the space around the godly power was turned into particles. As for those from the human team staying in Star Tower, they all felt the space tremble. Luo Feng! Luo Feng! They all looked to Luo Feng. Primal Chaos City leader's eyes turned red, and his godly body trembled. He was worried about the fate of humans, and Luo Feng. Was Luo Feng still alive? Luo Feng, clad in silver wings and silver boots, had his 4 wings open. He stood still, as if frozen in place. Luo Feng! Luo Feng! The human universe masters all stared at Luo Feng, holding their collective breath. All of a sudden, Luo Feng, standing still as a sculpture, turned his head and smiled at Primal Chaos City leader, Darkness Master, Long Yen Master, and the other universe masters. He smirked, he showed his white teeth, and he had a bright smile. The brightness of his smile inspired the human universe masters. They all felt that the future looked more promising. Luo Feng! Luo Feng! Ha ha ha! The human universe masters rushed forward. They were all excited, and some of them even had tears in their eyes. They were all exhilarated. Even Primal Chaos City leader had tears in his eyes. Universe masters of other races on the human team were also thrilled. They were not as elated as the humans, but they were still amazed by how strong Luo Feng was. It became cheerful in Star Tower. The human universe masters were all joyous. It was a moment that determined humanity's fate. If Luo Feng hadn't been able to resist it, he would have died, which would have meant humans that the humans would need to retreat back to the primal universe then, under the suppression of the powers in the original universe and universe ocean. The humans would never be able to prosper. In addition, the ordinary humans in the human territory would have been slaughtered. But if Luo Feng could resist it, it would be a disaster for the United Forces Alliance. It meant the United Forces couldn't even touch Luo Feng. That Luo Feng resisted it. The 3 ancestral gods and universe masters in Ancestral God Altar were also thrilled. They were all top beings, so they knew precisely what that meant. That had been an attack from almost 80% of the power in the original universe, yet Luo Feng was able to resist it. The United Forces Alliance is in big trouble. Double face Ancestral God said. With a grin, the humans will definitely win. Let's see how badly the United Forces Alliance will lose. We can make attacks now. Their attacks will be blocked by the endless waters. We can defeat them one by one. Haha. We'll definitely win. Ancestral God School chose to stay in the altar before, yet they changed their plan immediately. The United Forces Alliance was dead silent. All its universe masters and universe supreme masters were dazed. They had been confident that the blurry godly power could kill any universe masters. Even if they had a supreme true treasure to guard their soul, they carefully sensed the water around them as they desperately desired to feel its binding power receding. However, the water was still powerful, suppressing all the true treasure palaces, and the godly power was still burning and forceful. Which meant Luo Feng was still alive. He's still alive, shocked demon ancestor, in a true treasure palace, found it hard to believe. How can Luo Feng still be alive even if he has a soul? Supreme true treasure, his godly power isn't able to resist an attack at this level. Teacher origin even killed a universe supreme master before. How did Luo Feng survive? It's impossible, impossible. Bug Empress was also shocked to her very core. He was unlikely to survive. He should be dead now, dead. She was great at soul attacks, so she knew how powerful that attack was. It was certainly at level 10. Beings in the original universe couldn't reach level 10, and even in Universe Ocean, only Teacher Origin could reach that level of power. Teacher Origin had been invincible, and he had been great at soul attacks. Even Universe Supreme Masters, with their godly bodies, needed a soul supreme true treasure to survive. Teacher Origin, although they could only wield the power of Universe Masters with a life gene level of 10,000 times, they were immensely strong at defense. As for Universe Masters, even one who had a powerful mind and a soul type supreme true treasure would certainly not be able to survive Teacher Origin. An attack at level 10 could definitely kill all Universe Masters. How did he survive? How? Damn it. We're in big trouble now. The United Forces Alliance was in unprecedented danger. How did he survive? Luo Feng looked outside. He could feel the strong emotions from his godly power ocean, the emotions from Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters from the United Forces Alliance. Why can't I? Too late to regret it. Luo Feng's eyes glinted coldly. The combination of around 1,000 godly bodies of Universe Masters was indeed incredibly powerful. Actually, Luo Feng had accepted the worst situation, the Freedom Alliance joining the United Forces Alliance, when proposing that plan. He had prepared for a soul attack at this level. As for material attacks, he wasn't afraid of a long battle with his remote ocean godly body. The only thing he was worried about was a soul attack. Luo Feng was worried, as were Primal Chaos City leader and the others, which was why he let those 100+ Universe Masters of other races attack him first. That attack had already reached level 8. Luo Feng had proposed the test because he believed that he had perfect godly power, and his mind was at the Universe Supreme Master level. Plus, he had Star Tower to protect his soul. He deemed that he was able to resist a level 9 attack. Besides, he had obtained the 3 techniques from the inheritance of Duandong River, and Duan Mia could accelerate the burning of his godly power, making him stronger, so he could resist a level 10 attack. The idea sounded good, but Luo Feng wasn't certain. What happened, he wondered. I didn't even use crazy demon extermination godly armor, and I only used Star Tower to guard my soul. How come an 8th level attack was so weak? Luo Feng was astonished that a level 8 attack was nothing to him. He then summoned the new remote ocean body at 1,000 times life gene level. He let Star Tower guard the new remote ocean body and asked those Universe Masters to attack him again. His new remote ocean body was able to resist a level 8 attack easily with Star Tower. My new remote ocean boy was able to resist that. If the endless remote ocean body is stronger, it means it can resist a level 9 attack with Duan Mia. Can even resist a level 10 attack. Luo Feng was overjoyed, but he was amazed as well. He speculated that he could only barely resist a level 10 attack. Based on his calculations, Remote Ocean and Duan Mia, which improved Luo Feng's godly power defense to Universe Supreme Master level and Star Tower, could barely resist a level 10 attack. The new Remote Ocean body and Star Tower could barely resist a level 8 attack. However, it was much easier than he thought. The new Remote Ocean body, guarded by Star Tower, was able to resist the level 8 attack without any problem. My Remote Ocean body is much more powerful, and it must be thanks to Star Tower. Luo Feng immediately realized that this was one of the distinctions of Star Tower. Star Tower was an exceptional supreme true treasure. It had higher requirements for recognizing a master than all the known Universe Supreme Masters. Even Shi Wu Wing had lower requirements. It was far more demanding than other supreme true treasures. Sitting Mountain Guest had created the Earthlings just for master recognition, and only after an eternity was the proper master. Luo Feng, born. How could a true treasure be mediocre when it had such incredible requirements? Luo Feng had always thought that Star Tower was special, yet he hadn't been able to find it until he strove to the limit of his abilities, using it to guard his soul. He now realized how extraordinary Star Tower was at guarding souls. My Remote Ocean godly power ocean was burning around all the 17 true treasure palaces, thought Luo Feng. I also performed Duan Mia, so it maintained the maximum power. Star Tower also guarded at the center of my endless Remote Ocean to guard the soul. It endured a soul attack and resisted it easily. I only experienced difficulty after I slowed down burning and stopped performing Duan Mia. He was fully prepared, and Star Tower gave him a happy surprise. One side was exhilarated, while the other side was horrified. Stop wasting time, make attacks now. Primal Chaos City leader pointed at the nearest palace true treasure. The universe masters of other the races glanced at Primal Chaos City leader. Wasting time. The other races were still calm. On the contrary, the human universe masters were all thrilled, hugging Luo Feng. Some of them even tearing up. The human universe masters were the ones wasting time. Attack! Attack! All the universe masters from the human team, including those in Ancestral God Altar, created blurry godly power attacks. So a being appeared above Remote Ocean. It was Luo Feng, dressed in black and carrying a blade. He held Ancient God Eye in his left hand, shedding light upon the true treasure palace. It created a portal, and the mind shock swept through the palace. True treasure uninhibited. Hong Long Long. The soul attack followed. An old voice was transmitted, beware, Dream T. The powerful mind shock arrived right after the voice. Dream Demon Ancestor resisted it easily, yet 90% of the universe masters under her were down. Only 3 still stood. Mind shock. Dream Demon Ancestor was worried. Hua. Dream Demon Ancestor whipped her tail and returned all the universe masters into her world ring. Hong Long. The master of the Northern Territory Alliance saw it was Shichu Starlight River. He was startled and transmitted his voice to all the true treasure palaces. Be careful, we didn't kill Luo Feng, so we're at an absolute disadvantage. Once the human team makes soul attacks, every team will be in great danger. Once the human team draws near, the Universe Supreme Masters had better put their Universe Masters away. We don't have a Universe Supreme Master on our team. Neither do we. The teams from the Freedom Alliance were all anxious. There were 6 teams in the Freedom Alliance, and only one of them had a Supreme Master Sherhua. Island Leader. Get close to other teams quickly. The more Universe Masters, the safer it will be, Northern Territory Alliance Master said, transmitting his voice. Gather with the teams that have Universe Supreme Masters. Remote ocean is everywhere, and it has incredible binding power. It's trapping us, so the palace true treasure can't fly at all. We can't fly. The godly power ocean is trapping us. All the teams were worried, including the Universe Supreme Masters. They only felt they were being resisted when controlling the true treasure palaces. The godly power ocean was binding the palaces, making them incredibly slow. Only 1/100th of light speed. Little did they know that the godly power ocean was burning and performing Duan Mia to stop them, so it had strong resistance. Luo Feng still wasn't satisfied with the resistance. He transmitted his voice, saying, Ancestral gods, please use 5-color Aurora Lake. Okay. Hong. Auroras appeared in the sky, sweeping across the sky and striking Shichu. Starlight Lake. Both 5-color Aurora Lake and Shichu Starlight Lake were Domain Supreme True Treasures. They hit each other, and Shichu Starlight Lake backed off soon. 5-color Aurora Lake and Shichu Starlight Lake occupied areas of the same size. Golden Country. Luo Feng shook his 4 wings, and the dimming golden light spread. It aided 5-color Aurora Lake in suppressing Shichu Starlight Lake, shrinking it further. 80% of the area was controlled by the human team. Golden Country wasn't strong enough, so it couldn't help 5-color Aurora Lake any more than that. Humph. Luo Feng smiled. It was enough. If he let Primal Chaos City Leader Teacher use the valuable Palm Universe left by Teacher Origin, it would be much more effective than his Golden Country. But it wasn't the time yet. He wanted to leave it to the end in case the United Forces Alliance still had a trump card. Uncle Darkness. Luo Feng looked at Darkness Master beside him. Darkness Master smiled. Is it our turn? I can't wait any longer. Let's go claim our prey. Luo Feng moved his body and flew out. Darkness Master carried Black Prison Tower and flew out as well. As for the Universe Masters of other races and the Human Universe Masters, they all stayed in Star Tower. Northern Territory Alliance Master performed Shichu Starlight Lake, and it only occupied part of the area. He was from the United Forces Alliance, and it could only protect their 8 palaces. As for the other 3 palaces and 6 palaces of the Freedom Alliance, it couldn't protect them. Especially the Freedom Alliance. For one thing, the godly power ocean burning under Duan Mia had incredible resistance. For another thing, they couldn't speed up under 5-color Aurora Lake and Golden Country. They couldn't reach 1/100th of light speed, and the true treasure palaces were billions of kilometers away from each other, if not farther. After all, the base of Star Tower was 100 billion kilometers long, so the palaces around them were far from each other. Material attack. Use a material attack to blast away the godly power ocean. Damn, that godly power ocean blasted away. The teams in the true treasure palaces were all horrified. They all attacked the ocean around them. Hong Long Long. The attacks were consumed by the godly power ocean once they left the palaces. After all, the entire ocean was godly power. The godly powers continued being consuming, and the ocean kept surging. At that moment, Luo Feng carried an ancient god eye, while Darkness Master carried Black Prison Tower. Their speed wasn't constrained, and they reached light speed and entered the dark universe in no time. They then went back to the original universe from the dark universe, arriving directly in front of the true treasure palace that had originally been more than 10 billion kilometers tall. "Uncle Darkness, drive Black Prison Tower to capture our prey," said Luo Feng. He stared at the palace belonging to Freedom Alliance that held more than 70 Universe Masters. No matter how composed Darkness Master was, at this moment, he too was unable to contain his emotions. Throughout the entire Universe Ocean, who could capture over 70 Universe Masters in one go? Rise. Holding his breath, Darkness Master held out his right arm. Instantly, that black pyramid flew out from his palm and started to grow at a crazy speed. In a blink of the eye, it had transformed into a lofty tower that was 100 million kilometers tall. At the same time, a deep abyss also appeared at the base of the pyramid. The black pyramid took aim at the black, disc-shaped palace true treasure before it right away. Luo Feng watched and smiled. In his palm, another ancient god eye appeared. Now, there were two ancient god eyes, one with Masha body, the other with his original body. Go. Luo Feng positioned his palm to face the disc-shaped palace true treasure, and the surrounding godly ocean water automatically parted to give way to a root. In fact, even if there were occasional interferences, Luo Feng's willpower would not be greatly affected. Hong. The invisible impact of his willpower swept toward the disc, which contained a total of 72 Universe Masters. After being hit by this bout of impact from his willpower, 65 Universe Masters lost consciousness. Only 7 remained awake. They had extremely strong willpower and were the true elites of the entire team. These 7 Universe Masters had a total of 11 godly bodies. It's the impact of willpower. Block it. By air, what should we do? The 7 Universe Masters, with their 11 godly bodies, were panicking. The other Universe Masters who had weaker willpower were all knocked out, so there was no way they could render any help. With only 7 left, how were they going to resist? Plus, the other palace true treasures of the Freedom Alliance were at least 10 billion kilometers away. Help would not arrive as quickly as they needed it. Black Prison Tower is swallowing. Block it. Hang on. If we are sucked into Black Prison Tower, we are finished. The 7 Universe Masters were in a heightened state of panic and were losing their minds with every passing moment. No matter how insanely they fought, their efforts to resist were futile. Previously, they'd had many Universe Masters, so they could wipe out the godly ocean water obstacles that surrounded them. With concerted efforts, they had overcome the obstacles placed in their way by 5-color Aurora Lake and Golden County. But now that they were left with only 7 Universe Masters, manipulating their palace true treasures to move was difficult. Now, they were facing the danger of being sucked into Black Prison Tower. If it was only being swallowed by Black Prison Tower, perhaps they could still put up a fight to counterattack. But there was also the annoying godly ocean water in their surroundings, which was dealing them multiple blows and pushing them steadily toward their doom. This godly ocean was pushing their palace true treasure in the direction of Black Prison Tower. No, there is no way I can block it. I'm unable to block it. No, these Universe Masters, albeit most unwillingly, were annihilated in the faraway core ground of the Freedom Alliance on the island that was seated in the middle of the endless golden waves. Over 400 Universe Masters and Shihua Island leader had all left their godly avatars. we are unable to block it. We are hit by the impact of the willpower. Only 7 of us, who are barely able to resist it, remain, and we are also under a double oppressive force, by 5-color Aurora Lake and the godly ocean water now, with black prison tower. Swallowing, we are unable to put up further resistance. The palace is heading toward that black prison tower now. Everyone, please save us. On the numerous thrones, especially those in one particular section, various godly avatars of universe masters sat. None made a single move. They had all lost consciousness. Only the 7 who could resist the impact were left, and they were all extremely worried. We are too far away. There is no way we can make it there in time. We are facing double obstructions by the godly ocean waters and 5-color Aurora Lake. The hindering force is far too great. It is simply impossible to accelerate, simply impossible to reach light speed, not to mention about entering the dark universe. How? Groups of universe masters in the other palace, true treasures, might not be facing any fatal risks, but seeing how their fellow alliance members were being attacked, they could not help but worry and panic about facing the same fate. Suddenly, the 7 universe masters, who had been anxious a moment ago, showed looks of despair as they said, "We are being swallowed by black prison tower. All 72 of us universe masters have been swallowed by black prison tower." Instantly, everything in the surroundings quietened down. 72 universe masters. Heavens, it was just a short moment of peace and quiet. Then, soon enough, those universe masters from the Freedom Alliance who had managed to survive the ordeal grew even more anxious. It was that item with impactful willpower. It was that item with impactful willpower. If not for that, with over 70 universe masters combining forces, even if we were temporarily trapped in the godly ocean waters, that black tower prison will not be able to swallow us all. True, so long as that treasure is around, our advantage of having greater numbers will no longer exist. Over 70 universe masters in an instant. 90% were knocked out, and only 7 are left to continue resisting. What should we do? If we had known this earlier, we would not have divided ourselves into 6 teams. If we were all combined in one team, with over 400 universe masters gathered together, I think at least a few dozen universe masters would be able to resist the impact of being hit by that willpower. Also, with Sherhua Island leader around, we would not be taking such a passive approach. Who could have expected Luo Feng would come up with this endless godly ocean water to trap us? The Freedom Alliance was filled with apprehension. Earlier, they had decided on splitting up into 6 teams for 2 reasons. For one thing, there would be 6 major factions to deal with the human camp. For another, if they planned to join the United Forces Alliance, even if any of these 6 teams were hit by the impactful willpower, at least only part of the alliance would be affected. If they all congregated at the same place, it would mean that their combat power was straightaway reduced by 90%. Ha ha ha. At that moment, even Darkness Master, who was usually so composed and aloof, could not contain his emotions any further. He broke into hearty laughter. That huge, black pyramid shrank rapidly to land within his palm. Over 70 universe masters, all captured in one swift move. Darkness Master stood amidst the mighty godly ocean water and could not help gloating. Comparing all the universe supreme masters in universe ocean, I suppose there won't be many who have achieved such a great feat. Then he looked toward Luo Feng, who was by his side. He knew that to be able to achieve something so great, there were, of course, Many unique factors. For one, they had a strange object like the ancient god. With its impactful willpower, they could deprive opponents of the advantage of greater numbers. Secondly, with the godly ocean waters and the five-color Aurora Lake intertwining and surrounding the enemy, there was no way the opponent could escape. Thirdly, Luo Feng had been unexpectedly capable of blocking a soul attack that was jointly launched by over 800 universe masters and over 10 supreme masters. This had rendered the united forces alliance helpless before Luo Feng, so they could only struggle within his remote ocean. Darkness Master looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, we have you to thank this time around. Luck, said Luo Feng. He shook his head. A combination of various factors allowed us to make it this far. Not one could have been left out. As for my remote ocean, moving it about is extremely tough. If the united forces alliance had been able to escape, I think it would have been very difficult to come by another opportunity like this. Moving the vast remote ocean was indeed extremely tough. If enemies were far off, there wasn't much remote ocean could do. If they had managed to escape this time, they would have had no trouble making it further than this area, a few light years away, unless the humans remained hidden within this area, under the influence of the remote ocean. If not, once they left this area of influence, without the protection of remote ocean, they were bound to be trampled on. That's why Darkness Master said in his cold voice, we need to make good use of this opportunity. Make them fall into your remote ocean, then, in one swift move, capture as many as we can. That way, the number of universe masters in our human camp will greatly increase. True. Luo Feng nodded with a solemn expression. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. We must capture as many universe masters as we can within Black Prison Tower. Upon being captured, the 72 universe masters from various races heard a voice. The moment they fell into that endless dark space, dear all from freedom Alliance, do not worry so long as you do not treat us as your enemies, and express your willingness to help us. We, humans, will not harm any of you. We are willing to help the humans. We are willing to help. We are willing to join the human camp. Many universe masters of the various races were already in great despair, which was why, when they heard the voice, they immediately shouted to express their willingness. Joining the human side was what they had originally intended to do in the past. It was just that Purple Moon Holy Land had offered them more appealing terms. This was why they had decided to help the United Forces Alliance. Yet, no matter how great the potential benefit, nothing mattered more than being alive. All of them surrendered, even those who had other bodies, and were thus not facing any life-threatening danger, were willing to surrender to the humans. After all, they were unwilling to give up the godly bodies that were mainly used in war. Furthermore, they were also unwilling to give up on the various true treasures they had spent countless years accumulating. Because Five-Color Aurora Lake and Golden Country were joining forces to keep Shichu Starlight River suppressed, the United Forces Alliance and the Freedom Alliance were unable to promptly learn of each other's situation. Northern Territory Alliance Master then crossed the distance to directly contact Hua Island leader, who updated him on the situation. The humans have combined the powers of a treasure with impactful willpower. Black Prison Tower, Godly Ocean Water, and Five-Color Aurora Lake. When fighting us, they have already captured one of the Freedom Alliance's teams. What? This piece of news shocked Northern Territory Alliance Master. The humans' main power was still fighting the United Forces Alliance. Godly powers were bombarding one another as the battle raged on. So, what was happening here was only for show. The real deal was over at the other side. Northern Alliance Master quickly transmitted a voice message. Everyone, the human camp is using a combination of various true treasures, the treasure with impactful willpower, black prison tower, godly ocean water, and several others. They have already captured one of the teams from our Freedom Alliance. Proceed with the utmost caution, do not let the humans get their way. With a move of intention, he transmitted the message via the conscious mind. He had to send the information to every other Universe Supreme Master. A move of intention was a unique method used by a Universe Supreme Master to reach the level of a Universe Master from a normal ordinary great being. They all had to rely on the primal universe origin. Everything about them, for instance, their godly powers was dependent on what the primal universe origin bestowed upon them, which was why there were numerous laws of the universe origin that they were unable to resist no matter how strong they were. The reason was simply because the source of their strength originated from the primal universe origin. As for Universe Supreme Masters, they would have their own universe. They relied on themselves. As a result, they could easily resist the beckoning of the dark universe and easily exceed the speed of light to continue to remain within the space of the primal universe. They could also glide across vast stretches of time and space to land somewhere far away. Of course, they had weaknesses too. For instance, the talent technique given by the primal universe, the ability to divide bodies, along with some other talent techniques, would all be taken away. The primal universe would no longer bestow any kindness to them. They would have to depend on themselves in all aspects. Not good. Father God of Automaton race also transmitted his thoughts. Anxiously, he said, we cannot allow the humans to capture Universe Masters from the Freedom Alliance as they please. There are many Universe Masters in the Freedom Alliance. If they are captured by the humans, I'm afraid they will quickly switch sides over to the human camp. By then, the human camp will increase in strength even without this godly power of ocean water or any other devious means. They will not fear us at all. Hurry! We shall leave this area under the influence of the remote ocean right away. And we will do our best to help the Freedom Alliance, one team at a time. The more teams we help, the fewer teams the humans capture. The Freedom Alliance has a total of 6 teams, and one of them is headed by Sherhua Island leader, which means the humans will be able to capture as many as 5 teams. That means over 300 Universe Masters. Once they are all captured, the number of Universe Masters in the human camp will soar to more than 500, which makes up more than half the number of Universe Masters in the entire primal universe. By then, for all eternity, we will no longer be able to suppress the humans. Hurry! The United Forces Alliance was growing anxious, but they were also clear that understanding what to do was one thing, whether they could achieve it or not was another story altogether. Get in, everyone. Get in. Father God from the Automaton race, Shock Demon Ancestor, Dream Demon Ancestor, Prison Race Devil Ancestor, Holy Master from the Crystal Race, Bug Empress, Northern Territory Alliance Master, Space Beast Ancestor, Black Universe Creator, Izhou, Virtual Real Devil Master, and Sherhua Island Leader. All gathered the Universe Masters under them back to their world rings or true treasure palaces. For what it was worth, the United Forces Alliance team didn't count on winning anymore. They just wanted to get away while preserving as much power as possible. As long as they could escape remote ocean, the humans were still at A disadvantage, however, if the humans captured a group of universe masters. The United Forces Alliance would lose that group of universe masters, who could add to the humans' power. The effect was significant. Quick! Luo Feng transmitted his voice in remote ocean. Uncle Darkness, we need to act now. The United Forces Alliance is making a last-ditch struggle. Okay, Darkness Master was nervous. Masha body, beside Star Tower, was holding ancient God Eye, standing on top of the ocean. He turned around and looked at Star Tower, saying, Teacher, the United Forces Alliance is making a last struggle. We need to capture as many universe masters as possible. I'll go use Star Tower. We have more than 100 universe masters here. We don't need Star Tower. Primal Chaos City leader urged, go and capture those universe masters. Okay. Masha Luo Feng waved his hand, and Star Tower shrank and fell into his hands. Go. Masha body reached light speed and entered the dark universe, trying to capture the universe masters as quickly as possible. Larger, a giant silver snake was swimming in the endless ocean, enlarging itself. Dream Demon Ancestor controlled the True Treasure Palace. However, when the Pinnacle True Treasure tried to enlarge itself, it was suppressed by the godly Power Ocean and couldn't get larger. It put back his True Treasure Palace and showed its original body. Its godly body became larger. The ocean's binding power couldn't match that of Universe Supreme Master Dream Demon Ancestor. It couldn't enlarge itself infinitely. Without restraint, it could enlarge itself like Star Tower. However, if it was confined to a small area, an area would decide how much it could bulge. If it was in a cave on an ordinary planet, it could easily become larger and crash through the resistance. However, in a room in Boat of Mausoleum, even a supreme true treasure couldn't break through it. When Luo Feng was encircled by the Universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean of Mausoleum had been devoured by the eternal true God of Divine Eye Clan, yet it could still bulge and crash through that eternal true treasure. Ordinary supreme true treasures couldn't do that. Damn godly Power Ocean. Northern Territory Alliance Master, Father God, Shock Demon Ancestor, and Virtual Real Devil Master were all furious yet helpless. They couldn't even control true treasure palaces, so they would rather control their own godly bodies. They all revealed their true bodies and started to grow larger. Although the power of their bodies was stronger than Luo Feng's godly power ocean, the ocean was performing Duan Mia. The resistance was still strong, and it was only slightly weak than them. Their godly bodies couldn't be enlarged quickly enough. Generally, they could become 10 billion kilometers long immediately, but at the moment, the rate was much slower. 1 million kilometers, 10 million kilometers, 50 million kilometers, 100 million kilometers. Larger. Bug Empress's Empress Palace was becoming larger at a normal speed. Empress Palace was a supreme true treasure, so it was strong enough. All the 12 giant objects were bulging, including Empress Palace and the original bodies of the 11 Universe Supreme Masters. Those original bodies, whether they be a silver snake, a wicked giant, a beast, or a beauty, were all growing 100 million kilometers, 500 million kilometers, 1 billion kilometers. The ocean water tried to suppress the bodies, making them slower and slower. Empress Palace, however, was still fast and was already tens of billions of kilometers tall. The human team watched the 12 giant objects becoming larger and larger in remote ocean water. They want to enlarge their godly bodies to draw closer to each other so that they can help the Freedom Alliance, said Primal Chaos City leader. He watched the Universe Supreme Masters from the United Forces Alliance growing. He waved his right hand, and an art valuable floated on the water, quickly becoming larger: a mountain, a lake, and a wooden house. The mountain, the peaceful lake, and the wooden house floated on the tumbling godly power ocean, which confused all the Universe Masters from the other races. What was Primal Chaos City leader doing? One of Primal Chaos City leader's bodies appeared and walked to the mountain, while another body walked to the lake. Wang. A green sky covered the godly power ocean, and gray land stretched out under it. Hong. The wooden house was like the center of the universe, gleaming and covering an area of 1 square light year. The green sky and the gray land were like two lids, combining into a universe whose center was the wooden house. What is this? The Universe Masters of other races felt a strong pressure as the endless light covered the entire area. The 11 Universe Supreme Masters and Empress Palace all slowed down immediately. And sharply Palm Universe and 5-color Aurora Lake combined were dissipating the Golden Country of Luo Feng. After all, Golden Country overlapped with Palm Universe. Palm Universe and 5-color Aurora Lake, the two of them combined, were so powerful that Shichu Starlight Lake was annihilated as well. What is that? How can the humans have another valuable? It's a valuable for controlling space and time. It seems to be more powerful and wields even more pressure. Father God, Prison Race Devil Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, and the other Supreme Masters were all nervous. They were struggling and burning their godly bodies, trying to become larger. Shihua Island leader started to transmit his voice to all the universe Masters from Freedom Alliance. Separate each team from the Freedom Alliance. Immediately broke into 3 or 4 teams, with each team carrying around 20 Universe Masters. They tried to run away separately. The human team only has Star Tower and Black Prison Tower, so they can't be that efficient separate. Now so that the humans can't capture many Universe Masters. Shihua Island leader was already 3 billion kilometers tall and still trying to grow larger. He was in the Freedom Alliance, so he was closer to true treasure palaces belonging to the Freedom Alliance. Separate. One team from the Freedom Alliance was just captured while Shihua Island leader protected another team. There were still 4 teams left. Their members started to split up. Each team had around 20 Universe Masters. Some of them had bodies, so there were a bit more than 20 bodies. The combination of those 20 godly bodies was already more powerful than top tier level 6, and it had reached level 7. Attacks at level 7 could at least blast away the godly power ocean around them so they could fly slowly. If there had been fewer of them, they wouldn't have been able to even move in the godly power ocean. Capture. Luo Feng and Darkness Master stared at the 4 true treasure palaces flying in 4 different directions. Swallow, Darkness Master said and waved his hand. Black Prison Tower flew out, bulging, and starting to swallow. Luo Feng frowned. They are starting to disperse. It's going to be harder. Those separated true treasure palaces flew slowly and were not far from each other, but even though they were not far, it would take more time, and with time flying by, the teams from the Freedom Alliance would be farther from each other. Hong. Ancient God Eye and Black Prison Tower combined, swallowed the green boat sized true treasure palace. The Universe Masters inside could do nothing to Resist it. Capture, capture, capture. With ancient god eye and black prison tower combined, the human team tried to capture as many true treasure palaces as possible. With time going by, Sherhua Island leader was already 8 billion kilometers tall. He reached his hands and grabbed a true treasure palace. Come here. The universe masters inside the true treasure palace didn't struggle. Instead, they cheered, Alliance Master. Sherhua Island leader took it back easily. No, said Luo Feng. One of the true treasure palaces was taken by Sherhua Island leader. He was getting nervous. Sherhua Island leader was the closest one to the palaces, so he was the first to act. There were other universe supreme masters. In the United Forces Alliance, 2 Empress Palace would enter the area soon. I'll capture them, as many as possible. Luo Feng stopped thinking. On the human side, every possible asset was being utilized. The godly power ocean, 5-color Aurora Lake, Palm Universe, Ancient God Eye, Star Tower, and Black Prison Tower. Luo Feng's remote ocean was blocking those universe supreme masters and was also performing Duan Mia to maintain its maximum power, but it still took time to capture them. Hong Long Long. The largest object from the United Forces Alliance in remote ocean was Empress Palace, which was already 200 billion kilometers tall. Empress Palace was surrounded by godly power ocean winding around it, controlling the palace. That Luo Feng's a handful, Bug Empress said begrudgingly. If Luo Feng's godly power ocean hadn't been winding around it, Empress Palace would have been 10 times taller, and all the true treasure palaces from the Freedom Alliance would have been saved. Go. Save us, Bug Empress. Come in. Come in. A long white arm extended out of the giant Empress Palace and grabbed the palace true treasures. The universe masters inside didn't resist, making Bug Empress's efforts much more effective. Bug Empress and Sherhua Island leader were both trying to take as many true treasure palaces as possible. As for Luo Feng, Darkness Master, and Ma Shabadi, they were divided into 2 teams capturing the true treasure palaces. Finally, other than the 11 giant godly bodies and the towering Empress Palace, there were no true treasure palaces from the United Forces Alliance left in remote ocean. Apparently, they had all been taken. In the endless godly power ocean, Ma Shabadi, Luo Feng's original body, and Darkness Master stood side by side, checking on the universe masters they had captured. Darkness Master sighed, we tried our best. Empress Palace is too large, and the universe masters from the Freedom Alliance cooperated with her. We've only captured 208 universe masters, far fewer than I expected. He sighed again, but when he and Luo Feng exchanged eye contact, they couldn't hold it back anymore. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng and Darkness Master started to guffaw, laughing recklessly with relief. After this fight, nobody would be a threat to the humans anymore. Luo Feng, Darkness Master, and Ma Shabadi flew at high speed in the tumbling godly power ocean. They quickly reached light speed and entered the dark universe. They showed up 100 billion kilometers away, gathering with other universe masters from the human team. Luo Feng. Darkness. The universe masters from the human team were all thrilled, especially the human universe masters. They weren't sure how many universe masters had been captured, but Primal Chaos City leader could infer from his Palm universe. He knew how many true treasure palaces were captured, and he could infer the quantity. Primal Chaos City leader said it was around 200 Milky Way Horde Leader, how many Universe Masters did you capture? Yeah, how many? How many Universe Masters? The Universe Masters of other races were also excited. This was a legendary event which might not have happened in other universe eras after all. So much was required to capture over 100 Universe Masters. How many? Luo Feng, Darkness Ice Mountain Master and Remote Lord Master all asked, and even Primal Chaos City Leader was looking at them expectantly. Luo Feng and Darkness Master exchanged a glance. 208, said Luo Feng. Ha Long Yen Master yelled. Primal Chaos City Leader's eyes gleamed, and he shouted, wonderful. Impressive. 208, they captured more than 200 Universe Masters at one time. I've never heard of such a thing. It's a miracle in Universe Ocean. Universe Masters of other races were all exclaiming. The 3 ancestral gods, the 8 beast gods, and 9 remoteness master were all amazed. Everyone was overjoyed. Darkness Master was still shaking his head. Shame, when we were capturing the true treasure palaces, those Universe Masters from the Freedom Alliance were all resisting us, which cost us time. Otherwise, we could have captured more. The resistance from the opposite side had indeed made Luo Feng and Darkness Master much less efficient. For instance, when they were trying to swallow the palaces, the opposite side shrank their true treasure palaces. The true treasure palaces were generally normal-sized at several million kilometers long. When they were being sucked in, those true treasure palaces shrank to the size of a speck of dust, making them much farther away from Black Prison Tower. Even if they were flying at 100,000 kilometers a second, it still took them a long time to be sucked in. Of course, Luo Feng and Darkness Master had their ways to cope with it. All in all, the Freedom Alliance had been trying to resist being sucked in, or at least stall for time, which was why half the members from the Freedom Alliance had gotten away. Even though Luo Feng had Remote Ocean, however, capturing half was good enough for the humans. Universe Masters from the human team gathered, while those from United Forces Alliance were trapped in Remote Ocean. All 11 Universe Supreme Masters were enlarging their bodies, trying to escape from Remote Ocean. However, they struggled against the ocean waters. Although Luo Feng was burning his godly power, he didn't care about that at all. After all, compared to the entire Remote Ocean, the godly power being burned was nothing. Get in, Bug Empress said through her mind. Everyone, get in. Okay. Okay. Shihua Island Leader reached out his hands and grabbed the edge of Empress Palace. He shrank and clung to the surface of Empress Palace. Shock Demon Ancestor, Dream Demon Ancestor, Father God, Ezhou, Black Universe Creator, and the others all grabbed onto the surface of Empress Palace. None of the Universe Supreme Masters got into the palace. They didn't dare. If they went it, their lives would be in the hands of Bug Empress. They were all carrying Universe Masters. Bug Empress wasn't carrying many Universe Masters, so she wouldn't turn on them yet, but if they got in and she did turn on them, she would control great power and become the reigning being in the original universe. All 11 Universe Supreme Masters clung to the surface of Empress Palace. Larger, 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 Bug Empress said, controlling the palace. Empress Palace was growing larger and larger. With Empress Palace becoming larger, the Universe Supreme Masters were also moving forward swiftly. Luo Feng turned around and shook his head. It was easy for a Supreme True Treasure to be taller than several light years, like Star Tower, which could reach 9 light years with endless godly power. Empress Palace could be Taller than more than 10 light years, his remote ocean body was after a godly body, which couldn't bulge indefinitely. Luo Feng stopped hindering them after a short while, as Empress Palace was already over 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers back. That remote ocean that was already 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers long started to retract. Empress Palace faced much less resistance and suddenly became larger. All 11 Universe Supreme Masters fled out of remote ocean. A being in human form, engulfed in flames, floated and exclaimed, "Finally, we got out." Luo Feng's godly power ocean is indeed a handful. Without Empress Palace, it would have taken us a much longer time to get out. Father God from the automaton race side, facing the endless remote ocean, individuals couldn't flee immediately. The only way was to fly slowly. The 3 ancestral gods couldn't control 5-color Aurora Lake to continuously suppress them, and Primal Chaos City leader couldn't control Palm Universe all the time, as it required too much godly power. Only Luo Feng dared to consume his godly power as much as he wanted. If he was the only one trying to slow them down, they could at least reach 1/10 light speed. It was difficult to move remote ocean, so Luo Feng had to keep enlarging remote ocean to stop them. However, he couldn't enlarge it infinitely, and he certainly couldn't enlarge the ocean to 10 light years long. The United Forces Alliance could fly for 10 years or 100 years and leave the ocean. Fortunately, said Shock Demon Ancestor in a low voice, it's almost impossible for him to move that ocean. No wonder Star Tower didn't move at all. It was hiding the endless godly power ocean the whole time. It's difficult to move, which means Luo Feng can't take the godly power ocean out for battle. Even if the supreme true treasure holds the godly power ocean, it can only stay in one spot. Everyone nodded. It was true. After having the godly power ocean in it, even Star Tower couldn't enter the God Country portal, as it would have shattered the portal. If Luo Feng stands still, or a boat of Mausoleum or Star Tower stands still, we'll try to avoid them, said Northern Territory Alliance Master. If he can move easily, it means he doesn't carry his godly power ocean. After that war, Luo Feng was at the top of the list for those Universe Supreme Masters, and they were extremely careful. He was absolutely a risk who should be treated seriously. Although the godly power ocean is enormous, Luo Feng's soul is a human soul. To its core, prison race Devil Master said, once he becomes a Universe Supreme Master, he'll return to the origin, and his bodies will be combined in one, turning back to a human. His godly power ocean is enormous, but it's bestowed by the original universe. Once he makes a breakthrough, his God Country will become a miniature universe. His bodies will be combined as one. And his human godly body won't take that much power. Lots of godly power will be consumed when combining the bodies. Then his godly power won't be so incredible. That's right, everyone exclaimed. Yes. When he becomes a Universe Supreme Master and all the bodies return to his original body, he won't be such a handful in the original universe. Luo Feng now had 4 bodies. All of them could wield power at top-tier level. 6. Yet Universe Supreme Masters only had 1 body. Besides, Luo Feng's endless ocean had limitless godly power, so he was more difficult to deal with than Universe Supreme Masters. Of course, that was the case in the original universe. In Universe Ocean, Universe Supreme Masters were still more terrifying. After becoming a Universe Supreme Master, he'll be on his own bodies, and inherited techniques will both be gone. Izhou's side, however, it's Different for 9 remoteness master, as his original body is that godly power. Ocean, even if he becomes a supreme master in the future, his godly body will still be the godly power ocean. Zhou, Black Universe Creator, Northern Territory Alliance Master, and Sure. Hua Island Leader were not worried, as they didn't have races to care for. However, Shock Demon Ancestor, Dream Demon Ancestor, and Prison Race Devil Master were all concerned about the fight. Please stop talking about Luo Feng, we've lost the fight, Space Beast. Ancestor said in his ancient voice, what should we do now? That's right, what should we do? Father God from the automaton race was worried as well. Northern Territory Alliance Master shook his head, what can we do? The human team captured more than 200 Universe Masters as long as Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City Leader, and the other leaders from the human team are suicidal. They won't kill those Universe Masters, instead, they'll try to draw them to their side. Those captured Universe Masters will surrender to the humans very soon for themselves and for their races as well. Lots of Universe Masters in the Freedom Alliance are close friends with them, and some of them even belong to the same race, so more will be drawn to the humans. Right now, the human team has more than 400 Universe Masters. As for us, we only have more than 600 even after counting those from the Freedom Alliance. Although we have quite a few Universe Supreme Masters, Luo Feng has 4 bodies plus, we can't forget Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness Master, Peng Gong Master, and the 3 ancestral gods combined. They are almost as powerful as us. Although we have more Universe Masters, they have 2 Mind Shock valuables, so they can easily sweep across 2 of our teams. Besides, the humans will definitely choose the 2 teams with most members if we divide them into 2. Many teams will have weak defense and be conquered one by one, which means the only advantage we have is neutralized by the 2 Mind Shock valuables. They also have a valuable that can control space and time, and the power seems to be stronger than Domain Supreme True Treasures. We don't have any chance to win, and we can only remain locked in a stalemate. It's a lose. Although they were already aware of this situation, Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, Father God of the Automaton Race, Empress of the Bug Clan, Demon Ancestor of the Prison Clan, and Holy Master of the Crystal Clan, who were all members of the United Forces Alliance, felt even more frustrated after hearing from the Northern Territory Alliance. There was already bad blood between the humans and themselves to begin with, and with such intense crossfire this time around, how would the humans not bear any grudges in the future? When the humans grew stronger and more powerful, would they not seek vengeance? Even so, the United Forces camp no longer had the strength to suppress the humans. The advantage of having more Universe Masters was offset entirely by their opponents' 2 treasures, with impactful willpower. If they were to really fight all the way, they would be fighting a life and death battle, a war of persistence, a war of attrition. Even if a few races were willing to go the distance, the Freedom Alliance, the Northern Territory Alliance, and the Space Beast Alliance would not be willing to do so, and if these alliances did not join in the fight, then, depending on the few other races, they would not be fighting a war of attrition. Rather, they would be trampled upon. This War Bug Empress's voice was brimming with charm as she spoke. We have already failed. The rise of the human race is unstoppable. When the humans get stronger in the future, the enmity we have formed this time around will be a solid justification to attack us. Yes. That's right. One by one, they all nodded. This is why we need to help one another and form a long-standing, but dispersed alliance, said Bug Empress, an alliance specially assigned to deal with any threats from the humans. This alliance will not ask for anything else, only that in the future, when the threat from the humans becomes overbearing, we help one another and allow our race to survive. What do you think of this suggestion? Father God of the automaton race, devil ancestor of the prison clan, and the rest all showed approving looks. Northern Territory Alliance Master, Zhou, virtual real devil god, and the few other lone travelers were all very easy going. They have retreated. The United Forces Alliance has left. Numerous universe masters stood in the upper skies of the endless remote ocean and looked into the distance. They saw Empress Palace making a hasty departure, moving so quickly that they could detect the waves created within space. Obviously, it was teleporting away. The human camp rejoiced and celebrated. Without a doubt, they had started this war as the weaker party. But by relying on the strength of remote ocean, the tables had been turned in just a short period. Then, mightily, a group of universe masters, including those from Ancestral God School, headed toward the core ground of the primal secret region, where the clusters of palaces were all guards and servants. Also boarded God Country transportation and hastily returned to the primal secret region. An extremely lavish celebration banquet commenced, and the universe masters from the human race were the most excited ones at the banquet. Universe masters from various other races were delighted, too, because the humans would be having good days ahead, and they, as vassal races of the humans, could look forward to leading better lives as well. After the banquet, universe masters of the various other races left, but the universe masters from the human race gathered and sat down in various spots. Before them was a simple spread of precious wine and fine cuisine from various parts of the universe. Our race managed a definitive victory. This time, Primal Chaos City leader was tearing up, but his voice was as powerful as ever. It is fated that our race shall establish a deep and firm foundation within the primal universe. Even if the United Forces Alliance joins forces with other groups of powers within the primal universe, they will not be able to shake our foothold. Future power and prosperity are within our reach. Our race has lived through Teacher Origin's era and Huge Axe's era, and now, we are truly entering an era of power and prosperity. He sighed. Teacher Origin once led our race. We rose from a race of humble origins to be ranked as one of the pinnacle races. When Teacher was subsequently subjected to eternal suppression by the primal universe, we were lucky enough, for we had someone like Huge Axe to look out for us. Our position remained unshaken. Dead silence. Every universe master was either lost in his own imagination or reminiscing on past events. Huge Axe's annihilation brought us all great pain, Primal Chaos City leader said in a low voice. We had to worry about the safety of our race back then. So all this while, no one really bothered looking into the matter of his annihilation. The story of his sudden annihilation within the core of Tilted Peak region, deep down in the land of darkness, is full of abnormal occurrences. 1. The map is fake, so who was the mastermind behind these plots? 2. Huge Axe was undoubtedly aware of how horrifying the land of darkness is, so how could he have fallen into it? 3. Given Huge Axe's power, how is it possible that he could be annihilated so suddenly? Of course, he added in a solemn tone, the land of darkness is the core region of Tilted Peak sector, so it is extremely dangerous. All of us may know this, but none of us is confident enough, so no one dares to barge their way in. Yes. True, we cannot subject our race to such a heavy loss again. All of them nodded. They were all aware that huge Axe's annihilation had been a devastating loss for the humans. They could not afford yet another loss. This time around, our race scored big time, said Primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng has made a great contribution. He looked at Luo Feng. We should all toast to Luo Feng. Yes, we really owe this victory to Luo Feng. To Luo Feng. Everyone raised their glasses and looked at Luo Feng. They saw for themselves and knew that Luo Feng had made the greatest contribution, especially when he used his endless remote ocean to resist the soul attack from the entire United Forces alliance. How terrifying it had been, but Luo Feng had actually managed to survive while taking it entirely upon himself to resist that attack. At that time, they were all filled with immeasurable gratitude and admiration. Luo Feng quickly picked up his glass. Honestly speaking, I kind of caused this disaster by receiving that ancient civilization's voice transmission. I also made a mistake. How is this considered a mistake? Someone called out. Our race is so powerful now, all thanks to this ancient civilization. Come, let's have a toast. Cheers. Luo Feng was left with no choice but to respond to every single toast. Primal Chaos City leader saw the situation and smiled. Without further ado, he said, all right, now, let's discuss another matter. This time, we captured a total of 208 Universe Masters. First, we will need to rope them into joining our camp, that's for sure. Their presence will strengthen us. Second, we still need to practice caution so as to prevent them from betraying us. Third, how are we going to prevent them from betraying us, and how are we going to win them over so that they feel a sense of belonging for our camp? How do we get them to join our side willingly? Everyone, share your thoughts. One by one, the Universe Masters proposed their suggestions. Soon, a simple yet effective proposal was implemented. Firstly, because the situation in the Primal Universe was still dangerous, the majority of the Universe Masters would definitely stay together, since the original universe was so massive. Sending almost all the Universe Masters to the original universe was a confirmed arrangement. After all, if they were all widely dispersed, it would be terrible if they all took off. Second, they should not bring out the anger and dissatisfaction of these Universe Masters. That was why, for every 10 eras, every single Universe Master would be given a period of 1 era during which they were allowed to roam about the Primal Universe and Universe Ocean to their heart's content. With absolute freedom. After all, great beings spent the majority of their time on cultivation. When they were cultivating in the original universe, they only had 1/10 of the time when they were absolutely free. This was a way of pleasing those Universe Masters. At the same time, as the Universe Masters would take turns having this free time, it was also a good way to guarantee that at least 80% of the Universe Masters would remain in the original universe at any given time. Third, those Universe Masters would surely be concerned with the safety of their own races. This was why several Universe Knights would be deployed to the races in question, where they would remain as permanent residents. These Universe Knights were stationed there mainly for security purposes. When dangerous situations arose, these Universe Knights would be the ones handling them, but when there were extremely difficult situations, the headquarters of the human camp would immediately send a group of Universe Masters to render assistance. Fourth, there would be gradual sharing of detailed information about the Ancient civilization on how universe masters could achieve breakthroughs to become universe supreme masters the longer these universe masters remained within the human camp, the more information they would be given. This was a way of instilling a sense of longing within these universe masters. Fifth, while roaming within universe ocean, the help rendered to the universe masters had to be reinforced, so that the universe masters would be able to see how strong the humans were and also realize the benefits of having such strong backing. The human camp started planning those universe masters whose fates rested in the hands of the humans. Most certainly had no other opinions. They were glad to oblige, however, when the humans asked them to contact their close friends and universe masters from their clans in the Freedom Alliance. These universe masters hesitated and came up with a load of excuses. But the humans were not anxious in the least. Everything was happening in accordance with their expectations. Other than the ancestral god school, the other universe masters of the human camp were quick to formally join the Hong Alliance. After all, they would eventually be permanent members. Given their capabilities, the human race would be able to lay a stronger foundation. Meanwhile, in the faraway East Emperor Holy Land universe, the human race has won. Apparently, East Emperor Ancestor was very dissatisfied when he learned the news. Indeed, he has received the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. Up until now, he still had various means and techniques to use. It is just that this inheritance is still not mine to behold. East Emperor Ancestor was furious, yet helpless. He had intended for the humans to suffer a crushing defeat when the humans fell into a predicament. He, East Emperor Ancestor, would take over leadership and negotiate with Luo Feng in handing over the inheritance as a part of the conditional exchange. That way, the success rate would be more likely. But now, trouble was brewing. Purple Moon Holy Land Universe. Oh, a faint purple-robed shadow asked from where he stood. The United Forces Alliance has lost even with the help of the Freedom Alliance. Yes, Ancestor, Juhua True God replied with deference. Ever since the breakthrough of a reincarnation era achieved by East Emperor Ancestor, and for countless generations of reincarnation eras thereafter, every reincarnation era saw the births of many universe supreme masters. Yet all the while, no one had been able to transcend a reincarnation era as East Emperor Ancestor had, that is, until Purple Moon Ancestor made his appearance. Ancestor, that United Forces Alliance has lost, said Juhua True God. We had promised to give them the second half of the inheritance, so are we still giving it to them. Since they lost and disappointed you, they are in no place to ask for any reward. Even if we do not give it to them, there is nothing they can do. Apparently, Juhua True God was most unwilling to oblige. Of course, we must give it to them, said Purple Moon Ancestor. We made a promise, so we must fulfill it. We, Purple Moon, cannot stoop to the level of being unfaithful before the lesser races. Ancestor is much too kind, Juhua True God replied right away. Those races from the primal universe are truly blessed. Purple Moon Ancestor continued to say, not only the Freedom Alliance, we must also give it to the Bug Clan, the demons, the automaton race, and all other races of the United Forces Alliance. We must give it to all of them in part. The experience of the ancient civilization on how their universe masters can achieve breakthroughs to become universe supreme masters. Juhua True God was taken aback. Giving it to the Freedom Alliance was fine. After all, this had already been promised earlier, but giving it to the United Forces camp, there had been no such promise. Ancestor Ju Hua True God could not resist the urge to ask. The rate at which the human that received the inheritance of the pulse of Duandao River rose was fast to begin with. Purple Moon Ancestor said, if we do not provide them with some help, where else can the United Forces Alliance find the power to resist? I still need to depend on their help in suppressing the humans. Besides, this little bit of inheritance, how much is it worth? At most, they could use it to create a few more true gods during their reincarnation era, but to transcend a reincarnation era, I think they are still hopeless. Ju Hua True God also nodded. Indeed, without the help of Purple Moon Ancestor, this reincarnation era of the primal universe would, normally, only be able to breed 20 to 30 universe Supreme Masters. With Purple Moon Ancestor's help, perhaps they might be able to bring this number up to around 100. Yet throughout the course of history, there had been generations and generations of reincarnation eras, which amounted to tens of thousands of reincarnation eras. Every reincarnation era had a batch of Universe Supreme Masters. How many Universe Supreme Masters did that mean? Yet the number who could transcend their reincarnation era was just 2. So long as we do not impart the inheritance on cultivating to the ultimate limit of a true God, there won't be much to worry about. Purple Moon Ancestor said, just remember to keep a close watch over Luo Feng's every move. Noted. Ju Hua True God replied with much deference. Very soon, the second half of the inheritance information was handed over to the Freedom Alliance as promised by Purple Moon. Holy Land Lightwalker Master personally visited the various races like the Bug Clan, the Demons, the Automaton race, and the Prison Clan and imparted the complete inheritance information to them one by one. The Bug Clan, the Automaton race, and other races were all pleasantly surprised, but they were not without worry. The war among the top beings from almost all the superpowers in the original universe was over, yet the ordinary life forms didn't know anything about it. Lower-tier wars would be catastrophic to them, yet the war among the top beings didn't affect them at all. Of course, if one side lost, the beings in their territories would be ruthlessly slaughtered. The United Forces didn't win, the human team didn't lose. This was how the war had ended. It could have been foreseen that the two teams would keep fighting each other for a long time unless one side was absolutely confident that they could crush the other side. Such a large-scale war wouldn't happen again. Hu Yanbo had died, and Yunmo Star had been destroyed. However, since Babata had become undying, he had rebuilt Yunmo Star quickly, taking back the power area that had previously belonged to Hu Yanbo before, except for the area around Earth. Purple stars shone their light upon Yunmo Star. Through dark clouds on Earth were warriors gathered from all kinds of planets. They were trained strictly on the planet, while warriors most loyal to the master of Yunmo Star would be chosen from among these candidates. Come at me, idiots from a Luo Star, a giant being roared at the camp opposite to him. I'm right here waiting, come if you can. The giant had a red horn on his forehead. He stood just outside the camp. The members of the opposite side were irritated. Someone tried to rush out, but they were pulled back. What a maniac! Are you suicidal? A voice came from the camp. Don't worry about that maniac. Ha ha ha, wah ha, the single-horned giant man was reckless. Idiots from a Luo Star, you are cowards, you'll be cowards before me forever. A being appeared in the sky. He wore a casual, silver-white cape as he floated in the sky. He looked down and whispered, is this how Yunmo Star looked like? Before it was destroyed, Babata spent so much time rebuilding it, it seems Hu Yanbo does have a strong impact on him. Then Luo Feng kept flying. He flew relaxedly. Neither the security guards nor the other means of detection spotted him. Some warriors flew past in front of him, but they didn't notice him either. This was what true control over space and time meant. He flew for a while as he wanted to observe Yunmo star, and it took him a while to arrive above a black castle. Luo Feng looked down and shouted, "Babata!" On the throne inside the palace sat a child in a black cape. He had two antennae on his forehead and red eyes. His face was chubby. He may have looked cute, but the female servants from other planets who were performing down there knew how terrifying he was. "Babata," said a voice. The black-caped child raised his head. Shwa. He teleported and disappeared. In the sky above the black castle, the silver-caped form of Luo Feng stood in the sky, and a black-caped child appeared beside him. The black-caped child looked at Luo Feng and shouted, "Master, you seem pretty relaxed." Luo Feng chuckled, "But it seems you're still practicing hard. You can teleport now. The resources you provided, and the path you suggested," said Babata. "Even the most mediocre can become undying, not to mention someone smart like me." The ordinary class didn't know about that war, but Babata was undying and had been summoned to the primal universe before the undying fighters had come back, only after the war had ended. Besides, everyone in Primal Chaos City was talking about the war. Although they didn't know the details, they had heard that Luo Feng was one of the top performers. "Let's go to the outer space of Yunmo star," said Luo Feng. Why? Babata was confused. "I'm going to resurrect Hu Yanbo," said Luo Feng. Babata's body shook, as he couldn't control his emotions. Luo Feng sighed in his heart. Babata was, after all, closer to Hu Yanbo. There was still some distance between him and Babata. For one thing, Babata had called Luo Feng by his name at first, but as Luo Feng grew stronger, Babata had started to revere him and call him master. How could he not be in awe of Luo Feng? Luo Feng was one of the top beings in the human race, even in the entire original universe. On the contrary, Babata and Hu Yanbo had been through countless life and death battles, and they had spent an eternity going on adventures through the universe. Babata had been with Hu Yanbo ever since becoming an intelligent life form. It was not difficult to imagine how close they had been. "Okay," said Babata with thrill, "let's go to outer space." Luo Feng nodded, took Babata, and disappeared. In the outer space of Yunmo star, Luo Feng, wearing a silver cape, stood outside the atmosphere, while Babata stood beside him, looking worried. "Watch closely," said Luo Feng. Up. Luo Feng looked around the space in front of him with a thought. Time in the area started to turn back. The scenes were rewound, including the scene when Yunmo star had been rebuilt and the scene when Yunmo star had been attacked and destroyed. Luo Feng controlled time and accelerated the rewinding. Luo Feng stopped. The triangular Yunmo star spaceship appeared. There were beings inside it. "Is it this one?" Babata asked Luo Feng. With a thought, the beings inside Yunmo star spaceship appeared. A handsome man showed up at the front of the control room in the spaceship, and beings were standing behind him, including Babata. "Wu Za, Wu Xiao." Babata couldn't stop trembling, and he shouted at Luo Feng. "Yes, it's them, it's them." Luo Feng was surprised. Babata was, indeed, closer to Hu Yanbo and his servants. He decided to resurrect those soul slaves as well, to show his Gratitude to Babata and Hu Yanbo's help seemed tiny now, but it was highly influential to him. Freeze Luo Feng moved his mind, it locked Yunmo space, Hu Yanbo, and his 9 soul slaves. Everyone was frozen in place, turn back time. Luo Feng let the time go back to the original. It was like a spring bouncing back. Luo Feng didn't have to endure any burden. If he decided not to save anyone, but there would be a price to pay if he wanted to bring back lives by taking them from the past to the present. The punishment was actually for Hu Yanbo and his 9 soul slaves, yet Luo Feng was the one who bore it. As they couldn't to Luo Feng, it was easy for him to revive Universe Knights, not to mention some undying fighters. After a while, Yunmo spaceship floated in the sky. Apparently, Lu Feng had even brought back Yunmo star spaceship from that time. If a being was still alive, he couldn't bring it back. As for objects, however, they could be brought back even if they still existed. For example, an existing true treasure could be duplicated by bringing one from the past when turning back time. The punishment for this, however, would be horrifying. It would cost more to bring back a single true treasure than to get 10 new true treasures. Of course, the punishment for bringing back Yunmo star spaceship was nothing to Luo Feng. After all, Yunmo star spaceship wasn't even a treasure. Hua! The door opened, and a handsome man in a black cape strolled excitedly through the doorway. He took a step and walked into the space. Undying fighters behind him walked out one by one as well. They all looked excited and nervous. The handsome, black-caped man looked at Luo Feng, then noticed black-caped child beside him. Babata, he yelled. Big brother Babata couldn't help it anymore. He teleported to beside the handsome man, Hu Yanbo, and hugged him. This man was both like a big brother and a father to him. Big brother, big brother, big brother. Babata kept shouting as he embraced Hu Yanbo, and his voice showed how much he had missed Hu Yanbo. Luo Feng looked in the distance and sighed. Babata was indeed close with Hu Yanbo. Hu Yanbo and his 9 slaves were all dazed. They all had the memories from the past, so they all knew that they had died, yet they had been brought back. Now, a universe master turned back time and revived them. How? What dazed them more was Babata, who had previously only been an intelligent life form, had teleported to them. Teleportation. Babata, you're undying now, said an ape-shaped undying life form standing behind Hu Yanbo. Yes, Babata nodded. With the help of my master, Milky Way Horde leader Luo Feng, I'm an undying emperor now, and I can teleport. Milky Way Horde leader Hu Yanbo and his soul slaves were all bewildered. Of course, they knew Milky Way Hu Yanbo had a land in the Milky Way, yet they had never heard of any Horde leader. They hadn't expected a Milky Way Horde leader to be here after being resurrected, and they couldn't imagine that Babata, who had previously been an intelligent life form, was an undying emperor, stronger than all of them. Now after all, Hu Yanbo was only an official. How long have we been dead? 10 million years, 100 million years, Hu Yanbo couldn't help asking. And who is this Milky Way Horde leader? Luo Feng. Milky Way Horde leader is one of the top beings in the human race, and he's also one of the supreme beings in the original universe, answered Babata. It was Master Luo Feng who turned back time and resurrected you all, that is. Master Luo Feng. He pointed at Luo Feng in the distance. Hu Yanbo and his slaves turned around to look at the silver-caped man standing in the distance. Their attention had been entirely on Babata until He pointed at Luo Feng. They hadn't even realized he was standing there. Hua. The silver-caped man walked forward, which astounded Hu Yanbo and his slaves. Amazing, this was a being who could turn back time. They were nothing in front of such a being. Teacher Hu Yanbo, said the silver-caped man. After a while. I know the universe number of Teacher Hu Yanbo. Luo Feng smiled. As long as you connect to the virtual universe, you can see my number on your contact list. You can reach me anytime you want. Teacher Hu Yanbo and Babata haven't seen each other for a long time, so I'll leave you two alone. He then turned around and disappeared. Hu Yanbo and his soul slaves were only relieved after seeing Luo Feng leave. Big brother, Master Luo Feng is grateful of you, said Babata. Even though you died a long time ago, you were his instructor and left your inheritance, which benefited him before. There's no need to be so nervous. You can speak plainly. Big brother, and the rest of you, why were you scared he couldn't even talk with you? It sounds simple, and we all understand that, said the ape-shaped undying fighter. That's a universe master, Babata to us, Ganwu universe country. Master is already an ancient and invincible being. As for universe masters, they are the pinnacle beings of the human race, though Big Brother did that Milky Way horde leader a favor. We didn't know him. Who wouldn't be scared of a powerful being like him? He might be able to kill us with one look. Hu Yanbo took a deep breath and stroked Babata's head. Babata, you fought with him before, and you've been with him since he was still weak. You grew with him, so you are comfortable with him. We didn't know him directly, so we need to be well behaved. Even if he owes me a favor, I can't be reckless. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Everyone around him nodded. There was an ancient proverb on the earth: to be in the king's company is tantamount to living with a tiger when facing a being with absolute power. One needed to be careful even if that being owed a favor. Like a king on the earth, universe masters who could slaughter the beings on billions of planets and reserve time to save countless beings were held in awe by ordinary undying fighters. Most undying fighters couldn't hope to even see a universe master in their lives. Okay, Babata nodded. I understand what you're saying. Even though Master Luo Feng suppresses his power and treats me the same as before, I still feel nervous sometimes. I called him Luo Feng before, but I don't do that now. That's Majesty. Hu Yanbo smiled. Even if a supreme being doesn't reveal His Majesty directly, we still venerate him because of his status. Those without respect can't live long. I just didn't expect my broken inheritance to help cultivate such a great being. The yellow-skinned man behind Hu Yanbo said, Babata, you need to tell us the stories about this Milky Way horde leader. When they first met, Luo Feng had wanted to talk with them about his stories, and Babata briefed them. Hu Yanbo and his slaves understood how they were connected to Luo Feng. However, after Babata finished briefing them, Hu Yanbo and the others all looked incredibly nervous. Luo Feng had only talked with them for a short while, and he had left because they were too nervous to have a conversation. As for Hu Yanbo and his soul slaves, they were all curious about how an Earthling had become one of the supreme beings in the entire human race after only 200,000 years. Hu Yanbo and the others were all proud that they had helped him in the process, and they all understood that they had a bright future ahead of them as long as they were not foolish. They were now connected to a supreme being. I know everything about Master Luo Feng before he became undying, said Babata. After becoming undying, he got more and more powerful, at which point I know less and less regardless, the stories I do know are fascinating. Enough. Master Luo Feng has a perfect mind and perfect willpower. He's a truly peerless talent. I'll tell you something about the catastrophes on Earth and the war of talents. In the Milky Way, Luo Feng walked along in the quiet space. The higher his status became, the lonelier he felt. His family, like his wife, his children, and his parents, would never be estranged from him, but the same could not be said of his friends, even those friends he had fought with, like Rong Jun, and even Hong and Thunder God would be estranged from him. On the contrary, Wei Wen, who had grown up with him and didn't know much about the seniors in the human race, still treated Luo Feng as he had before. Even if I suppress my power, they're still awed by him if I let it out. Even Universe Knights don't dare to look me right in the eyes. Luo Feng actually felt quite lonely when he was resurrecting Hu Yanbo and the slaves. He couldn't help recalling all those friends he'd had before, like Fire Hammer Squad, when he had first became a warrior, like his friends who had died during the fight against the swallowing beast, the golden horned beast. He had transferred its soul to him, yet the others died. Could he resurrect them? No, he couldn't, although Universe Masters could reverse time. He wasn't able to revive his mates from the past. Those heroes who had died fighting the swallowing beast were only at the Star Traveler level, so they only had 1,000 years to live. If he tried to resurrect them, he could indeed locate them. The punishment of turning back time could be borne by Luo Feng, but the passage of that time had to be borne by them. Undying fighters could easily bear the passage of time. As for his mates from the past, their bodies would immediately weaken and decay with the passage of time, and without multiple bodies, their souls would quickly be gone. Luo Feng couldn't help them at all, even if time was turned back. This was one of the weaknesses of turning back time. It wasn't perfect, as there were several exceptions to its abilities. Luo Feng sighed and flew to the palaces in the distance. It was the Holy Land of Milky Way, where Luo Feng's palaces were situated. After arriving back at the Milky Way, Luo Feng reconstructed the time and space around his palace. Through his control over space and time, he isolated the space and time of the area from it. Even if ordinary spaceships went by, they couldn't enter this space and time. After that, Luo Feng began his first practice after becoming a Universe Master. In Luo Feng's home in the Milky Way, he had garnered great fame thanks to the unprecedented war that had involved almost all the supreme beings in the original universe. Also, Luo Feng's home was called Milky Way Holy Land or Milky Way Den by the other races on the outside. It was where Luo Feng lived. Even an army couldn't do anything to him, not to mention the others. In Milky Way Holy Land, boat of mausoleum, which was 10 billion kilometers long, slowly floated through space. Luo Feng was practicing in the space of inheritance inside it. Ever since I created the blade technique and got the inheritance, I haven't created any blade techniques. Star Tower started to float on Luo Feng's palm. I have Star Tower, too, yet I can only utilize the third level engravings. And it's already as complex as Nirvana Incarnation. Normally, it was easier to utilize engravings than to create techniques. For example, Universe Masters like Pungong Master, Darkness Master, and Star River Master hadn't created Universe Supreme Master level techniques, yet they could utilize engravings at that level. And the fact that Luo Feng was able to create a blade technique at that level meant he could utilize engravings more advanced than that. Star Tower is the most mysterious true treasure I have, Luo Feng thought both. Both of Mausoleum and Shiwu Wing are of the machine type, and they both have apparent functions and power limits. As for Blood Shadow Blade, it's only an embryo, and all the techniques need to be created by me. Only Star Tower is so mysterious. Before the war, Luo Feng had been confused as to why Star Tower had such strict requirements for master recognition. However, he hadn't yet discovered the full extent of its unique capabilities, as he hadn't been strong enough. After the war, Luo Feng learned the first special advantage of Star Tower. It was much more efficient in guarding souls than other supreme true treasures. I'll comprehend them carefully now. Luo Feng immediately started to comprehend the engravings now. The time in the space of inheritance was 10,000 times faster than that outside, making it more efficient. After becoming a universe master, Luo Feng could finally start to improve his power comprehensively, trying to maximize his power at this level. Hundreds of years passed, which was much longer on the outside. Luo Feng opened his eyes in the space of inheritance after a long time and frowned. Ancestral God School is looking for me. He took out a token, which had been given to him by the ancestral gods after he became a sub-member of the Ancestral God School. I need to go see the ancestral gods. Luo Feng was confused. If he was still at a mediocre level, it would have been normal for the Ancestral God School to give commands, but he held a different status now. His power had manifested in the previous war only under special circumstances. Would the Ancestral God School look for him? Besides, even if they actually needed him, they could have sent a prophet instead of summoning him directly. I talked with all 3 ancestral gods after the war, and none of them is arrogant, thought Luo Feng. There must be a reason why they're summoning me. He was already a pinnacle being in the original universe, and there had to be mutual respect when great beings talked with each other. Shua. Luo Feng disappeared. Ancestral God School, Bohemia Island in the Ancestral God Secret Region. The palace where Luo Feng lived was still there. A silver-caped being appeared, followed by a dimming light. It was Luo Feng. It's been a long time. Luo Feng looked around. Luo Feng, came a voice, come here, there's something important about the humans I need to tell you. Luo Feng frowned as he whispered to himself, right beside me, double face. Ancestral God. Following the ripples of godly power, and considering how the other party had taken the first move to reveal himself, Luo Feng came to realize that the one who sent the voice transmission was Double-Face Ancestral God, who had previously saved him when he was at war with virtual real Devil God. All this while, just to protect Luo Feng, Double-Face Ancestral God had stayed beside him as his neighbor, albeit without him knowing. He had not expected Double-Face Ancestral God to reappear before him now. Shua. With a single step, Luo Feng teleported right away to the neighboring residence. It was a serene building that carried the diverse characteristics of various races. Behind the high, lofty walls of the courtyard, there was a pond, and within the pond there were many sculptures of 6 armed beings of a race that resembled the human form being erected. There was a total of 11 sculptures. And in the middle of the pond was a flat, smooth rock. On this rock was a set of a wooden table accompanied by 2 wooden chairs. The 2 wooden chairs faced one another. Seated on one of them was the tall and sturdy Double-Face Ancestral God. The 2 faces of Double-Face Ancestral God were completely different from one another. One was extremely kind and amiable, while the other was simply ferocious and mean at that time. The one facing Luo Feng was obviously the fair-skinned face that was kind and amiable. "Have a seat," double-face ancestral god said with a smile. Luo Feng appeared in the sky above the pond and started to walk over to the other wooden chair, then he sat down. "I have specially prepared these fine foods and fruit wine." Double-face ancestral god was holding a dark green wine bottle in one hand as he introduced the fine spread. "This is ice-fired fruit wine in the whole primal universe. It can only be found in the ancestral god's secret region. There is only one ice-fired fruit once every 10,000 years. Every fruit can allow one sector lord to have a 50% chance of becoming undying. This bottle of ice-fired fruit wine is the refined essence of 128,000 ice-fired fruits. Its taste is simply divine." Luo Feng laughed in amazement and said, "Ice-fired fruit wine, who else but the ancestral god school?" I had heard it said that a large number of ice-fired fruits was required to produce ice-fired fruit wine, but I've never had the chance to try it. Ice-fired fruit could only be bred in a most unique environment. Just eating one fruit would produce an effect similar to receiving the inheritance of a beast god. The differences were that this inheritance adhered to the water law and fire law. Instead, eating one fruit would indeed boost the chances of a sector lord becoming an undying. This fruit was an incomparably precious piece of treasure in the universe. The only pity was that the ancestral god school monopolized the field for producing it. There were countless treasures in the ancestral god's secret region, but no external races could ever dream of laying hands on any of them. They were all under the ancestral god school's sole dominion. Furthermore, the willpower of the primal universe origin favored the ancestral god school, so when there were unique treasures appearing even before the other races caught wind of news, the ancestral god school would already have learned about them. Precious, fine wine and delectable cuisine lay spread out before them. Every one of these costs as much as a normal true treasure, but, of course, to the ancestral gods, it was not much. To the three great ancestral gods, Luo Feng was definitely qualified enough for them to go to such great lengths to show their hospitality. "I've enjoyed the food and wine thoroughly," Luo Feng teased with a smile. "Double-face ancestral god, your purpose in summoning me here. It's time to get down to business. I have been so curious. This is something so important to us humans, but even we do not know about it yet. Double-face ancestral god knows. I really wonder what is this all about. I just received this piece of news," Double-face ancestral god said softly. "And I got to know it from the willpower of the primal universe origin." Willpower of the primal universe origin. Luo Feng was taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had still been in a slight daze with some lingering effects of the alcohol yet to wear off. Upon hearing this, his conscious mind, which was kept functioning by his godly power, was jerked into a speedy recovery. The willpower of the primal universe origin. Luo Feng could not hold back his question. Could it still be able to transmit information? The willpower of the primal universe origin, from what Luo Feng understood, was an instinctive willpower naturally formed by universe laws. Its tendency toward kindness or evil was instinctive, like the strange object it was instinctively revolting, which was why the ancestral god school had sent subordinates to deal with it. Double-face ancestral god, you are saying that the willpower of the primal universe origin told you something important related to us humans? Luo Feng found it hard to believe. Double-face ancestral god nodded. Yes, it shouldn't be surprising perhaps. You feel that being able to communicate with the willpower of the primal universe origin is unbelievable, but in fact as ancestral gods, we are the spokespeople for the willpower of the primal universe origin, and this time around, the news is related to Hugh Jack's, creator of your human race, who has already been annihilated. Hugh Jack's, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed faintly. What news? Hugh Jack's annihilation was actually because he was ambushed by other great beings within the universe ocean, double-face ancestral gods said, or, to say it more accurately, it was all a conspiracy. Immediately, Luo Feng began to bombard double-face ancestral god with questions. Conspiracy who? Among the human race, they were aware that the map from Yuan Ao Master had been a fake previously. Hugh Jack's had warned them about it, yet he had not mentioned the names of the conspirators. Maybe Hugh Jack's had thought that since he was not with the human race, expecting them to take revenge for him was just impractical. The damage would definitely outweigh the benefits, so he probably had not seen the need to mention names. A total of 3 conspirators were behind this ambush. Double-face ancestral God said they are all from the first reincarnation era. The first of them is Great Thunder Star Master, the second one is Zhenjia Emperor, the third one is Dragon Rock Ancestral God. Turbulent waves heaved and crashed within Luo Feng's chest, and his eyes flashed with an uncontrollable desire for murder. The first reincarnation era. Yes, that first reincarnation era was about to face its doomsday, so almost everyone was behaving like lunatics. What were they not capable of? Great Thunder Star Master Zhen Jia Emperor Dragon Rock Ancestral God. The 3 of them. Detailed information of these 3 started to flood Luo Feng's mind. Great Thunder Star Master, Zhen Jia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God were not considered to be from pinnacle races during the first reincarnation era, but every one of them was still troublesome, frightening opponents. Great Thunder Star Master belonged to a kind of special life form called the Thunderstorm Star life form back when the first reincarnation era was within the primal universe. Thunderstorm stars as big as stars had appeared at the Star Traveler level. Every one of these thunderstorm stars had a willpower of their own. After countless years, some of these thunderstorm stars started to evolve. So long as they were able to undergo evolution, they could become undying, then they would continue to become more powerful. The thunderstorm star race was extremely tyrannical. Although its population was quite small, the race was very strong. Great Thunder Star Master was the supreme master of the entire thunderstorm star race. Zhenjia Emperor was also a special life form. He was a fire source race life form. Life forms from this race were born within the stars, but, out of a trillion stars, there might not necessarily be one that could breed a member of the fire source race. Every great being of the fire source race would become a sector lord upon reaching adulthood. Then they could refine metals to form bodies of steel, and their origin would evolve into the eyes of the fire source. So long as the eyes of the fire source remained ignited, these great beings would not die. Zhenjia Emperor was the greatest leader of the fire source race. He was the emperor of the entire fire source race. Dragon Rock Ancestral God was one of the 3 ancestral gods from the first reincarnation eras. However, back when the primal universe of that era was destroyed, they had all been banished from their homeland. The cohesiveness of the ancestral god school had been destroyed. Dragon Rock Ancestral God might have been a special life form, but he also had a race under his leadership. Some special life forms existed within the universe in the hundreds, or the thousands and, of course, the fewer they were in number, the more formidable. Their talents were the Dragon Rock race had an estimated population size of a few thousand. Although they were not formidable, they were still special life forms to begin with, and their most unique characteristics were their massive, godly bodies. Those three, Luo Feng frowned. What a difficult situation. He would have rather faced enmity with the 5 true masters of the Divine Eye clan than be caught in a scuffle with these 3. The power of one alone was not to be underestimated, let alone the 3 of them combined. If these ancient freaks of nature, who were awaiting their doomsday, really were to combine forces, even Hugh Jack's creator might find it hard to fight them. It was those 3. Double-face ancestral god looked at Luo Feng and asked, "Are you feeling the pressure now?" The 3 of them are all aloof and tyrannical supreme masters from the first reincarnation era, said Luo Feng, the supreme masters from my primal universe. He shook his head. They would be inferior to them in comparison. 3 of them, and all with supreme true treasures. I am eager to kill them. But I must admit that I indeed feel the stress. Although he said this out loud, his heart was another matter. Was Luo Feng truly one who would bow his head and concede defeat so easily? In less than 200,000 years, he had matured into adulthood together with the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. Why would he lack confidence whatsoever? Throughout the entire universe ocean, he feared no one. For these 3 who had brought about the annihilation of Hugh Jack's, Luo Feng would go all out and try every way possible to seek vengeance. But, before double-face ancestral god, Luo Feng still had to put on a show. Because he was unclear about the actual intention of the willpower of the primal universe origin. Theoretically, this was purely a feud between universe supreme masters, and considering how detached the willpower of the primal universe origin was, by right, it would not be interfering yet. This time around, it had chosen to inform the humans through an ancestral god of the ancestral god school. To think there was no Goa in this action, he would have to be a fool to believe that. No supreme masters is to be trifled with, not to mention these 3 universe supreme masters. Luo Feng shook his head. Double-face ancestral god smiled. It would be hard for others, but Milky Way Horde leader, you have the boat of Mausoleum and you have charged your way through various dangerous lands. You have multiple bodies, so even if one of them were to be annihilated, it wouldn't be a big deal if you are unable to kill them. Perhaps you could make use of the dangerous environment of the 3 most dangerous lands, use them to your advantage, and also make use of the uniqueness of your boat of Mausoleum. Make them fall into a state of desperation or even to the brink of death. Wouldn't that solve everything? Such an opportunity is hard to come by, Luo Feng said. So long as there is enough time, there will always be opportunities, said Double-face ancestral god. Luo Feng frowned as he stared at Double-face ancestral god, whose kind and amiable face was smiling back at him. Both of them looked into each other's eyes. Then Luo Feng finally spoke very slowly. Double-face ancestral god, the willpower of the primal universe origin, why would it go through you to tell us, the human race, about this matter? I am no fool. There must be a reason behind all this. Tell me, what is the goal to be achieved, or else my heart cannot be at ease. Double-face ancestral god smiled. The goal is simple. The noble willpower of the primal universe origin wants those 3 dead throughout universe ocean. You humans are the ones who have a reason for a feud with them. Secondly, other races may face difficulties trying to kill them. Only you, with that inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, have the greatest hope of achieving this goal, even if you are unable to achieve it now. When you have become a Universe Supreme Master, you will be able to do it. Luo Feng gave small nods. Yes, he had never doubted his own strength and ability, and he was especially confident since he had been comprehending Star Tower for several hundred eras. Perhaps it would not be realistic for him to be able to annihilate a Universe Supreme Master now, but once he had become a Supreme Master, coupled with the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, he could easily realize the goal of becoming more powerful that Teacher Origin had been. The willpower of the primal universe Origin wants the three of them dead. Luo Feng mumbled to himself. At that moment, various thoughts surfaced in his mind. He was starting to grasp a faint understanding of the willpower of the universe Origin. Luo Feng speculated that even though the mind of the original universe was beyond all the conflicts, it would still be angered if a great being did something wrong, and it wanted to kill those great beings. However, even if it wanted to kill someone, it couldn't do it by itself. It was obvious that it needed great beings' help to kill Yuan Ao Master and the three conniving Universe Supreme Masters. It meant that even the original mind, which was invincible and superior, needed to follow some rules. Even Teacher Origin, who went against the original mind, was only eternally suppressed by the original mind. Luo Feng thought. Other than that, I haven't heard that the original mind wanted anyone dead. It runs on pure instinct. After contemplation, Luo Feng was far less intimidated by the original mind. My job is to tell you what happened, said Double-Face Ancestral God with a smile. I'm just here to tell you who conspired and led to the death of Huge Axe Creator. You humans can decide what to do. We can't force you to do anything. Secretly, Luo Feng sneered. It wasn't because the ancestral gods couldn't force them, as even the original mind couldn't force the humans. However, the humans couldn't overlook such hostility even if they couldn't quickly avenge Huge Axe Creator. Thank you, Double-Face Ancestral God, said Luo Feng. It's indeed important to us humans. I'll show myself out. Luo Feng got up, intending to lead. Double-Face Ancestral God stood up and showed Luo Feng out. Luo Feng then went back to his place and left through God Country transportation in the primal secret region of the human territory. Hong Long Long. The tumbling waves of remote ocean surged. Some of the waves were 1,000,000 kilometers tall. After the fight hundreds of years ago, Luo Feng had left his remote ocean. Here, there was a pinnacle soul true treasure hidden in remote ocean. Its godly power with Duan Mia and the pinnacle soul true treasure could resist any attacks under level 10. The humans had captured more than 200 Universe Masters last time, significantly weakening the United Forces alliance. Even if the United Forces used all their power to attack again, it could barely reach level 9. Besides, after getting the inheritance from Purple Moon Ancestor, the Freedom Alliance didn't have any motivation anymore, and they had lost half their Universe Masters. They wouldn't have any benefits, and it would be dangerous for them to get in a fight. How could they agree to fight their friends? That was why the United Forces Alliance could only use around 400 Universe Masters. It wasn't a threat. Teacher Luo Feng stepped on the space and flew to the highest level of the towering main palace. Primal Chaos City leader was leaning against the handrail and looking to Luo Feng. Are you practicing? Why are you here? Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Double-Face Ancestral God just talked to me, said Luo Feng. The original mind told him to give me some important information. so I had to come here and see you. The original mind told the ancestral gods to give you information that original mind, primal chaos city leader, was shocked. What kind of information? Double-face ancestral god told me that 3 beings conspired to kill huge axe creator, said Luo Feng. Primal chaos city leader was shocked, his godly body shook. Who? From the first universe era, said Luo Feng, great thunder star master, Zhen, Jia emperor, and dragon rock ancestral god. Primal chaos city leader's lips quivered. He was whispering the names. He clenched his fist, twisting the space and time around him, and his eyes glinted fiercely. Belligerence, hatred, and an urge to kill all rushed through his mind. Compared to Luo Feng, he had been far much more devastated by huge Axe's death. Luo Feng was grateful that huge Axe had helped him before, but they were not close, as they hadn't talked with each other much. As for Primal Chaos City leader, it was different. Both he and Huge Axe had followed Teacher Origin, and Huge Axe was like a brother to him after Teacher Origin was suppressed. The burden of the humans had fallen on Huge Axe and Primal Chaos City leader. They were closer than brothers. Teacher Origin and Huge Axe had been closer to Primal Chaos City leader than anyone else in the human race. Teacher Origin had been like a father, while Huge Axe had been like a big brother. Great Thunder Star Master Zhen Jia Emperor Dragon Rock ancestral god, they all deserve to die. Primal Chaos City leader spat the words out of his mouth. Teacher Luo Feng realized his teacher's mood was out of control. I'm okay. Primal Chaos City leader suppressed his desire to kill. Relax, I know these 3 universe supreme masters are more difficult to deal with than those in the original universe. Huge Axe creator chose not to name them because he didn't want us to suffer losses. However, we'll avenge Huge Axe one way or another, just not now. Luo Feng nodded. Primal Chaos City leader closed his eyes. It seemed that he had successfully suppressed his emotions. He then opened his eyes and started another topic. Luo Feng, you've been practicing for hundreds of years, so I didn't bother you, but I need to tell you what happened in the past few hundred years. Please do, teacher, said Luo Feng. The Hong Alliance has better policies now, said Primal Chaos City leader. There are greater benefits from joining the Hong Alliance, and those who betray the Hong Alliance will be heavily punished. The unity of the Hong Alliance is growing stronger, and even 12 universe masters from the Freedom Alliance joined the Hong Alliance. Luo Feng looked pleased. It was true. Anyone with eyes could see that the unity on the human team was better, yet the united forces formed only a loose alliance. The humans had greater potential, and with the attraction of more benefits, it was natural that universe masters opted to join. Besides, Purple Moon Holy Land offered the inheritance to the Freedom Alliance and the United Forces Alliance, said Primal Chaos City leader. It's widely spread. Some of the universe masters in the Hong Alliance are from the race with those in Freedom Alliance. Some universe masters from the Freedom Alliance share the inheritance with those from the same race, and they share it with us. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Which means we get the inheritance from the Purple Moon Holy Land, too, said Primal Chaos City leader. Actually, Purple Moon Holy Land was already prepared for us to know the inheritance. How is the inheritance? Asked Luo Feng. It's very detailed and comprehensive, said Primal Chaos City leader. It's indeed 10 times better than the information we prepared for the other races. Of course, it's nothing compared to yours. Luo Feng nodded. The inheritance he had obtained was incredibly detailed, from Machine type to valuable making stream to other streams, the memory stones. From Duandong River, contained incredible information, yet Luo Feng had only extracted a little bit, providing the other races with a simplified version. It was nothing compared to what the humans had. Based on what Purple Moon Holy Land provided, we can give a bit more to lore. The other races, said Primal Chaos City leader, it's very unlikely for someone to become a Universe Supreme Master from a Universe Master, so it's okay to give them the information. Besides, with time going by, and with the systematic training provided to humans, there will be a great number of Universe Knights, and even Universe Masters. Humans will soon grow stronger and stronger, and there will be more beings as powerful as Teacher Origin, or beings who can transcend incarnation. Our status will be very stable. Luo Feng nodded. If the humans were advancing quickly, they needed to help out their subsidiaries as well, otherwise, they wouldn't be loyal to the humans. By the way, how was the practicing in the past several centuries? Asked Primal Chaos City leader. It's going great. Luo Feng couldn't help expressing his joy. Primal Chaos City leader nodded with satisfaction. He knew that this disciple of his was always sensational when he truly showed his power, although he normally remained low-key. If he said it was going great, it meant he had gained a lot. Do you have a plan to become a Universe Supreme Master? Asked Primal Chaos City leader. Yes, but it's very difficult, Luo Feng exclaimed. Of course, he had a plan regarding law comprehension and techniques. He was already at the pinnacle of Universe Masters. After all, it was already incredible for Universe Masters to be able to create merged supreme techniques, yet Luo Feng created a Universe Supreme Master level technique, Nirvana Incarnation, and he had perfect godly power. He was able to break into a Universe Supreme Master. However, this was beyond difficult in the past few hundred years, hundreds of eras in the space of inheritance. His greatest accomplishment had been understanding Star Tower better. Luo Feng was full of joy every time he thought of Star Tower. It was, after all, the most mysterious true treasure he possessed and had proven incredible beyond his expectations. When he was still weak, he hadn't found it to be special, but after getting stronger, especially after the war hundreds of years ago, he had found a highlight of Star Tower. After hundreds of eras of comprehension, he had discovered that the highlight was only a small part of Star Tower. It was an exceptional and extraordinary true treasure. The stronger his power grew, the more he learned of its functions. It's remarkable. It's much more precious than Shi-Wu Wing. Based on the broken memories, Shi-Wu Wing was used by a being much mightier than true gods. As for Star Tower, it was already enough to beings at that level. How did Teacher Sitting Mountain Guest create a true treasure at that level? Luo Feng found it hard to believe. In his opinion, Universe Supreme Masters, true gods, wouldn't be able to create Star Tower. Teacher once said something unexpected happened when he was making it. Luo Feng thought, is it because of that? Besides, Teacher created the Flame God race, but they failed him, so he later created the Earthlings. What does Teacher Sitting Mountain Guest want? Luo Feng felt that everything about Teacher Sitting Mountain Guest was mysterious. 9-volume manual was exceptional, and Sitting Mountain Guest was the only one known to be able to create a manual like that. For what it's worth, I owe Teacher Sitting Mountain Guest big time. If he needs my help, I'll do everything I can to help him. Luo Feng thought, I'm already powerful enough, and there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll wait until the day Teacher Sitting Mountain Guest comes to ask me for help. After several eras of practicing, he understood much more about Star Tower. And he was also pondering how to become a Universe Supreme Master. He had 4 bodies now. If he followed the normal route of law evolution, his God country would become a miniature universe, while all the bodies would be combined into one. After combining into the original Earthling body, 99% of the godly power in remote ocean would return back to the original universe. Luo Feng couldn't allow that to happen. Fortunately, he had the inheritance from Duandong River, so he knew exactly what he should do to avoid it. I can only follow another path, a more difficult path, and a path to be more powerful, thought Luo Feng. I will start with my godly body and break the laws with my strength, after which I'll become a true god. Only by doing that can my godly body absorb all the godly power, holding it in my endless remote ocean. My remote ocean is too enormous, thought Luo Feng. It's already huge like this now, and with time going by, it'll be measured in light years in the future. It's incredible to have such an enormous godly power even in the inheritance of the ancient civilization. If I want to merge it into a soul godly body, I need to attain at least a gene level of 90,000 times. Starting from godly power, using strength to break through the laws, and becoming a true god in the end. There were different levels, certainly. The perfect life gene level in the original universe was 10,081 times. Once someone broke this limit, such as by reaching a life gene level of 11,000 times, they could change their god country into a miniature universe in the blink of an eye. Of course, the improvement in power was negligible when making a breakthrough like this. Based on the documents about inheritance from Duandong River, those who became true gods with a life gene level under 30,000 times and followed the law path couldn't experience a substantial change in their power. 30,000 to 60,000 times was the first level, 60,000 to 90,000 times was the second level, 90,000 to almost 100,000 times was the third level. These were the 3 levels of godly power path. At the first level, godly bodies would be 10 times larger. For example, those with godly bodies 100,000 kilometers tall would become 1,000,000 kilometers tall, which meant the godly power would be 1,000 times more. Besides, this advantage would stay forever, even after surpassing true gods. At the second level, godly bodies would become 1,000 times taller. For example, humans could become 100,000 kilometers tall. It was most difficult to reach the third level. After all, in the documents of Duandong River inheritance, nobody had ever reached a life gene level of 100,000 times. The best they could do was to get close to it. 90,000 times was already an incredible threshold. When someone reached this level, they could have flexible sizes of bodies and unlimited godly bodies. It was true. Unlimited godly bodies and limitless volumes. Godly power decided volumes. The more godly power one had, the larger one's volume would be. Of course, after becoming a true god, one's godly power storage would be fixed. There was only a limited amount of godly power. Even the origin of the original universe couldn't give all its power to one being. When becoming a Universe Supreme Master from a Universe Master, the original universe could only help turn a god country into a small universe. As for godly bodies, for ordinary universe masters, they followed the law path, and after making their breakthrough and becoming a Universe Supreme Master, they would use miniature universes and turn chaos energies into godly power to supply themselves. Then they would become Universe Supreme Masters with life gene levels of 10,000 times. The limit of the first level is 1 million kilometers tall. The limit of the second level is 100 million kilometers tall, and the third level has limitless volume. Luo Feng thought, however, it's only a theoretical limit. One needs to swallow godly power for its godly body to become larger. Those at the first two levels might be able to swallow the godly power from the universe origin, but at the third level, Luo Feng shook his head. The original universe could only supply a limited amount of godly power, and after a while, it would stop. Otherwise, 9. Remoteness ocean would have grown larger. In the ancient civilization, if an inheritor could reach the life gene level of 90,000 times, the previous inheritors would prepare an enormous amount of valuables to store the godly power for the juniors to absorb, so they could form godly bodies with great godly power storage. However, we can't get those kinds of valuables in this civilization anymore. Fortunately, I have remote ocean for me to absorb. I need to reach a life gene level of 90,000 times so I can have all the power in remote ocean. There were 3 levels of the godly power path, and it was almost impossible to attain the third level. It was already a miracle for 1 out of 10,000 universe masters to succeed on the godly power path, and it was a greater miracle that 1 out of 10,000 true gods who succeeded on the godly power path reached the third level. The inheritors of Duandong River could all succeed on the godly power path with the inheritance they had. However, only 2 had reached the third level, and luck was required in both cases. Though it's very difficult for me to reach the third level, I still have a chance. Luo Feng thought. For one thing, I have the inheritance from Duandong River. For another, I have the space of inheritance. I can practice there, where time passes by 10,000 times faster. It was a luxury to be able to practice in a place where time passed 10,000 times faster than the outside, as it was against the rules of space and time. The longer a great being practiced under accelerated time, the higher the price he needed to pay. When Luo Feng was practicing in Beast God Sector, Space Beast Ancestor had only agreed because he was still weak. When the great beings were fighting for the inheritance from Duandong River, the powers had only allowed them to be trained there for a short period of time, because the inheritance from Duandong River was at stake. This acceleration was a robbery of the origin of the miniature universe. It already placed great pressure on universe masters to do so, and if a universe supreme master did so, it would consume much more power. Nobody dared to do it for a long time. I practice in my space of inheritance while I can maintain in the accelerated time. Besides, my remote ocean body also has an inherited technique, creation. Remote ocean had 2 inherited techniques, ocean transformation and creation, and once it performed the second technique, it could analyze the fundamental characteristics of many life forms and eventually even create life forms. 9 Remoteness Master had been able to create an entire race, and he was only a universe master. Even universe supreme masters weren't able to create an entire race, yet 9 Remoteness Master had managed to do that. Luo Feng was able to do that as well. It was based on his inherited technique, creation. Based on the inheritance from the ancient civilization, inherited techniques that can analyze the foundation of life forms and create life forms are the best for studying life genes. With this technique, I have higher hopes of reaching a life gene level of 90,000 times. I've already had plenty of help, so I need to make my own efforts now. All the previous inheritors had help from inheritors before them. However, Only 2 of them had attained a life gene level of 90,000 times. Luo Feng needed to study all the life forms in the original universe plant. Life forms, flesh and blood life forms, metal life forms, rock life forms, energy life forms, and so on. Other than those living beings, he also needed to study lifeless objects in the universe like materials, rocks, fruits, and strange objects. He needed to study billions of life forms and objects. It was a path where he needed to devote endless time and energy and study countless lives and material. He needed to find a way to enhance his godly power. He even needed to find the corpses of many great beings. Difficult. Luo Feng was certain he could become a true god following the godly power path, but he couldn't guarantee he could reach a life gene level of 90,000 times. There was only a chance. I'll strive for it, as there is a chance, thought Luo Feng. If I can't reach a life gene level of 90,000 times before this universe era ends, I'll immediately make the breakthrough and become a true god, no matter what. For what it was worth, it was easy for him to have a life gene level over 10,000 times before this universe era ended. I need to go to Universe Ocean and gather many strange objects and life forms. Now, Luo Feng thought. Only by looking into the foundations of life forms from varying angles could he advance on the godly power path. Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader stood in front of the handrail. Teacher, said Luo Feng, I'm going to Universe Ocean. Universe Ocean. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Yes, I want to become a Universe Supreme Master, so I need to gather lots of strange objects, said Luo Feng. Primal Chaos City leader was astounded. Why do you need strange objects to be a Universe Supreme Master? Strange objects are only under Supreme True treasures, and they are rare. Teacher, I don't mean that kind of strange object, Luo Feng smiled. I mean things that are special, not necessarily true treasure weapons. I just need them to be special. Even a special rock will suffice. You Primal Chaos City leader had been told lots of information about the inheritance before, and he was surprised. Are you following the godly power path? Yes, Luo Feng nodded. Based on the inheritance from the ancient civilization, it's very difficult to follow the godly power path. Primal Chaos City leader couldn't help asking, do you want your remote ocean? That's right, I don't want to give it up. Luo Feng nodded. From now on, my original body and golden horned beast body will stay in Universe Ocean. My Masha body and remote ocean body will stay in the original universe, and I'll leave 2 ancient god eyes here. They are enough to cover everything. Primal Chaos City leader nodded, staying in Universe Ocean for a long time. This disciple of his was indeed determined. However, it required great perseverance to follow the godly power path. My ultimate goal is a life gene level of 90,000 times, thought Luo Feng. Only 2 inheritors succeeded from Duandong River inheritance, one of the best inheritances from the ancient civilization. I can't succeed without putting forth all my efforts. Okay, you may go. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Adventure through Universe Ocean all you want. You have Star Tower and Boat of Mausoleum, so you have a better chance to survive extreme dangers. You also need to keep an eye on those 3 conspirators who led to Hugh Jax's death. Please figure out why they wanted him dead. After all, there was no benefit from Hugh Jax's dying. On the contrary, they might be in danger. I think there's something else going on behind this. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. It also has to do with the original mind, which told us through the ancestral god school. They seem to want us to kill those 3 Even the original mind is involved. Now I think there's a huge scheme behind this. Primal Chaos City leader nodded and said, even though you're on it, you should be more cautious with your own well-being. Don't worry, Luo Feng smiled. Teacher, I'll go to Universe Ocean now. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. He then watched Luo Feng fly away and disappear within the vast void space outside the universe boat. Hong. A 9-story tower was advancing very quickly, and its extremely high speed left a dazzling tail of light in its trail. Within the tower, Luo Feng had blood ghost blade slung across his back as he looked far ahead into the distance at the towering yet damaged universe boat. Starting today, he whispered, I shall spend the majority of the next couple years roaming about the 3 most dangerous lands of the universe ocean. I am no longer the Luo Feng of yesterday. Now, I have become a universe master. After countless eras of submerging myself in cultivation, albeit discreetly, my strength has greatly increased. There is no need for me to act in secret anymore. Many universe masters had stayed around the peripheral region of universe boat for a long time, but most of them were only at the 3rd to 4th tier standard. Look, the supreme true treasure, Star Tower. It's Star Tower from the primal universe. I heard that internally, the primal universe is divided into 2 big factions, the United Forces Camp and Human Camp are engaged in an unprecedented, ultimate war. One from the Human Camp is Milky Way Horde leader, who has taken out Star Tower now that the situation within the primal universe has stabilized. Milky Way Horde leader actually drove Star Tower here to universe boat. Star Tower has stood in the primal universe for such a long time, but no one has managed to get it to recognize a master who would have expected it to finally fall into the hands of Milky Way Horde leader. Besides, this Milky Way Horde leader was also the one who had received the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. Milky Way Horde leader is simply too lucky. Why don't I have such good luck? Luo Feng had no intentions of hiding at all on board Star Tower. He had charged his way into universe boat. Of course, he would have gathered a sizable crowd of onlookers. Reporting to our race ancestors, the human Milky Way Horde leader, Luo Feng, from the primal universe era, has just entered the universe boat on board Star Tower. True Masters, Luo Feng has entered universe boat. Ancestor, Milky Way Horde leader, has just entered the universe boat on board his Star Tower. Just only. How fast did news spread in universe ocean in just one day? The news had spread to all 3 reincarnation eras and the 2 holy lands. After all, since Luo Feng had received the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, he had become a moving treasure in the eyes of various groups of top powers within the entire universe ocean who would not covet Luo Feng's inheritance. The only thing was, they did not have the ability to obtain it. Once where Luo Feng had been besieged by a group of universe supreme masters, every single one of them had released an outburst of combat power at the 7th to 8th tier level. There were even some who had released an outburst of 9th tier combat power. When all of these were combined, the force was so powerful that even Teacher Origin might not have been able to resist it. But at the time, it was not even enough to make Boat of Mausoleum to budge. That was when they all knew that by using brute force alone, there was no way they could get that inheritance from Luo Feng. But this time around, he had chosen to bring Star Tower into universe boat instead. This made them all doubtful of his intentions. The human camp had just stabilized, and Star Tower an important combat power was actually brought out into the universe ocean, and so openly, at that. Seems like Luo Feng is very confident about the strength of the human camp. All universe masters of my race shall obey this command. Do not provoke Luo Feng, keep your distance, and if you see him from a distance, be sure to steer clear of his path. Transmit my command, no universe masters shall provoke Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who was on board Star Tower, entered Universe Boat as he made his way into the deeper region of Universe Boast, not a single great being dared to provoke him. After all, those who did were normally Universe Supreme Masters, and Universe Supreme Masters were mostly gathered in the core or at least at the peripheral area of the core. As for Universe Masters, for now, all the groups of top powers within the Universe Ocean knew that Luo Feng had a palace-type supreme true treasure. Star Tower. When Star Tower executed its swallowing technique, only those who were at least at the 6th tier as the top-level power could resist. Normal Universe Masters who hid a good distance away would be spared, but the moment they were near, they would be swallowed by Star Tower right away. Secondly, Luo Feng had a soul impact treasure. There were sayings that only those with willpower at the level of a Universe Supreme Master would be able to resist, otherwise, anyone else would not be able to put up any resistance before Luo Feng. These two factors alone made all the Universe Masters from the groups of top powers extremely fearful of Luo Feng. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had been in Universe Boat for 300 years. He might have been strong, but his speed was still unable to exceed the limit of 100 times light speed, so if he wanted to make it to the secret chamber within the space of the Cyan token, he would still need close to 700 years to arrive at his destination. While many Universe Masters of the various groups of top powers had been on tenterhooks when Luo Feng first appeared within the Universe Ocean, now, they were no longer so worried. In the beginning, they had been afraid that Luo Feng would initiate an orgy of killing. After all, the ancestral god I was only capable of facing one direction at any one time. It was limited in terms of distance affected, but it was still considerably far. The combination of the ancestral god I and Star Tower was an absolute nightmare for the Universe Masters. If they were to accidentally encounter Luo Feng, there was no way they would have time to escape. When some Universe Masters accidentally bumped into the approaching Star Tower, they were all scared out of their wits. Without second thoughts, they took off in another direction. However, when Star Tower passed them, it did not attack initially. They felt relieved with the passing of time, especially after more than 300 years had passed. Even when Luo Feng crossed paths with any of the Universe Masters, he still made no move to attack. This had put the majority of the Universe Masters at ease. I am no fool. Standing in the hall of Star Tower, looking out at the endless blazing flames, Luo Feng smiled to himself. I may have the ability to kill and capture these Universe Masters. I may even be more skillful than most of the Universe Supreme Masters, but if I were to kill mindlessly, I would make enemies all over the place. Making enemies everywhere, thought Luo Feng, that I am not scared of, but it would subsequently bring harm to my human race and the Han Alliance. The various groups of top powers of the universe had once joined forces to attack the boat of Mausoleum, but at that time everyone had attacked one another, so there had been no loss on any side. Therefore, it had not resulted in a feud. Some great beings could still continue to maintain close Friendships with Luo Feng, but if he were to go on a rampage, killing universe masters of other races, and there were universe masters who were annihilated. As a result, then hatred and enmity would arise. When he had fought against the other races, so long as there were no injuries, he could still join forces with these other races to fight others if the need arose, but if the opposing side annihilated Ice Mountain Master or Primal Chaos City leader Luo Feng would be red-eyed with anger. The same theory applied if he had gone on a rampage, killing mercilessly. He would have made enemies everywhere he went. By then, the universe masters whose abilities were a notch weaker like Long Yan Master and Remote Lord Master would have trouble making their way about Universe Ocean. Of course, Luo Feng would never allow himself to take such a foolish course of action. I have been in the outside world for over 300 years and in the space of cultivation for more than 300 eras, Luo Feng said to himself, comprehending. Star Tower has brought me to my current ultimate limit. The second volume of Extermination, one of 3 sets of lost knowledge, is too difficult. I have yet to master it, but I have gained a lot from Star Tower, which is more than enough. Before the battle, he was only able to comprehend the first 3 layers of secret engravings of Star Tower. For an ordinary supreme true treasure, the 3rd layer would normally reach the 6th tier as the top level of combat power. The 4th layer of secret engravings would reach the 7th tier as the top level of combat power. The 5th layer of secret engravings would reach the 8th tier as the top level of combat power. The 6th layer of secret engravings would reach the 9th tier as the top level of combat power. This was Huge Axe's level. The 7th layer of secret engravings would reach the 10th tier as the top level of combat power. This was Teacher Origin's level. However, some supreme true treasures might not have a 7th layer of secret engravings on them. The classification of an ability could usually be determined this way, but Star Tower was different. The first 3 layers of Star Tower were still considered normal, where the 3rd layer was at the 6th tier as the top level of combat power. The 4th layer, the 7th tier, as the top level of combat power. The 5th layer, the 8th tier, as the top level of combat power. The 6th layer, the 8th tier, as the top level of combat power. The 7th layer, the 9th tier, as the top level of combat power. The 8th layer, the 9th tier, as the top level of combat power. The 9th layer, the 10th tier, as the top level of combat power. For now, Luo Feng could only faintly detect its power up to the 9th layer. After that, everything was blurred, and he simply could not detect further as. For its strength, he could vaguely make a judgment based on its secret engravings. Of course, for now, Star Tower was fully capable of executing combat power at the 5th layer, which was the level at which Luo Feng managed to gain a complete comprehension of after spending more than 600 eras. Comprehending it from its strength, one could tell the difference between Star Tower and the other supreme true treasures. Star Tower's 4th layer was no different from the 4th layer of other supreme true treasures. However, its 6th layer was matched to the 5th layer of other supreme true treasures. Other supreme true treasures followed the sequence of the 7th tier as the top level of combat power, 8th tier as the top level of combat power, 9th tier as the top level of combat power. But for Star Tower, the sequence was the 7th tier as the top level of combat power, 8th tier as the top level of combat power, 8th tier as the top level of combat power, 9th tier as the top level of combat power. Firstly, its power could be fully maximized. Secondly, every layer of secret. Engravings would represent one type of combat technique. The fourth layer and fifth layer meant that Luo Feng had mastered two more different techniques. For normal, supreme, true treasures like Black Prison Tower, I'm afraid they could only execute up to the fourth layer, Luo Feng thought, but for Star Tower, I can execute techniques up to the fourth and fifth layers. The two techniques that he was able to execute upon increasing his level made Luo Feng even more eager and interested in Star Tower. When my strength improves by another notch, I will be able to create a higher level blade technique, Luo Feng said to himself. By that time I will be able to comprehend the sixth and seventh layers. While other Universe Supreme Masters improved their strength by comprehending the next layer of secret engravings, Luo Feng improved his by comprehending two layers. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had been in Universe Boat for more than 400 years. Within Whirling Swamp Ocean in the internal region of Universe Boat. Hua Hua. The greenish whirling swamp ocean was forming numerous gigantic whirlpools that were tearing everything apart. Within the whirling swamp ocean was a huge red reef with its largest diameter being around 900 million kilometers on. This red reef were 12 universe masters. All of them were staring hard into the distance. There were numerous whirlpools created by the whirling swamp ocean, and they all converged to give rise to an extremely large whirlpool. Far in the distance was the core of that extremely large whirlpool. Every time a treasure is born within the whirling swamp ocean, it will be a pinnacle true treasure. At least it might even be a pinnacle domain type, palace type, or many other kinds of precious true treasures. The 12 universe masters, who all came from different groups of top powers, were staring intensely as they waited in silence. The endless whirlpools of the whirling swamp ocean produced a gale that could sweep through everything in time and space. Comparatively, the whirlwind around the reef was weaker, yet it was more than enough to cause the universe masters on the reef to face difficulty in standing. Suddenly, Hong! A streak of light flew over at high speed from afar. The universe masters of various races on the reef were taken aback. It is the most dangerous moment of the whirling swamp ocean right now. Who would dare to hover in the skies above? Are they not worried about being swept down into it? Its Star Tower. The 9-story tower, its Milky Way Horde leader's Star Tower. No wonder he dared to barge his way in so directly. It's because he has a palace supreme true treasure. If I had one, I, too, would dare to charge my way straight into the deep region of the whirling swamp ocean. These universe masters all watched from afar in astonishment. Not a single one of them had the intention of escaping or hiding when Luo Feng had just entered Universe Boat. The moment they saw him, they would most likely have scattered to escape for their dear lives, but now, everyone knew Luo Feng indeed had the demeanor of a great being. He would never ever bully the weak. All this while, no one had ever heard of Luo Feng killing anyone. A Star Tower is taking a turn. It is flying toward us. It is coming over. All the universe masters on the reef, who were either plant life forms, energy life forms, or flesh and blood life forms, were instantly shocked. The next moment, they all started to panic. If this Milky Way Horde leader had no designs on them, why would he deliberately make a turn and head in their direction? But now, even if they wanted to, it was too late to escape. Because he was already too close. The gale of whirling swamp ocean had reached an extremely high level. They did not even dare to fly in the skies above. A life form with 3 black spikes on its back yelled, "Milky Way Horde. Leader, the true treasure that will be born from this whirling swamp ocean, we are willing to let you, Milky Way Horde leader, have it." Every universe master, there all of whom were from different races, watched expectantly. Star Tower gradually reduced its speed and hovered at a particular spot above the reef. Hua. From one of the side doors at the base of Star Tower, a lone figure slowly flew out, garbed in silver armor and with 4 silver wings outspread. The figure swept its gaze across the surroundings as he looked down. "The other 11 universe masters here have no cause for worry. I am here only because of him." Luo Feng's finger pointed down at one of the 12 universe masters. Instantly, the other 11 universe masters turned around to see who the unlucky fellow was. Their eyes fell upon the tall and lofty thunder giant who carried lightning balls on his chest. His expression betrayed his fear as he looked around, then looked up at Luo Feng. His face was filled with panic and terror. I Thunder Giant looked around. The 11 universe masters around him tried to stay away. They would have loved to see this Thunder Giant suffer. These universe masters of other races could tell that Luo Feng was seeking the Thunder Giant for personal issues. Milky Way Horde leader Luo Feng had been in Universe Boat for a long time, and he'd never made reckless killings before. However, he was suddenly targeting one of the Universe Masters. Apparently, there were some personal issues between them. Thunderstorm Star Race Luo Feng looked down at the Thunder Giant. "Thunder Shuttle Master." I Thunder Shuttle Master said, horrified. "Milky Way Horde leader, I have never seen you before, and there's no grudge between us. Why are you targeting me?" He was brave, but he was still terrified by a being who could easily kill him. "No grudge," Luo Feng sneered. "Of course, there is. Otherwise, why would I target you?" The other universe masters were watching them fight. They were barely acquaintances with Thunder Shuttle Master. Besides, they were competitors with each other for the true treasures about to be born. They were happy that Luo Feng was targeting Thunder Shuttle Master. They all knew how powerful Luo Feng was, so none of them dared to meddle. Otherwise, they would bring trouble upon themselves. "Milky Way Horde leader," I said. "Thunder Shuttle Master." "No need to say anything," said Luo Feng. Then he yelled, "Get in." Suddenly, a black hole appeared at the bottom of Star Tower, and it started to swallow the Thunder Giant. "No!" Thunder Giant yelled and struggled to get out. "I'm from Thunderstorm Star. My ancestor is Great Thunder Star Master Luo Feng. If you kill me, you'll make yourself an enemy of Thunderstorm Star and Great Thunder Star Master." The space trembled under the roar. Apparently, that Thunder Giant was hysterical. "I am making myself his enemy," said Luo Feng. Hua. Although the Thunder Giant struggled against the swallowing power, he was still flying toward the base of Star Tower. Finally, he was completely sucked in. This turn of events terrified all the 11 universe masters of other races. In the area, they were all silent as the powerful Thunder Shuttle Master was sucked into Star Tower. Everyone was terrified. They knew Luo Feng was powerful, but they were still frightened to witness it with their own eyes. That Luo Feng is mad. He has no respect for Great Thunder Star Master, who is one of the most powerful Universe Supreme Masters from the first universe era. Even races like the Divine Eye clan don't want to be enemies of the Thunderstorm race, which has a small population but great power. Luo Feng held Star Tower and landed slowly. The sight horrified all the Universe Masters, what did he want? He had already captured Thunder Shuttle. Master, why wasn't he leaving? Luo Feng stepped on the ground and looked around at the powerful universe. Masters around him. Most of these universe masters were at level 5, and the weakest were at top tier level 4, he said. I captured Thunder Shuttle. Master, because of Great Thunder Star Master, you can spread the news and tell everyone that I'll stay at the center of Whirling Swamp Ocean and wait for him. For 10 years. If he doesn't show up within 10 years, I'll kill Thunder Shuttle Master. Did you hear me? Luo Feng glanced around. Don't worry, Milky Way Horde Leader, we'll spread the news for sure. None of the Universe Masters dared to disobey him. He was too powerful and had just made himself an enemy of Great Thunder Star Master. Of course, they didn't want to go against him. It was only spreading the news they would have done that. Even Luo Feng hadn't asked them to. Then you can just wait here until the valuables are born. No need to worry about me. Luo Feng waved his hands, and Star Tower landed on the ground. It immediately became larger and reached 100 million kilometers tall, standing at the center of the huge reef. Luo Feng entered Star Tower and started to wait. Thunder Shuttle Master, Luo Feng said, transmitting his voice. If your Great Thunder Star Master doesn't come, don't blame me for your death. Thunder Shuttle Master didn't say a word. Luo Feng was under the spotlight of the 3 universe eras and the 2 holy lands in Universe Ocean. Everything he did attracted attention. He hadn't targeted anyone after entering Universe Ocean. However, he had suddenly captured Thunder Shuttle Master from Thunderstorm Star and was now waiting for Great Thunder Star Master, and he had set a deadline of 10 years. Universe Supreme Masters can easily break the speed limit, and they can arrive at Whirling Swamp Ocean no matter where they take off from. Luo Feng gave a deadline of 10 years, clearly enough time. Why does Luo Feng want to make himself an enemy of Great Thunder Star Master? Who knows? Core ground of Tilted Peak Sector, in 10,000 waves waters, an area close to the Land of Darkness. That same day, the news was spread. 10,000 waves water was an area in the core ground of Tilted Peak Sector, and it was famous for its illusions. Even with a Supreme True Treasure Palace, it was difficult to get out if one was lost. Of course, it was still much safer than the Land of Darkness. After all, nobody had ever managed to survive the Land of Darkness. Hong Long. An ancient ship floated on the waves. On the ship sat a giant mountain creature, an iron creature, and a thunder giant. They were the 3 eminent creatures from the first universe era: Dragon Rock Ancestral God, Xinjia Emperor, and Great Thunder Star Master. Dragon Rock Ancestral God sat there, and his voice rumbled, Great Thunder. That human brat captured a universe master of your race, and he has now spread the news that he's going to wait for you in Whirling Swamp Ocean for 10 years. 10 years is already enough for any Supreme Masters to get to Whirling Swamp Ocean from anywhere in Universe Ocean. Besides, if you don't go, you'll be the laughingstock of all the powers in Universe Ocean. Are you going? Great Thunder Xinjia Emperor asked, eyes gleaming. The Thunder Giant sat there and said, I am. Great Thunder, if you don't go, you'll be a joke, said Dragon Rock Ancestral God. However, the issue we're dealing with is of the utmost importance. Xinjia Emperor added, that's right, if another Universe Supreme Master comes, the 2 of us alone might not be able to deal with it. Last time, when we were fighting Huge Axe, we almost failed. Humph. Thunder Giant snorted, only a couple of decades, and chances are there won't be any Supreme Masters. Besides, that Luo Feng is provoking me. How can I not go? He's only a universe master, and he's looking down on universe supreme masters. Just because of his valuables, he's being suicidal. If I can have this chance to kill him, it'll help us transcend incarnation. Kill that brat. Both Dragon Rock Ancestral God and Xinjia Emperor shook their heads. What a joke. Even a large group of Universe Supreme Masters combined couldn't hurt Luo Feng. Great thunder, does Luo Feng know that we had something to do with huge axes? Death Dragon Rock Ancestral God asked. Is that why Luo Feng is targeting you? Perhaps Huge Axe told the humans before he died, said Xinjia Emperor. Then it's natural that Luo Feng's targeting you. If so, Universe Masters of my race will be in danger as well. It doesn't matter whether Huge Axe told the human race before he died or not. How does that impact us? Said Great Thunder Star Master, coldly. They don't even have a Supreme Master. What can they do to us? Besides, we're close to our true death, and we're from the first universe era. We have to seize this one last chance. Xinjia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God both agreed. I'm going to deal with that Luo Feng. I'll come back soon. Great Thunder Star Master took a true treasure palace and flew away like a streak of light. Xinjia Master and Dragon Rock Ancestral God exchanged a glance, then gave an order to the Universe Masters of their races. Xinjia Emperor immediately gave an order using the godly power avatar in his small universe, and so did Dragon Rock Ancestral God. Those in Universe Boat, leave Universe Boat as soon as possible. If you can't leave Universe Boat, hide in some secret places in Universe Boat. Try everything to avoid Luo Feng. Time passed. Star Tower stood at the center of whirling swamp ocean on the reef, yet there were already 13 Universe Masters already. Apparently, some pinnacle true treasures would soon be born in whirling swamp ocean. Many great beings knew about this. Luo Feng didn't kill beings recklessly, and with the temptation of valuables. 2 more Universe Masters had come here. Purple Moon Holy Land. Pei Xing, you've already reached level 5, said a Universe Master from Purple Moon Holy Land with 3 faces and 8 arms. You can leave the Holy Land. Congratulations. You can finally go to Universe Ocean, said a male being with 4 faces and 16 arms. All his 4 faces looked exhilarated. I've heard so much about Universe Ocean, yet I couldn't go before. Fantastic, fantastic. So, with great excitement, he started to fly out like a streak of light. He sometimes teleported, sometimes flew at a fast speed. Before long, he had flown out of Purple Moon Holy Land. Universe Ocean. He looked at the endless chaos airflow and looked back at the giant Holy Land. The 4-faced, 16-armed being was exhilarated. I've been in the Holy Universe for 18 universe eras, and finally, I enter Universe Ocean. This is Universe Ocean, and there are 3 lands of extremis. This new Universe Master, Pei Xing Master, was excited. During the fight for the Duandong River inheritance, Deer Bug Master and the others died, so I had a chance to become a Universe Master. Pei Xing Master was exhilarated. A Holy Land could only withstand a limited number of Universe Master, rendering him and the others at the Universe Night level they couldn't make a breakthrough. But during the fight for the Duandong River inheritance, Deer Bug Master and a group of other Universe Masters died. That meant the Universe Masters to be finally had a chance, and based on their power, Purple Moon Ancestor had allowed some of them to become Universe Masters. Finally, I can enter Universe Ocean. Pei Xing Master opened his black wings and a suit of black armor covered his body as he gazed out at the endless space. Peishing Master, will become something. Peishing Master was ambitious. Inside the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector, the fire was burning. Listen, I'm Peishing Master from Purple Moon Holy Land. You should be proud that I picked you as my competitor for my first trial. The four-faced, 16-armed Peishing Master opened his black wings wide. His 16 arms held 8 long shuttles, each one held by 2 hands. The arm at the top and the arm at the bottom were holding a shuttle, respectively. The 6 left arms held 3, while the 6 right arms held another 3. The black wings on his back were outspread. His 4 faces looked in 4 different directions. Peishing Master, I've never heard the name. The rock giant was holding a rock hammer and roaring, how dare you, a new universe master from Purple Moon Holy Land, challenge me, 8 Ruin Master. Peishing Master had his wing open in endless fire, and he looked relieved. A pathetic guy facing death. Even if you're at top tier level 5, there's nothing for me to be scared of. 8 Ruin Master was enraged by Peishing Master's words. He was already mad with facing the pressure of true death. How could he not be infuriated upon hearing this? You brat, I'll show you my power, the rock giant roared. Hung. Dazzling light emanated from him. Yellow light was suddenly everywhere, covering an area of several square light years. The powerful domain started to bind Peishing Master, and the rock giant said fiercely, now, you don't even have a chance to run away. This must be your first time in Universe Ocean. I'll make it your last. Kill. 8 Ruin Master dashed toward him. 8 Ruin Master was indeed belligerent. The power gap between them was not large, yet it was still possible that one would be killed by the other. As long as one could trap the other, they could keep fighting each other for millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, forcing each other to burn their godly power, the size of their godly bodies, the power of their attacks, and their defense all determined who could survive. Clearly, only one of them could survive. In fact, many universe masters from the first universe era would go mad, so few universe masters were willing to meddle with them. You want to kill me? Peishing Master smirked. If I want to go, I can go at any time. Do you really think you can stop me? Freeze. Hua. All of a sudden, light pillars shot out of the black wings. The 5 pillars, gold, cyan, aqua blue, tan, and red, traveled parallel to each other. Like a rainbow, they slashed the sky and wound around 8 Ruin Master. Break. 8 Ruin Master tried to break away, but the 5-colored rainbow was winding around him. He couldn't break free. Do you really think you can break away? Peishing Master said recklessly. I've been in the Holy Land for 18 universe eras, and I've been studying Golden Law, Wood Law, Fire Law, Water Law, and Earth Law. I created a supreme technique using these 5 basic laws, and I'm performing it with my valuable. Do you really think you can break away from it? Peishing Master was satisfied when he had first gotten the wings. The laws of 5 colors entwined with each other, but only reached the power of a top-tier domain true treasure. However, he found out that the way the 5 laws entwined with each other was mysterious, so he started to study them carefully. As one's life was limitless in Purple Moon Holy Land, he fully comprehended all the 5 basic laws, and spent more than 12 universe eras comprehending them. He had created a binding supreme technique with his valuable, even though his other attacks were only at level 4, with that technique, he had power at the equivalent of level 5. Just more binding power. 8 Ruin Master roared, it only slows me down. But it doesn't affect my fighting power, come, brat. Haha. Pei Xing Master guffawed and dashed forward. It was the first time that Pei Xing Master had entered Tilted Peak Sector 1. Of the 3 lands of extremists, so he was excited and aggressive. Once his binding technique was performed, it could rival a pinnacle domain true treasure, and he had his wings, so he could fight and flee whenever he wanted. Only a domain supreme true treasure could suppress him. In the Hong Alliance Palace of Hong Alliance City, the Primal Universe. 3 Universe Knights organized information in a palace. This is the latest news. 3 new Universe Masters appeared in Universe Ocean, and all of them are from the 2 Holy Lands. It seems many Universe Masters have become Universe Masters and started to enter Universe Ocean since the last time a group of Universe Masters died during the fight for the Duandong River inheritance. It's very important. The Universe Masters from our alliance might meet those new Universe Masters. They don't have the information about these new Universe Masters, so they might suffer losses. We need to send the information to Primal Chaos City. Leader. These 3 Universe Knights were responsible for organizing information in the Hong Alliance. Information management wouldn't fall on Universe Masters, that was why 3 Universe Knights had been chosen to manage these. All of them had multiple bodies, and they were responsible for gathering and filtering the information. They would eventually send it to Primal Chaos City Leader, who would process it in the end. After a while, new Universe Masters again, 1 at level 4 and 2 at level 5. The 2 Holy Lands indeed have a large group of Universe Masters to be waiting. Those dead Universe Masters from the Duandong River inheritance last time didn't affect the 2 Holy Lands at all. Spread the word. Primal Chaos City Leader then sent the information to every Universe Master in the Hong Alliance through the virtual universe. Such information was classified to ordinary beings, but Universe Masters had to know about it every time there were new Universe Masters. Information about their power, fighting style, true treasures, and techniques was recorded and sent to Universe Masters at their side. The more they knew about their adversary, the longer they could live. Hong. A thunder giant flashed in the outer area of Tilted Peak Sector. Finally, I'm out of Tilted Peak Sector. The thunder giant, Great Thunder Star Master, looked at the chaos airflow. Milky Way Horde Leader Luo Feng. Great Thunder Star Master was furious. He had to show up after being provoked by a Universe Master. Hong. Great Thunder Star Master raced toward Universe Boat at top speed. On a reef of whirling swamp ocean in the inner area of Universe Boat. Hong Long Long. The waves were getting stronger. The space was torn again and again. The wind was terrifying, yet it was relatively weaker on the reef. Universe Masters stood everywhere. All 13 were waiting there, staring into the distance, still waiting for the pinnacle true treasures to be born. Sometimes they would take a look at Star Tower at the center of the reef. Star Tower, a supreme true treasure, said a skeleton life form in a flying animal shape, gazing at Star Tower. When can I have a supreme true treasure? Palace. Milky Way Horde Leader has only practiced for tens of eras. He's already this powerful and has got several supreme true treasures. Why can't I get one? The Universe Masters were both scared and jealous of Luo Feng, as they all craved supreme true treasures. Then they could roam Universe Ocean without fear. Inside Star Tower, Luo Feng, who had been practicing, finally opened his eyes. and looked to the outside. That pinnacle true treasure is still not born. There are 13 universe masters. Already well, Luo Feng looked down 12 from the 3 universe eras, and 1 is from Purple Moon Holy Land. That Purple Moon ancestor created major trouble, yet this guy from the Purple Moon Holy Land still dares to show up in front of me. Luo Feng's eyes glinted coldly. Hua. Luo Feng disappeared from the palace. Suddenly, a being walked out of the side gate of Star Tower, which was standing at the center of the giant reef at the center of Whirling Swamp Ocean. It was a concern to all the universe masters present. It's Milky Way Horde Leader. Why is Milky Way Horde Leader out here? All of them were nervous. Luo Feng glanced around and smiled. Don't worry, guys, if there's no grudge between us, I won't attack you. And then, Luo Feng started to stare at one universe master. It was the only universe master from Purple Moon Holy Land. Purple Poo Master. Purple Poo Master, said Luo Feng. Milky Way Horde Leader Purple Poo Master was relaxed. He had pride as a great being from the Holy Land. How dare you appear in front of me? Luo Feng chuckled. Purple Poo Master said coldly, why wouldn't I? This is universe boat, not human territory. Even if it was human territory, I would go there if the original universe permitted it. Milky Way Horde Leader, do you want to attack me? You'll make yourself an enemy of Purple Moon Holy Land. Interesting. Luo Feng sneered. Go in and provide company to Thunder Shuttle. Master. Hong. Star Tower suddenly started to float, and it inclined. An abyss appeared at the base of Star Tower, and it started to swallow Purple Poo Master. You dare to seal me? Purple Poo Master tried to resist it, yet he was still flying toward the base of Star Tower. Losing control, he roared, Luo Feng, I have multiple bodies. Even if you seal me, all I'll lose is one body. Purple Moon Holy Land won't let it go easily. Purple Moon Holy Land, Luo Feng sneered, we're already enemies, so stop threatening me. I'll capture every universe master from Purple Moon Holy Land. I see. So, Purple Poo Master was captured already. All 12 universe masters were terrified by what they had just witnessed. Luo Feng was indeed crazy, but they were not surprised. After all, Purple Moon Holy Land had already spread the inheritance of how to become Universe Supreme Masters from Universe Masters to all the powers in the United Forces Alliance. The news of this was already widely known. Purple Moon Holy Land clearly wanted the human team annihilated. They were already enemies. The human team had more than 400 Universe Masters, yet Purple Moon Holy Land had fewer than 400. Hostilities in the original universe are quite strong, thought Luo Feng. Almost all the Universe Masters are in the original universe. I need to seize this opportunity to punish Purple Moon Holy Land. Even now, those Universe Supreme Masters from Purple Moon Holy Land can only wield power at level 8. Max, as they don't have miniature universes. My Star Tower can also wield power at level 8, and once I perform Duan Mia, it'll reach level 9. Although it's not at top tier level 9, I don't need to worry about Purple Moon Holy Land. In the middle of Whirling Swamp Ocean, the 12 Universe Masters on the huge reef all trembled with terror as they watched the scene before them. They were all aware of the enmity between the humans and Purple Moon Holy Land, but seeing how fierce and vicious Luo Feng could be still made them shiver with fear. Dear all. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the crowd. Then he smiled and reassured them, if there is no bad blood between us, I will not attack you. You can put your minds at ease. with that, he flew toward Star Tower and right through the side door. The universe masters on the reef looked at one another, then, quietly, they started to discuss. Apparently, they were starting to worry. After all, Luo Feng had previously captured Thunder Shuttle Master, and now, he had captured Purple Poo Master. Could Luo Feng be scheming something as part of a plan, or did he merely want to capture them one after the other? It can't be. Even if we put up resistance, with his treasure that has impactful willpower, we are still unable to escape from Luo Feng. Earlier, Milky Way Horde leader came over just to capture Thunder Shuttle Master. As for Purple Poo Master, who merely just arrived, Luo Feng came here again to catch him. The 11 of us Universe Masters who had been here all this while were spared from any attacks. That's right. These Universe Masters discussed these things quietly and soon came to an understanding. If Luo Feng wanted to kill or capture them all, he would have made his move way back. Then there was no need for him to delay, plus, his actions would implicate his race, so he would not be so rash as to go around making enemies. Inside Star Tower, Luo Feng looked down at the world outside with a smile. He shouted, "Purple Poo Master." His voice was directly transmitted to one of the sealed spaces inside Star Tower. Humph! In a lonely, dimly lit space, Purple Poo Master sat cross-legged on a desolate land of soil. "Don't worry, I will not kill you so easily." Luo Feng's voice resonated through the space. "Actually, I had no intentions of being enemies with Purple Moon Holy Land, but you all from Purple Moon Holy Land have never wished well of us humans, and always tried to make things difficult for us. We had not taken things to heart regarding the previous war, but after the war, Purple Moon Holy Land actually handed the inheritance over to every group of power within the United Forces Alliance. It is so obvious that you intend to use the United Forces Alliance to oppress us so that the rise of us humans will be substantially slower. The entire human race was very angry with Purple Moon Holy Land. If Purple Moon Holy Land had not circulated the inheritance, then with the passage of time, the human race would be able to gain power and strength consistently. With this continuity, the humans would naturally be able to join the territories of the other pinnacle races. Then, with the expansion of territories, the humans would have seen more and more generations of geniuses rising from the race. All of these would naturally form a virtuous cycle that could have brought about a period of growth, and the human race would have risen even faster than before. But now, with the United Forces Alliance gaining the inheritance too, even though their version did not match up to the same level as the humans, the information was, no doubt, still detailed and rich enough. This meant that should the humans seek to expand their territory, they could only do so under extreme difficulty. If they were unable to expand their territory, then the number of human universe masters and universe supreme masters was destined to be only a handful. Without the intervention by Purple Moon Holy Land, before this reincarnation era came to an end, the number of human universe masters and universe supreme masters would have already exceeded the two Holy Lands put together, and because Purple Moon Holy Land had intervened when this reincarnation era ended, the number of human universe masters and universe supreme masters would not even amount to half the number of Purple Moon Holy Land. How could the humans not to feel anger and hatred? Purple Poo Master, who was entrenched in the lonely space, finally spoke up. "Ancestors' orders convey his judgment," he said with a cold smile. "Who are you to think you can force something upon us? Humph! In your dreams Let's wait and see, Luo Feng said indifferently. On the same day, within Purple Moon Holy Land Universe. Ancestor, I have done what you asked of me, said Purple Pooh Master upon reaching the reef within Whirling Swamp Ocean. It was truly just as Ancestor had anticipated. Luo Feng attacked me. He knelt respectfully as he reported to the figure suspended in the air before him. The figure, which was faintly radiating purple light, was none other. Purple Moon Ancestor. Purple Moon Ancestor said slowly, he already made his move. Now, he is keeping my other body under captive, but he has yet to annihilate my other body. Purple Pooh Master continued to report. His admiration for Purple Moon Ancestor was growing with every moment. There was enmity between Purple Moon Holy Land and the human camp, so the moment Purple Moon Holy Land learned about Luo Feng entering Universe Boat, based on Luo Feng's course of action, they had guessed where he was heading. Given the direction he was heading, all the Universe Masters from Purple Moon Holy Land would steer clear of the surrounding regions so as not to cross paths with him. Luo Feng had specifically gone down to Whirling Swamp Ocean this time around, just to wait for Great Thunder Star Master, yet Purple Moon Ancestor suddenly gave the order to Purple Pooh Master, who was nearest to Whirling Swamp Ocean, to go feel Luo Feng out, and in response to this move by Purple Moon Ancestor, Luo Feng had gone straight for the catch and had captured Purple Pooh Master. He just cannot keep his cool. Purple Moon Ancestor shook his head after getting hold of that inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. He has achieved his breakthrough to become a true god. Piece of cake. The moment he becomes a true god, adding on to the technique he received from the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, he will become even more powerful than Teacher Origin. Purple Pooh Master, who was kneeling down by Purple Moon Ancestor's side, was astounded. What more powerful than Teacher Origin of the human race? Based on Purple Moon Ancestor's speculation, under normal circumstances, he must have been right in assuming that, according to the path of laws, Luo Feng's current ability was creating a secret technique at the level of a Universe Supreme Master when combined with the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, and after spending some time in the space of cultivation, he was indeed able to achieve a breakthrough within a shorter period of time to become a true god. The moment he became a true god, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, then becoming more powerful than Teacher Origin would simply be a matter of course. By then, he could sweep away all Universe Supreme Masters in his way. But Luo Feng had chosen the path of godly power. He pursued something that had the highest difficulty level, something that exceeded 90,000 times life gene level, and so, he was fated to take a much longer time than Purple Moon Ancestor had speculated. You want to fight me? Purple Moon Ancestor sneered. Pass on my orders. From this moment on, all Universe Masters of my Purple Moon Holy Land shall avoid Luo Feng at all costs. The humans might execute some vicious moves even if all of you were to retreat back into the Holy Land universe or into seclusion. In one of the reincarnation eras of the Holy Land universe, these are small matters not worth fretting over. Purple Pooh Master was kneeling before him. At the same time, we have to make it known to all groups of top powers within the entire universe ocean, Purple Moon Ancestor said in his cold voice. Since Luo Feng was the one who initiated the provocation on my holy land, then, from this moment on, we from the Purple Moon Holy Land will kill every single human universe master from the primal universe who sets foot in Universe Ocean. Yes, Purple Poo Master replied obediently. Go, Purple Moon Ancestor ordered. Purple Poo Master left in a reverential manner without further ado. Purple Moon Ancestor stood within the void space and sneered Luo Feng when all those universe masters of your human race learn about how you are provoking me, causing me to issue such a killing order. I'm afraid they will be most dissatisfied with you. You want to fight me, that old fellow, East Emperor, is no threat at all. You are fated to be my one true opponent. Purple Moon Ancestor continued, speaking to himself in that cold manner. We shall see who has the last laugh. In one of the individual plane surfaces in a space within the virtual universe, Luo Feng's consciousness was perpetually connected to the virtual universe. Just a while ago, he had been filled with excitement. Now, shortly after, his excited expression had been replaced by a grimace. He had been excited because of a piece of information. His grimace was because of another piece of information. The first piece was related to detailed information on the newly promoted Universe Master. The second piece was the news the Purple Moon Holy Land had made public. From the information on the newly promoted Universe Master, Luo Feng saw information about Pei Xing Master, and his interest was especially fixated on the part about Pei Xing Master's 4 black wings. Those 4 black wings could place a stranglehold over the power of the laws of the 5 elements, namely gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was unique. It was like golden country, which was produced by his silver wings, and was also very unique. Besides, such wing-type true treasures were rare in the first place. Sherwu Wings has a total of 6 pairs of wings. Currently, I have 3 pairs, so I am still short of 3 pairs. These 2 pairs of black wings may be just what I need. Luo Feng had been growing excited and eager when the second piece of news ruined his mood. Purple Moon Holy Land. Just after he captured Purple Poo Master, the news was made public that there was a killing order issued every human Universe Master that set foot in Universe Ocean would be killed. Primal Chaos City Leader's voice resonated in Luo Feng's ears. Luo Feng, come here right away. At the peak of Thunder Island, in the garden behind Primal Chaos City Leader's palace, numerous thrones were scattered about, without differentiating between high or low statuses. The figures were appearing successively to sit on these thrones. Luo Feng, too, appeared and sat down. Dear all Primal Chaos City Leader looked around and laughed heartily. Everyone is here, so let's talk about the latest news that Purple Moon Holy Land has issued a killing order against our human race, saying that they will kill any human that sets foot in Universe Ocean. Actually, I am quite doubtful wherever did Purple Moon Holy Land find the guts to do such a thing. They only have 2 Universe Supreme Masters and a bunch of Universe Masters. Those 2 Universe Supreme Masters have yet to create their own miniature universes, and in terms of the number of Universe Masters, they are not even comparable to our Han Alliance, yet they dare to challenge us. After that, I took a closer look. Oh, they are doing it on purpose. It's their way of pinpointing us, the humans, and ostracizing the other vassal races of the Han Alliance. What a joke! The Han Alliance is an alliance in its entirety. They want to fight us. How are they able to ostracize us? Primal Chaos City Leader jested. I can only conclude that Purple Moon Holy Land is scared. They do not dare to fight us, the whole Han Alliance, so, to protect their dignity, they say such things. Darkness Master, who was standing off to the side, added in a low voice. That's right, we humans are not scared. After some time, when our race has a Few more Supreme Masters at the top-tier combat level, we will gain the absolute advantage. Luo Feng merely listened, but deep down, he was full of gratitude. Teacher had called for this gathering but had not allowed the others to voice their opinions. Instead, he had said this right away, obviously to steer the crowd in the direction of a common hatred for their enemy. If he had let them all voice their opinions freely, some might have said that Luo Feng was too impulsive and had thus made enemies for the humans instead. If this happened, there would be internal conflicts within the human race, which was something Primal Chaos City leader, Darkness Master, Luo Feng, and the few others were unwilling to see. It is my fault for not telling everyone about this beforehand, Luo Feng said in a low voice, but I don't regret it. It's only Purple Moon Holy Land, and Purple Moon Ancestor is not even able to leave his miniature universe as for their Supreme Masters. They don't even have miniature universes. What is there to fear? Those from Purple Moon Holy Land have always acted in the dark. The humans shouldn't give them face, and I also think that because of Purple Moon Holy Land playing tricks behind our backs now within the Primal Universe, the two camps are still in a tense situation. Especially the United Forces Alliance with the Inheritance. They are not fearful of us at all, Luo Feng said solemnly. If this rivalry drags on for too long, without being able to expand our territory, how will the human race continue to rise? This is why we need to go to war. Luo Feng continued, if there isn't a major war, the discord between the two camps will most likely become long-term. Time and again, these conflicts and crossfires would naturally help to hone the abilities of our Universe Knights and Universe Masters in life and death battles, and with that inheritance of the ancient civilization, the great beings of our race will continue to emerge. Following this increase of great beings, especially when we have a few more Universe Supreme Masters, we will be able to exterminate the two Universe Supreme Masters of Purple Moon Holy Land by then. If they remain hidden in Purple Moon Holy Land, so be it, but the moment they step out, they will be exterminated right away. Without those two Universe Supreme Masters, Luo Feng said with confidence, Purple Moon Holy Land will no longer be a threat to our human race. The humans had the guidance of their own inheritance. Even if the other Universe Supreme Masters were not as extreme, they had great hopes of being able to achieve the ultimate limit of a Supreme Master, which was the level Teacher Origin had attained. True, said Primal Chaos City leader, for a longer period of time our race should focus on the Primal Universe. Even if the honing of skills is via life and death battles, these must still be within the Primal Universe. The conflicts between the two camps will go on for an extremely long time. He nodded. Yet this so-called killing order is not a threat to us at all now. Let Luo Feng teach that Purple Moon Holy Land a good lesson, and when our race gets stronger in the future, we will become the third Holy Land and become even more powerful than Purple Moon Holy Land and East Emperor Holy Land. Contrary to what Luo Feng thought, none of the human Universe Masters were afraid. All of them were ambitious and aggressive, and they didn't give a damn about the killing order of Purple Moon Holy Land. First of all, the inheritance from the ancient civilization made the humans more confident. Also, they had just defeated the entire United Forces Alliance, so Purple Moon Holy Land was nothing to them. Besides, the main battlefield would be in the original universe in the future, and few would go to Universe Ocean. Even though Darkness Master and Primal Chaos City leader went there sometimes, they only sent their bodies. For what it was worth, Purple Moon Holy Land could only make threats in Universe Ocean, they were not a real threat even if there was trouble, it would be a learning experience for the humans. The meeting among seniors was quickly finished, and the beings disappeared. From the throne's Primal Chaos City leader and Luo Feng were the only two left. Primal Chaos City leader glanced at Luo Feng with a smile. Are you still worried? Not anymore. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. You shouldn't have been, said Primal Chaos City leader. You made a huge contribution during the fight between us and the United Forces Alliance. All the Universe Masters respect you wholeheartedly. You've helped our race a lot. And you're influential. You are certainly a leader as long as you don't do stupid things like making enemies everywhere. The race will stand by your side. No matter what. After all, everyone makes enemies in Universe Ocean. Beings will try to kill you even if you mean them no harm. It's okay to make enemies. Luo Feng nodded. It was true, the Thunderstorm Star race was very weak, so he didn't need to worry about it. Purple Moon Holy Land was powerful, yet the humans could also withstand them, of course. If Luo Feng made enemies everywhere and led all the powers to attack humans, the humans would be upset. No matter how competent a race was, it didn't dare to make itself an enemy to all powers. If the humans lost the battle against the United Forces and retreated back to the primal universe, the other races might hit them while they were down. All the powers in both the original universe and Universe Ocean would unite and suppress them. That would be a most miserable situation. Fortunately, that hadn't happened. Teacher Luo Feng recalled the information he had acquired before and asked, is there a Universe Master called Peixing Master among those new Universe Masters? Yes. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. His wing true treasure. Luo Feng frowned. Can we have some more detailed information about him? Wing true treasure. Primal Chaos City leader glanced at Luo Feng and looked pleased. Is his wing somehow connected to your silver wing? He only gave Luo Feng one pair of Sherwu wings, and Luo Feng had found another pair after absorbing lots of blade energies. It was only under a supreme true treasure. Now, Luo Feng nodded. It's only an assumption. Okay, I'll help you check now. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. There are around 400 Universe Masters in the Hong Alliance now, and the intelligence network is enormous. It should be easy to find. I'll tell you immediately after I get the information. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Every Universe Master had a group of friends who would send messages to each other. There were around 400 Universe Masters in the Hong Alliance, and everyone had many friends, even friends in Universe Ocean. It was definitely a giant intelligence network. The larger the network, the more detailed the information would be. After the killing order from Purple Moon Holy Land spread, all the powers in Universe Ocean sighed. Luo Feng is crazy. Does he really think he can fight Purple Moon Holy Land? It's a holy land, no matter how mad the fight is, and even if a group of Universe Masters die, they can recover after a few universe eras. Even if they're defeated by the humans, they can hide in Purple Moon Holy Land for a universe era or two. That's right, the humans need to seize the time to breed more Universe Supreme Masters for the great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land. They can just return to Purple Moon Holy Land, but the humans can't do the same thing. All the powers sighed. They all thought the humans were bringing trouble on themselves by fighting a holy land. Tilted Peak Sector. There was a 3-level tower, and each level was Dodecagon. The strange tower kept going inside Tilted Peak Sector. An order from the Ancestor Peixing Master looked to the outside of Tilted Peak sector and whispered, "Ancestor thinks too highly of that Luo Feng, he's only one man, yet we all need to avoid him, especially those who venture into Universe boat. Fortunately, I'm in Tilted Peak sector, so I don't need to care about him. Luo Feng, just wait and see. I've been staying in the Holy Land and have never come out. Now that I'm in Universe Ocean, I might have such luck in the future, and I can surpass Luo Feng." Of course, Pei Xing Master was jealous of Luo Feng. After all, he had never been in Universe Ocean before. How could he not be jealous? He had never had the chance. "I must look for the opportunity carefully." Pei Xing Master kept searching in the inner area of Tilted Peak sector. The strategy of Purple Moon Holy Land against the humans was to avoid Luo Feng, who was a terrifying handful. They only targeted other human universe masters. Now that Luo Feng was in Universe boat, the universe masters around him all avoided him, even if they had something important to do. The great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land and Universe Ocean were all intimidated, whereas those in Tilted Peak sector and Flowing Level Mountain were just as relaxed as before. Only half a month after the senior meeting in the human race, Primal Chaos City leader summoned Luo Feng and notified him that there was some new information. "Teacher," Luo Feng said. He had high expectations. "A universe master within the Hong Alliance has many friends, and he's friends with 2 universe masters from Eastern Emperor Holy Land," said Primal Chaos City leader. "After talking with him, we know that the true treasure wing Pei Xing Master has appeared in the original universe more than 10 universe eras ago. It was used by a universe master from other universe eras. However, he was killed by a great being from Purple Moon Holy Land, and the wing true treasure was seized. It didn't show up in Universe Ocean until recently." Now, Luo Feng understood more than 10 universe eras ago. No wonder there wasn't any detailed information about it from the other 3 universe eras. Only the 2 Holy Lands would know more about such ancient information. That true treasure wing was called 5-color cloud wing before, said Primal Chaos City leader. It's one of the best top-tier true treasure spiritual weapons. Firstly, it can change directions and accelerate its speed very fast. Secondly, it has binding power. The binding power performed before can't compare to that which Pei Xing Master performed. Apparently, Pei Xing Master performed a supreme technique using 5-color cloud wing. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. One of the best top-tier true treasure spiritual weapons. That sounded familiar. His Sherwu wing was one of the best top-tier true treasure spiritual weapons. Before the origin was recovered, and after it was recovered, it was one of the best pinnacle true treasures, second only to supreme true treasures, and it helped with flying. Another piece of information. Primal Chaos City leader smiled and added, 5-color cloud wing stood for silver 4 wings during that universe era. Luo Feng was shocked. It was easy to change the color of a true treasure. However, the 5-color cloud wing had been silver during that universe era. So silver might have been its natural color. That's the information, said Primal Chaos City leader. You can decide what you want to do about it. Luo Feng smirked. I'll seize the chance, certainly. On a reef at the center of whirling swamp ocean in the inner area of Universe Ocean. Nobody in Universe Ocean knew that Luo Feng was in whirling swamp ocean as for Great Thunder Star Master. Even if everyone knew about their feud, nobody dared to meddle. Everyone knew that Luo Feng was incredibly powerful, so if someone actually messed with him, he would treat them as he treated those from Purple Moon Holy Land. Luo Feng didn't kill and made enemies recklessly if someone messed with him, and brought trouble upon themselves. No powers in Universe Ocean would interfere. Great beings find that Great Thunder Star Master has appeared in Universe Boat. He was spotted twice, and he's racing here. He'll arrive very soon. It's going to be incredible. The furious Great Thunder Star Master and Milky Way Horde leader, who has the inheritance from Duan Dong River. What's the fighting going to be like? 15 Universe Masters had already gathered on the reef, including a level 6 Universe Master from the Eastern Emperor Holy Land. Inside Star Tower, Luo Feng was looking down. He could hear those who were talking outside. Great Thunder Star Master, Luo Feng whispered. He had already learned about the traces of Great Thunder Star Master from the Hong Alliance's intelligence network. He reckoned that it would take Great Thunder Star Master around a month to arrive here. Great Thunder Star Master, I'll use you to test the 2 techniques of my star tower, Luo Feng thought. Blood Shadow Blade was at top tier level 7, and with Duan Mia, it was at top tier level 8. Star Tower was even more incredible. The 5th level of engravings on Star Tower was at level 8, and with Duan Mia, it was at level 9. Even the most powerful Universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean could only wield power at top tier level 9. Most of them were at level 8, while some of them were at level 7. With Duan Mia, Blood Shadow Blade, and Star Tower, Luo Feng could stand among the top Universe Supreme Masters. Only a few could surpass him, of course. One of his weaknesses was that he couldn't break the rules, no matter how powerful a Universe Master was. He still had to follow certain rules, like the speed limit. This was Luo Feng's weakness. Even though Luo Feng was absolutely confident, other powers in Universe Ocean still found it foolish that he dared to provoke Great Thunder Star Master. Besides, humans still needed to deal with the more powerful Purple Moon Holy Land and those from the original universe. They all thought that Luo Feng was too crazy. Huh. Luo Feng frowned in Star Tower as an important email was sent to him through the virtual universe. Luo Feng clicked on the email. Suddenly, he stood up and looked exhilarated. Teacher, he became a Universe Supreme Master. Teacher, finally make the breakthrough. Luo Feng was excited when he shared the inheritance from the ancient civilization. Primal Chaos City leader was already about to make the breakthrough with the detailed guide of inheritance and the pressure from the war. The humans all wished for Primal Chaos City leader to make the breakthrough before the final war. However, he hadn't made the breakthrough. Even after the war ended, fortunately, Luo Feng had become a Universe Master and had saved the war by using his endless remote ocean. Teacher craved to make a breakthrough before the war, yet he couldn't after the war. He did. Luo Feng in the virtual universe immediately took off for where his teacher lived. At the top of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, there was hustle and bustle. Once Luo Feng arrived, he heard all the voices, vigorous, squeaky, and hoarse. Well, Luo Feng took a look and couldn't help being surprised. So many are here, even from other races. Milky Way Horde leader, said a Universe Master from another race with dozens of antennae. Come, Milky Way Horde leader, your teacher made a breakthrough. And you, as his disciple, need to give him some great presents to congratulate him. Many beings from other races walked toward Luo Feng. It was a big deal when someone became a Universe Supreme Master in the original universe. A race would be automatically classified as a pinnacle race once there was a universe. Supreme Master within the race teacher origin had been eternally suppressed. And Hugh Jax had died. There hadn't been a universe Supreme Master in the human race for a long time, which worried those in the Hong Alliance now that Primal Chaos City leader had finally become one. All the universe masters felt that there was now a leader. Luo Feng Primal Chaos City leader, who was surrounded by many beings, waved at Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and walked forward. Teacher, I was under lots of pressure and could relax even a bit before that war, and I wanted to make a breakthrough before the war. However, I didn't. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head and smiled. I didn't expect to make the breakthrough after relaxing. Luo Feng said, Teacher, you've prepared for a long time, so it's not surprising. He looked around, seeing how hectic the surroundings were. Luo Feng understood that the situation was very tense in the original universe, so Primal Chaos City leader told all the universe masters in the Hong Alliance once he had made his breakthrough. Everyone was celebrating, enhancing the unity within the Hong Alliance. The celebration lasted for more than half a day, after which the other races left one by one. Only human universe masters remained. Luo Feng, why did you transmit the information to us secretly and tell us to stay? What happened? Ice Mountain Master asked. Primal Chaos City leader, Darkness Master, Long Yen Master, and the others all looked at Luo Feng during the party. Luo Feng had indeed secretly sent a message to human universe masters. Luo Feng looked around. There will be a fight between me and Great Thunder Star Tower. Everyone suddenly became silent, although the humans were confident in Luo Feng. A fight with Great Thunder Star Master was not a trifling matter. Luo Feng, Great Thunder Star Master, is not easy to deal with, said Peng Gong. Master Hugh Jax died because of him, so we do need to avenge him. However, we don't need to rush it. There's a 30% chance I can kill Great Thunder Star Master, said Luo Feng. Kill him. Everyone, including Primal Chaos City leader, was shocked to their very core. Kill a Universe Supreme Master? Even other Universe Supreme Masters didn't dare to claim something like that, yet Luo Feng said it, and as only a Universe Master. They had, however, seen Luo Feng's plan before. They had witnessed how Luo Feng's endless godly power ocean could resist the soul attack from both the United Forces Alliance and the Freedom Alliance, so they at least had some confidence in him. 30% Primal Chaos City leader said. Yes, Luo Feng nodded, but he's a Universe Supreme Master. After all, I myself am not powerful enough to kill him, so I need the surroundings in the three lands of extremists, which is why I said only 30%. If he's arrogant, he might be hit. Hua. The human universe masters, including Void Gold Master, Remote Lord Master, and Qingdong Master, were all astonished and excited at the same time. They found it too good to be true, yet they also knew that Luo Feng had both Boat of Mausoleum and the inheritance from Duandong River with some special skills. He might actually be able to do it. If I succeed, I can get Great Thunder Godly Armor from Great Thunder Star Master, yelled Remote Lord Master. Great Thunder Godly Armor was a supreme true treasure that belonged to Great Thunder Star Master. Teacher Luo Feng smiled. I tell everyone to stay because I can actually succeed with any luck. All the great beings from Thunderstorm Star Race will die instantly after Great Thunder Star Master is dead, and his small universe will dissipate, lots of true treasures will appear. Everyone understood now. Universe masters, and those under them, couldn't control their own destiny if they lived in the original universe. Their life origin was the original universe, as for those life forms from the first and the second universe era. Their lives were bound to miniature universes. Once a miniature universe crumbled, all the lives bound to it would die, of course. If a miniature universe became a holy land, the undying fighters, universe knights, and universe masters in it could live forever. Everyone in the race will die, and there will be countless valuables. We do need to pay attention. Primal Chaos City leader nodded and looked to darkness. Master, little brother, you'll go yourself if Luo Feng succeeds, and the miniature universe starts to crumble. You can get all the valuables. Okay. Darkness Master nodded and looked at Luo Feng. Don't make me go there for nothing. Luo Feng smiled. I'll try my best. Nobody in Universe Ocean could say for certain that they could kill a universe Supreme Master. Luo Feng was gambling as well. Darkness Master secretly left the original universe the same day, and it took him 6 days to get to the miniature universe of Great Thunder Star Master by natural wormholes, teleportation, and fast flying. Miniature universe. A giant black pyramid floated in the Chaos City, and inside the black pyramid, Darkness Master looked at the miniature universe in the distance. That Luo Feng is indeed crazy. He's trying to kill a universe Supreme Master. Even if he's going to use the surroundings in the land of extremists, it's still incredible. On a giant reef at the center of whirling swamp ocean in Universe Boat. It's incredible. Luo Feng stayed in Star Tower and looked down. He could hear the discussion among Universe Masters. Normally, only Universe Supreme Masters can kill other Universe Supreme Masters during a fight. I haven't heard of any Universe Masters who killed Universe Supreme Masters. I, Luo Feng, already have power at level 9. I'm even top tier among Universe Supreme Masters. Only my speed can't exceed the limit. I can totally create a miracle. Luo Feng was aggressive. It was possible that he could do it in one-on-one combat. However, if it was 1-2 or 1-3, there wouldn't be any hope, which was why he only provoked Great Thunder Star Master. If Xinjia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestor also came, Luo Feng would definitely leave and spread the word that Great Thunder Star Master was a coward. Days passed. Long. The whirlpool in whirling swamp ocean grew increasingly terrifying, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. The wind on the reef was milder, and the 15 Universe Masters stood there, waiting. Great Thunder Star Master will be here in a short while. Yes. Just wait and see a fight between Great Thunder Star Master and Milky Way Horde Leader. What a show to look forward to. None of those Universe Masters wanted to miss it. Just as they were chatting, a giant bolt of lightning slashed the sky above the darkness of whirling swamp ocean. It arrived on top of the reef. From the space in the distance, the Universe Masters, who were originally relaxed, were all excited. A voice came from the sky. Human brat, give me Thunder Shuttle Master. The giant bolt of lightning from the sky formed the shape of a towering thunder giant. A giant ball of lightning was spinning on its chest. He gazed down with an icy expression. Great Thunder, said a cold voice. A silver-caped and silver-winged young man walked out of the side door of Star Tower. He extended his left hand, and Star Tower immediately shrank and fell onto his palm. He sneered and looked up at the Thunder Giant, who was standing still. Great Thunder, Thunder Shuttle Master's life is in my hands. Now how Dare you still be so reckless in front of me? Humph! The thunder giant in the sky looked down and snorted, trying to suppress his fury. Tell me, what must I do before you will let thunder shuttle master go? Easy, said Luo Feng. Kneel and grovel in front of me and beg for my mercy. Then I'll spare thunder shuttle master. The universe masters from the other races were all shocked. Luo Feng was insane. Bastard, the thunder giant roared. You dare to insult a universe supreme master, you deserve to die. Luo Feng looked up at the thunder giant in the sky. Insult you, he said. If I were powerful enough, I would have tortured and killed you 1,000 times. Great Thunder Star Master looked down. He immediately understood that the humans knew the three who had been involved in Huge Axe's death. That was why Luo Feng insulted him like this. It seems you're not going to give me Thunder Shuttle Master, said Great Thunder Star Master, looking down. I didn't mean to in the first place, said Luo Feng coldly. Thunder Shuttle. Great Thunder Star Master said in the sky. I'll avenge you. All the universe masters already hidden in the palace true treasures grew excited after hearing him say this. They all understood that Great Thunder Star Master no longer planned to rescue Thunder Shuttle Master. Instead, he was going to fight Luo Feng. Human brat, I'll show you how stupid it is to challenge a supreme master. Thunder Giant roared. His right leg, which was 100 million kilometers long, turned into a great bolt of lightning, striking toward the reef. It was so powerful that the space the lightning passed through was shattered into particles. Great Thunder Star Master is really out of his mind. He must have treated us as non-existent for him to be able to attack all the way here. The universe masters who had hidden in their palace true treasures were all scared out of their wits. Quickly, they started to manipulate their palace true treasures and flew off in all directions to avoid him. Even if they were all hiding in their palace true treasures, even in a head-on confrontation, they would still be able to survive the attack and just be merely affected by the waves of the attack. The humongous lightning bolt was earth-shattering, and it had crashed down toward Luo Feng, who was right in the middle of the reef. Hung. Snake-like electrical currents appeared like rolling waves. Roar upon being bombarded by the lightning bolt. A gigantic, single-horned lizard standing in the middle of the reef looked up at the sky above. Great Thunder, if you are truly capable enough, then bring it on. With a thrust of his four hooves, the gigantic, single-horned lizard charged straight into the endless whirling swamp ocean at its side. A body-transforming beast god, the thunder giant looked down from the sky above and sneered. Merely the technique of a universe master, and yet you dare to show off before me. From the sky high above, the thunder giant charged down at the endless whirling swamp ocean in an instant. After creating a splash of icy cold water, the thunder giant dove into the ocean. So. Universe masters from the various other races, who had fled far from the scene to hide and watch the war, boarded their palace true treasures and flew back to the reef. Milky Way Horde leader has transformed into a golden beast god and fled into whirling swamp ocean. Great Thunder Star Master is in hot pursuit and has charged into the ocean too. It is extremely dangerous within whirling swamp ocean. That Milky Way Horde leader is simply out of his mind. 15 universe masters from various races were watching the ongoing war, but no one could clearly see what was happening. They could only rely on the energy ripples detected to judge the situation. At the ocean bed of whirling swamp ocean, Haha, Great Thunder Star Master was moving at a high speed within the endless ocean water, and he was brimming with confidence, that human chap. You think you are my match in this whirling swamp ocean? How wrong you are. As a Universe Supreme Master, Great Thunder Star Master was not foolish. He was aware that the only threat Luo Feng could use against him was his extremely strong ability to survive, because Luo Feng had the boat of Mausoleum, no matter how dangerous the environment was, so long as he hid in it, he could pass through the worst. This was why, if they were in extremely dangerous environments like the core ground of Universe Boat, he would never get involved with Luo Feng. Whirling Swamp Ocean was one of the dangerous lands in the internal region of Universe Boat, but when compared to the core region, there was a vast difference in the level of danger. I have a supreme, true treasure godly armor on me, and possess the godly body of a Universe Supreme Master, Great Thunder Star Master told himself. Relying on these, all the other whirlpools in the entire Whirling Swamp Ocean will not be able to harm me. The only threat I face now will be the core of this Whirling Swamp Ocean, the core whirlpool, which is the birthplace of many pinnacle true treasures. How vast the Whirling Swamp Ocean was! The only place that could annihilate Great Thunder Star Master was the core whirlpool of this ocean. So long as I avoid that place, I will not be in any danger. Great Thunder Star Master was very confident. So the Thunder Giant moved extremely quickly, so quick that it far exceeded 100 times the limit of light speed. Soon, he caught up with Luo Feng, who had transformed into Golden Beast God. Golden Beast God was trying its best to advance in the direction of the core whirlpool. Apparently, it wanted to take the battle to the core whirlpool. You, young human chap, you want to take the battle to the core whirlpool? You want me killed by the core whirlpool? Great Thunder Star Master came crashing all the way to end up in front of Golden Beast God. With one kick, a large lightning bolt went crashing down to hack onto the body of Golden Beast God. Golden Beast God was thrown off balance as he retreated backward. So foolish, my speed far exceeds 100 times light speed. If I want to fight, I fight. If I want to leave, I leave. Why would I be so silly as to enter the core whirlpool? Great Thunder Star Master laughed loudly. He was, indeed, very arrogant. On the outside, he may have seemed arrogant, but in his heart, Great Thunder Star Master was exercising extreme vigilance. In the entire Whirling Swamp Ocean, the only place that posed a threat to him was the core whirlpool, which was not too far away. Only this one place. But Great Thunder Star Master understood that most of the time a downfall might not be due to the dangers on the surface, but rather due to accidentally falling into the ploys of malicious manipulators. This Luo Feng had, after all, received the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. Who knew what special techniques he was capable of? I must be vigilant, Great Thunder Star Master reminded himself. Roar! Luo Feng let out a roar, and the head of the Beast God turned to look at Great Thunder Star Master in a low voice. It taunted, "How timid you are! Could it be that you dared not fight me by the edge of the core whirlpool?" The moment one fully completed the Beast God path to become a Universe Master, then most certainly, he would be able to transform into a Beast God. Not only was Luo Feng in the godly body of a Beast God, but even his crazy demon extermination godly armor had transformed into Beast God form. His original body was protected within his crazy demon extermination godly armor, which, in turn, took on the form of a Beast God. This crazy demon extermination godly armor would then be like a pinnacle palace true treasure, where only the core whirlpool of whirling swamp ocean, could destroy this golden beast god other places would pose no threat to it at all. You really think I'm as foolish as you? The thunder giant gave an angry roar. With a step forward, he suddenly raised both arms high up and joined them together. The moment his lightning arms were joined, countless lightning bolts appeared in an entangled mass. Then, together with his raised arms, he let out an angry shout and charged at Luo Feng. It as though the universe was hacked in two. Roar. Luo Feng, who was in the form of a beast god, also roared. Without any intention of dodging, he leaped forward instantly to meet the approaching thunder giant. Pa. A gigantic lightning bolt that resembled a whip of lightning lashed out at the fast-approaching golden beast god, ripping the sky with one claw. In mid-flight, golden beast god suddenly extended its right hand claws with a wave, in preparation of confronting the approaching lightning whip. Every claw on its right hoof was as sharp as battle blades, or, more accurately, every claw was a battle blade, blood ghost blade. The right-hand claws of golden beast god waved about without restraint, and the claws were naturally doing the same. A streak of blade light appeared. It was weak when it first appeared, but shortly after, it grew bigger and thicker, to the extent of being able to sweep through everything within heaven and earth. Hong. A miniature universe appeared and enveloped the huge lightning whip that was hacking at golden beast god. The miniature universe cracked open to reveal a thin blade ray that sliced through the lightning whip, causing it to disintegrate in an instant. The blade ray then skimmed across whirling swamp ocean, easily slicing through the ocean as though it were as soft as tofu. It reached the thunder giant, where it continued on its streak of attack and swiftly sliced through its body. This was Luo Feng's self-created blade technique, Nirvana Renaissance. Pung. The thunder giant was forced to retreat a few steps back, creating ripples in the surrounding ocean water. He looked at Luo Feng, feeling a mixture of confusion and shock. Did Luo Feng just execute an 8th tier as the top level combat power? A moment ago, the continued consumption of Luo Feng's godly body had been to sustain the constant execution of extermination. Furthermore, with the unique characteristic of Blood Ghost Blade, Luo Feng was able to attack with a combat power that reached the 8th tier as the top level. The strength of this force, even with a supreme true treasure armor as protection, meant that great Thunderstar Master would still feel the pressure. His combat power was only at the 8th tier as the top level. Impossible! The thunder giant let out a roar of rage. Even if you have the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, you still have to die today. Without warning, numerous arms started appearing from around the thunder giant's rib cage. Where he originally only had 2 arms, now he wielded a total of 36 arms. Thunderstorm Star was originally a race that originated from Thunderstorm Star Planet. The moment the thunder giant became a true god, because his source of origin had designed his body, he would return to his true form, which was the most dazzling light sphere in the core of his body. His arms, head, and all other body parts were gathered and pieced together with his godly power, so of course, he could have any number of arms he desired. Take this blow of mine, the thunder giant bellowed. Every arm held a strange, triangular cone, making a total of 36 triangular cones. Every single one of them was a pinnacle true treasure. This formed a complete set of pinnacle true treasures, Universe Imperial Cone, which was quite compatible with this thunder giant. Roar, bring it on, golden beast, God bellowed as he went head-on with thunder. God again. Pa 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 pa. Streaks of golden rays of lightning shot out from every sharp cone. A total of 36 golden rays of lightning converged in a single moment to form a huge golden cone. The claws on golden beast God's right hoof waved wildly, and the blade ray was swept up with everything else. Soundlessly, the miniature universe enveloped the golden cones at the point where both were colliding against one another. Both were annihilated at the same time, and the strong after effects swept up everything in the surroundings. Golden beast God suddenly released a small tower. Go. The small tower expanded rapidly. Golden beast God roared as he attempted to charge forward again. Star Tower. Great Thunder Star Master saw Star Tower flying toward him, and his eyes reflected his greedy desires. He did not dodge the approaching Star Tower. The claws on the hoof of Beast God, who was actually Luo Feng in his transformed body, and the triangular cones of Great Thunder Star Master. A head-on confrontation between the two entities commenced, and power met with power. Pung. At lightning speed, Star Tower, lofty like a towering mountain, crashed onto the head of Great Thunder Star Master, who was making no attempt to dodge. Great Thunder Star Master's entire body was sent crashing down. There was a dent in his skull as part of it sank in from the blow he had received. Yet, with the flow of lightning, his skull seemed to recover in no time. 8th tier as the top level, combat power. Great Thunder Star Master was shocked and gazed at Star Tower. Great Thunder Beast God Luo Feng roared as he charged forward like a lunatic. Alternating between his left and right hooves, he was clawing his way forward. Blood Ghost Blade was, at times, a sharp claw on his right hoof. At other times, it would be a sharp claw on his left hoof. Golden Beast God was incomparably brutal and fierce, as he was clashing against Great Thunder Star Master in an all-out face-off. He refused to lose. At the same time, Star Tower was exchanging blows with Great Thunder Star Master. Every hit was like a full-fledged attack dealt by a Universe Supreme Master. His attacks carried power at the 8th tier level. Within a fleeting moment, it felt as though two Universe Supreme Masters were attacking at the same time. Such an impact sent Great Thunder Star Master retreating backward. How could he be so strong, said Great Thunder Star Master, even for a Universe Supreme Master to execute such force at the 8th tier level? Firstly, he must have a secret technique, and secondly, he must have a suitable true treasure. This Luo Feng, be it at close range or through the manipulation of Star Tower, is able to unleash such powerful force. He is only a Universe Master. This inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River is simply too powerful. Great Thunder Star Master was forced to retreat upon being attached. As he looked on, behind him was the core whirlpool of the whirling swamp. Ocean after all, the reef was near to the core whirlpool, to begin with. Right at the beginning, when Luo Feng entered Whirling Swamp Ocean, he headed straight in the direction of the core whirlpool, so the distance was reduced. Even more at that moment, the battle was brought right next to the core whirlpool. As they continued to fight, the strangulation power of the whirlpool was so strong that it had already spread its influence all over the surroundings. How can a mere Universe Master wield such terrifying combat power? Great Thunder Star Master said. He was jealous and angry at the same time, but he still maintained a cool composure. Behind me is the core whirlpool. I can't go on fighting now. If I continue to fight, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he made up his mind very quickly. Ha ha ha, young human chap, this inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River is indeed impressive if it can even allow you to achieve such combat power, where I am unable to do anything to you. I shall stop here for now, while I have annihilated huge axe. You have killed my Thunder Master in return, calculating the difference. I am still the winner, haha. While still laughing with great arrogance, Great Thunder Star Master immediately accelerated and prepared to make a speedy departure. Great Thunder Star Master thought he couldn't gain anything even if he kept fighting Luo Feng. On the contrary, he might suffer losses if he wasn't careful enough. He immediately decided to leave, and just when he started to flee, endless and dimming golden light spread, covering an area of more than 1 square light year. Snowy sand floated. It was as if it were another dimension. The sand floated around the ocean, but was immediately annihilated when it got close to the core whirlpool. Apparently, it couldn't cover that terrifying area. Golden Country and Snow Sand Ocean, they were performed at the same time. Under Duan Mia, the power was incredibly strong, and it bound Great Thunder Star Master. Humph! Great Thunder Star Master looked aloof. The binding affected him, but he could still be 100 times faster than light speed. It would just take him more time. Suppress Luo Feng's beast, God, suddenly yelled Star Tower, which was trying to strike at Great Thunder Star Master like a mountain, suddenly started to spin. It started to give out a dimming light, and there were engravings on the surface of the tower that looked like screw threads. The light on the screw thread engravings kept spinning, and Star Tower pressed against Great Thunder Star Master. In terms of speed, even great beings couldn't compare with weapons. Wang. Star Tower had lost its ferocity before. Instead, it kept pressing down. Trembling Star Tower immediately fell on the head of Great Thunder Star Master. Hug! Great Thunder Star Master, who was trying to flee, was like a mouse being suppressed by a giant rock. He couldn't move. Heavy, too heavy. Great Thunder Star Master felt the full impact of the pressure being exerted by Star Tower. It wasn't just weight, but suppression. When Star Tower fell on him, it was as if they were combined. The weight from Star Tower became his weight as well. It felt as if he were carrying a miniature universe. It was so heavy that he couldn't walk at all. It was like remote ocean. Remote ocean couldn't move by itself, and it was staggeringly slow now. Great Thunder Star Master was slower than endless remote ocean. Impossible, impossible! Great Thunder Star Master yelled, and lightning burst from his body. The thunder light ball at the center of his body suddenly exploded and reached its maximum power. Great Thunder Star Master could only fly slowly, slower than 10,000 kilometers per second. No, 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 he roared, trying to speed up. 10,000 kilometers per second was his limit. The more he sped up, the stronger the pressure from Star Tower became. Luo Feng was quite satisfied. I've already fully comprehended the 4th and the 5th level of engravings. On Star Tower, the 4th level is called Hit, the 5th level is called Suppress. Luo Feng didn't bother coming up with mysterious names. However, the 4th and 5th level of engravings on Star Tower excited him. The main function of Star Tower before was hitting, and it was at level 4. The 5th level was at level 8 under Duan Mia. It was at level 9 under such powerful suppression. Even Great Thunder Star Master found it difficult to move. If you have a helper you can collaborate with, you can blast my Star Tower away. Luo Feng thought, if we were somewhere safer, you could keep fighting. Me after all, maintaining attacks at level 9 consumes a great deal of godly power, and I kept performing Duan Mia, so it consumes much more you. Have a larger godly body, have more advanced godly power, so you'll definitely have an advantage if we're stuck in a long fight. Unfortunately for you I set you up, everything's going as planned. Die, great Thunderstar Master. Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind when he controlled the 5th level engravings, and when Star Tower suppressed Great Thunderstar Master, a giant object appeared from the ocean. The ancient ship showed up and raced toward Great Thunderstar Master. No, Great Thunderstar Master felt that he was being pressured by Star Tower and couldn't get away. He used Universe Imperial Cone to attack it, but even his own body was constrained by the suppression, so he couldn't move Star Tower at all. He was incredibly slow. Boat of Mausoleum, which was 10 billion kilometers long, charged at him. He was slower than 10,000 kilometers per second, so he couldn't avoid it at all. Humph! Luo Feng's beast god watched. He was doomed. Great Thunderstar Master was definitely doomed. His godly power could maintain suppression at level 9 easily. Great Thunderstar Master was being hit by Boat of Mausoleum, which couldn't be moved even by a large group of Universe Masters. This terrifying ship could definitely push Great Thunderstar Master into Core Whirlpool, which was exceedingly powerful. There was a tranquil portal at the very center, as that at the center of a tornado. Sometimes there would be true treasures emerging from the Core Whirlpool. However, Great Thunderstar Master would be crushed and killed before it could reach the center of the Core Whirlpool. Even Universe Supreme Masters needed supreme true treasure palaces to survive the Core Whirlpool. Star Tower was for suppression, Boat of Mausoleum was for pushing, and the Core Whirlpool was for killing. Luo Feng stared at that thunder giant and delighted in his life withering away. You made me do this, Great Thunderstar Master suddenly roared. In anger, Luo Feng, you made me do this, you did this, drop dead. Luo Feng sensed that something bad was going to happen. Quick, push him! Luo Feng drove Boat of Mausoleum with all his power, making it as fast as possible. At that moment, Great Thunderstar Master had gone completely insane. After that roar, there was black air everywhere on his giant body, surrounded by lightning. Black air emanated outward, making him howl in agony. That mysterious black air looked harmless, but Luo Feng's instincts told him otherwise. Danger, danger, danger! Every part of his godly power was screaming as if it had encountered a terrifying being. Dodge! Luo Feng rushed into Boat of Mausoleum. Star Tower was suppressing Great Thunderstar Master, so he could only hide in Boat of Mausoleum. Great Thunderstar Master was insane. You want to kill me, he roared. You can die first. The endless black air surged out of his thunder body, and it slashed the surrounding space. Its speed was limited like a domain true treasure, covering the area. After it was performed, it spread toward Luo Feng instantly, and started to pierce Golden Horn Beast. Luo Feng. This is nothing, nothing, Luo Feng told himself. I can totally resist it. My crazy demon extermination godly armor is also in the shape of a beast god, like a pinnacle true treasure palace. Although Luo Feng was fearful in his heart, his godly power was terrified, as if at the mercy of all-consuming flames. His godly power was terrified of the black air. It wasn't influenced by Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng's logic told him that nothing existing in Universe Ocean that was this horrifying. After all, he was very powerful, and the beast god formed by crazy demon extermination godly armor was like a pinnacle true Treasure palace, crazy demon, extermination, godly armor needed to be broken. Before his godly body could be hit, however, no supreme masters were able to break a pinnacle true treasure palace. Who? The seemingly ordinary black air enveloped the entire golden beast god. How did crazy demon extermination godly armor form a beast god? It was via godly power. That was why there was godly power burning on crazy demon extermination godly armor. Chi chi chi. The black air and the golden beast god kept consuming each other. As the black air completely enveloped the golden beast god, the godly power maintaining crazy demon extermination godly armor was suddenly consumed at a fast rate. The black air was consumed as well, but there was too much of it. And it was coming from every inch of the godly body of great Thunderstar. Master. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Luo Feng tried to transmit his godly power as much as possible to maintain crazy demon extermination godly armor, but it was consumed faster than it was being supplied. It was like a ball of flames being extinguished by water. As for crazy demon extermination godly armor, it was disintegrated as soon as the godly power was fully consumed. Who? The horrifying black air twisted into a weird shape, enveloping Luo Feng. Godly power and black air kept consuming each other. Ha ha ha! Great Thunderstar Master roared recklessly. You made me do this. You made me do this. You're only a universe master, and you don't have much of a godly body or godly power. We're not even at the same level. If you were a universe supreme master, you would be able to last longer. However, you're only a universe master. Even if your godly power were 1,000 times more, you would still die in the end. Ha ha ha! Once you die, all your true treasures, including Star Tower, will be mine. Even if you have multiple bodies, they won't make it in time to save you. Great Thunderstar Master was furious and excited at the same time. Just as he stopped shouting, Hua! Luo Feng's godly body in the distance was already annihilated. He had no idea how to deal with black air like this. Even the memory stones from the Duan Dong River inheritance didn't have any records of such black air, or if there was, it had been covered by the original mind. Luo Feng had no idea how to resist or attack it, and without an attack, he could only use his godly power. As for his original body, at 100,000 kilometers tall, it was already annihilated. Voila! The 4 silver wings, crazy demon extermination armor, a world ring, and blood shadow blade all floated. This greatly excited Great Thunderstar Master. However, the enormous spaceship, boat of Mausoleum, didn't stop at all. Rather, it still slammed into Great Thunderstar Master. In the palace of boat of Mausoleum, golden-horned beast Luo Feng stood on his 4 hoofs. He looked outside and was terrified. What's that black air? It's like the opposite of godly power, like water and fire, or light and dark. It's exactly the opposite to godly power. I have never heard of power like this. Such helplessness intimidated Luo Feng. He was indeed powerful, yet he could do nothing to resist it. The black air wasn't even recorded in the inheritance from Duandong River, or it had been recorded but was covered by the original mind. Perhaps that's why the original universe wants the 3 dead. Luo Feng suddenly understood it. If every universe supreme master had that black air, it wouldn't be a secret, and he should know about it at least. There should have been some records about it in the inheritance from Duandong River. Apparently, that black air was extraordinary, as Great Thunderstar Master didn't even perform it at first and chose to run away. He only used it when he was almost hopeless. Strange objects aren't allowed in the original universe, thought Luo Feng. Yuan Ao Master was killed because he had a strange object, and the strange object was banished from the original universe. That black air is owned by Great Thunder Star Master, which also makes the original mind want him dead. Besides, why did they want Huge Axe dead? Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind. He sensed that Universe Ocean wasn't as simple as he had believed. Great Thunder Star Master, Xinjia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God, they must have held a great secret. Luo Feng's mind worked very quickly. He was staring at the outside and driving Star Tower with his godly power to suppress Great Thunder Star Master both. His original body and his golden horned beast body could drive the true treasure. Hong Long Long. Boat of Mausoleum, flying swiftly, crashed into Great Thunder Star Master. The 10 billion kilometer boat of Mausoleum was enormous. It would take Great Thunder Star Master more than a day to fly that far at his speed. Hong. It was a horrifying strike. Ah! Shouted Great Thunder Star Master, he has another body, goddamn human. Great Thunder Star Master became desperate. He had thought that he had killed Luo Feng and that the true treasures and valuables wouldn't be a threat anymore without being controlled. Even though he had suffered a huge loss, it could have been made up for through all the valuables. Even if Luo Feng had another body, it couldn't do anything to help if it was in the original universe. However, Luo Feng's golden horned beast body was in Boat of Mausoleum. Luo Feng was very careful and didn't dare to be reckless. Though he was confident, he still had a backup plan. His two godly bodies wouldn't come up together. Usually his original body would do the adventuring while his golden horned beast body would stay in Boat of Mausoleum. Even if his original body was killed, his golden horned beast body could come out and save the day. This backup plan had helped Luo Feng dodge a bullet this time. If both of his bodies had come out, both of them would have been killed by the black air, and all his valuables would have been seized by Great Thunder Star Master. Luo Feng secretly rejoiced. No matter how confident I am, I need to have a backup plan. No, no, said Great Thunder Star Master. He was suppressed by Star Tower, and the towering Boat of Mausoleum kept pushing him to the core whirlpool. He wasn't able to resist the power from Boat of Mausoleum at all, and he kept being pushed backward. He was already in the core whirlpool. I have fought until now, said Great Thunder Star Master. He was in agony. I risked everything to transcend incarnations. I'm not meant to die here. It shouldn't be this way. No, I should die at the hands of a universe master. With that unwilling shout, Great Thunder Star Master was pressed into the core whirlpool by Boat of Mausoleum. The tearing power from the core whirlpool in whirling swamp ocean kept hitting him, and his thunder giant body was torn apart quickly. Even with the supreme true treasure armor weakening the attacks, the power still damaged his body through the godly armor. After only a short while, the last roar came. I'm not willing. Everything went silent. The base of Boat of Mausoleum opened, and a giant entry appeared. Even in the core whirlpool, Boat of Mausoleum was still steady as a rock. It swallowed all the valuables from the dead Great Thunder Star Master and Star Tower. The giant gate at the base closed, and Boat of Mausoleum flew out. So. Blood Shadow Blade, the Silver Four Wings, and Crazy Demon Extermination Godly armor all flew into Boat of Mausoleum through the side gate. In the main cabin at the base of Boat of Mausoleum, a golden horned beast walked through the hallway. Just as he was walking, the godly power from golden horned beast extended out of his body and formed a human shape soon. An earthling original body was formed. The earthling original body had 90% of the godly body, while the golden horned beast only had 10%. For what it's worth, I'll leave a body in boat of mausoleum so I can at least take the true treasures back. Luo Feng felt fortunate. He would be more careful after that fight. Luo Feng and golden horned beast walked to the handrail and saw the large number of objects in the bottom cabin star tower, valuables left by Great Thunder Star Master, and parts of the body of Great Thunder Star Master. Come. Luo Feng waved his hands. Blood Shadow Blade, Star Tower, Crazy Demon Extermination, Godly Armor, and the other valuables flew and merged with the original body. No wonder it's a Universe Supreme Master. He even had a body after he died. Luo Feng smiled and looked down at the pieces of the body. Universe Supreme Masters were of a completely different life form than those under them. Life forms determined power, and different life forms had completely different levels of power only because of the suppression created by the rules, could only wield godly power at 10,000 times that of Universe Masters. If there wasn't for suppression, even with the environment, he couldn't have killed a Universe Supreme Master so easily with boat of mausoleum and Duan. Mia. Let me see what valuables I got. Luo Feng started to check his trophies. At that moment, weird things were happening in different areas in the three lands of extremis. It's dangerous in the front, let's. In the deep area of the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector, 6 Universe Masters were carefully looking at the front. One of the masters was talking. Suddenly, a great being from the thunderstorm star race fell without warning. His godly body was intact, yet it was lifeless. The other 5 Universe Masters were all shocked. He died. How did he die without any signs? Nobody attacked him. Did the miniature universe he lived in crumble? If a miniature universe crumbles, all the lives bound to it will die. Did Great Thunder Star Master die? I heard that Great Thunder Star Master fought Milky Way Horde leader, Luo Feng. Could it be? At that moment, 6 Universe Masters from Thunderstorm Race were found to be dead in Universe Ocean, and lots of powers started to contact the 15 Universe Masters who were watching on the reef of Whirling Swamp Ocean. On the central reef of Whirling Swamp Ocean, the 15 Universe Supreme Masters were in their palaces, watching the fight anxiously and feeling the ripples of power. One message after another was sent. Did Great Thunder Star Master die? Did you see something? All 15 Universe Masters were talking to their friends and the leaders of their races. No, we can't see anything. Luo Feng is fighting Great Thunder Star Master. They're fighting at the bottom of Whirling Swamp Ocean, so we don't dare to go down. The surroundings were shaking before, yet it's quiet now. We didn't see anything. Are you saying that several Universe Masters from Thunderstorm Star died without being attacked? Yes, Luo Feng and Great Thunder Star Master were fighting at the bottom of the sea. Great Thunder Star Master must have died, otherwise there's no explanation. Ancestor, go to the miniature universe of Great Thunder Star Master. If he dies and his miniature universe crumbles, lots of Universe Masters and Universe Knights will be dead instantly. Those valuables don't have masters. Now, there's also storage in the race of Thunderstorm Star. Quick, the humans are still in the original universe, and it'll take them a long time to arrive there. The miniature universe of our race is close to that one. Quick, go there now. At the same time, Hong Long The giant spaceship emerged from the core whirlpool of whirling swamp ocean. It covered the sky and land, and it raced forward confidently and recklessly. Those 15 universe masters who were communicating with their friends and races were all dazed. Then they started to notify others. Ancestor, I see a boat of mausoleum, boat of mausoleum, boat of mausoleum. Just flew out of whirling swamp ocean. I can't see Great Thunder Star Master. Great Thunder Star Master must have died in Incredible A Universe Supreme. Master just died. How did Luo Feng do it? It's boat of mausoleum, and I can't see Great Thunder Star Master. I don't see him. Lots of powers knew instantly, and quite a few powers immediately figured out that the small universe of Great Thunder Star Master had crumbled. All those valuables would be masterless. Many universe masters, and even Universe Supreme masters took off there. They all thought that even Luo Feng hadn't really expected to win, so humans wouldn't have arranged anyone outside the miniature universe of Great Thunder Star Master. Endless air permeated. The Black Pyramid was floating inside it. Darkness. Master stared at the giant miniature universe in the distance. Suddenly, an email was sent to him through the virtual universe. There were only 6 words in the email: Great Thunder is dead. Starting collecting. Darkness Master opened his eyes wide and was dazed for 3 seconds. Then he bellowed, he really killed a Universe Supreme Master. This nephew of mine is impressive. Ha ha ha. Crumbling small universe, here I come. Darkness Master flew toward the miniature universe in Black Prison Tower. When he was approaching, he saw that the surface of the small universe was already cracked.